Chapter 41. Our side's gentle and forgiving nature. Fang Lang originally didn't want to get involved in unnecessary trouble. He was busy heading home to test whether his level cap had been unlocked. However, as soon as he walked out of the academy, a cold arrow shot towards him. Fang Lang turned around and blocked it with his sword, receiving a system prompt. You have been attacked by player Wang Nai. Counterattacking him and his team is considered self-defense. Fang Lang. He was stunned by this name and forgot about self-defense. Seeing Fang Lang's bewildered expression, Zimao felt extremely proud and said, Are you scared by our reputation? I advise you to surrender obediently, or else we'll kill you and send you back to the newbie village. In the game Immortal Seeking Dream, there were no save zones or red name settings. Other games usually had these restrictions, but Fang Lang removed them in order to achieve a higher level of realism. However, if an NPC died, there would be an investigation by the government and a process of reaching a verdict. If a player engaged in PK within the city and was caught by patrolling soldiers, they would also face punishment. However, it was already late at night, and there happened to be no guards passing by in the vicinity, which was why Zimao and the others were acting so recklessly. Fang Lang was a mild-mannered person and generally avoided conflicts with others. Drawing his sword, Fang Lang didn't use any sword techniques. With a single dash, he arrived in front of Zimao and swiftly slit his throat with a precise and elegant strike. Sheathing his sword, Zimao fell to the ground. You have killed player Wang Nai and gained 10 energy points. Fang Lang wanted to draw his sword again after putting it away, looking at the remaining people as if they were a bunch of leeks that could be harvested. These leeks seemed to be growing quite well. Green Mao, seeing Zimao being killed in an instant, didn't show any signs of fear. He angrily said, Kid, I'll remember you. If you provoke someone from our Zhang clan, there won't be a place for you in this game anymore. As he spoke, he picked up a dagger and charged towards Fang Lang, entering stealth mode along the way. However, Fang Lang's detection level was now too high, rendering this invisibility meaningless in front of him. Fang Lang retaliated with a sword strike, cutting down Green Mao, who was sneaking around. Once again, it was a strike to the throat. When an attack targeted a vital point, there was a high probability of instant death for ordinary human-level players. This was a special setting. Moreover, Fang Lang's attack power was already high, with level suppression and the bonus damage from wielding a sword. Even if he didn't hit a vital point, it was still possible to kill in one strike. Fang Lang no longer waited for the opponents to make the first move. Do you know that you 5 have already been surrounded? 10 steps, 1 kill, leaving no trace for thousands of miles. A few seconds later, the remaining 5 people all fell to the ground. Indeed, a family must be completely united. Fang Lang looked at the last witness, Dynasty Overlord. This was also an old acquaintance. Should they harvest together? This was the first time Fang Lang had killed a player and realized that killing players was the fastest way to obtain energy. However, Fang Lang wasn't swayed by this temptation. He even wondered if the system was encouraging him to kill players. No matter how you looked at it, it felt a bit suspicious. So let's spare the life of Dynasty Overlord for now. At this moment, Dynasty Overlord looked at Fang Lang as if he had seen a treasure. He never expected that he had almost died once. Godlike 666. Dynasty Overlord also had conflicts with the Zhang family, but in the situation just now, he was surrounded by members of the Zhang family and had no good solution. Firstly, he was a scholar, with weak personal combat power and a low level. Probably the lowest in the city. The opponent had more people, so naturally he couldn't win. But now, even encountering a random person, they could take on 7 people. Such a godlike player naturally needed to be won over. May I ask for the god's name and if you have joined a guild? Fang Lang didn't show any expression, just had a cold face. Not because he was indifferent, but because this swordsman looked quite handsome. I am just a solo player. Fang Lang continued walking forward, ignoring the corpses behind him. They would respawn after a while and the killer didn't stay at the scene. Dynasty Overlord took the initiative to follow and said, Since the god doesn't have a guild, why not join ours? The 7 people you killed just now were the backbone of the Zhang family. Those guys are the most annoying. Oh, how are they annoying? Fang Lang's tone carried a hint of disdain. His performance was also very convincing, vividly portraying a proud and aloof lone wanderer. Dynasty Overlord didn't think too much about it. He saw Fang Lang participating in the exam, so he should be level 10. Being able to take on multiple opponents at level 10 and win so decisively, the god must have some skills to be proud of. Dynasty Overlord continued, The Zhang family guild isn't strong, but their characteristic is that they are not afraid of death. I have offended them before in the game, and they stuck to me like a plaster. I don't know how many times I've killed them, but they never learn. Dynasty Overlord explained further, God, don't think I'm bullying them. I can take on those few rookies by myself. If it weren't for that damn scholar Fang from the Fang family village, I would have leveled up and wouldn't have been surrounded by them today. Upon hearing this, Fang Lang's expression remained unchanged. He casually asked, What's the deal with this scholar Fang from the newbie village? Fang Lang caressed the long sword in his hand and silently thought, I'll give you a chance to rephrase your words. But Dynasty Overlord had no desire to survive. He saw this as an opportunity to chat and show off to the god, so he poured out all his grievances. That scholar Fang, I don't know what's wrong with him. He only teaches others a maximum of 2 subjects, but he taught me 3. And to advance to the scholar level, you have to take exams on all 3 subjects. If he wasn't an NPC, he would look pitiful. I have to kill him. In Dynasty Overlord's mind, he didn't actually think Fang Lang was pitiful. He just thought Fang Lang was a special NPC. It might be difficult to defeat him in a fight, but that didn't stop him from bragging. Then he suddenly felt a bit cold. It's strange. It's the middle of summer. Why is the wind so chilly? Fang Lang chuckled. Young man, you really don't know how to write the word death. Just as Fang Lang was gradually becoming murderous and about to embark on the path of crime, the wind blew. Fang Lang saw a black-clad figure running on the roof. He was very fast, bringing a gust of wind, and behind him was a commotion. Capture the assassin. Fang Lang's heart stirred. Was this the arrival of a plot clue? Chapter 42. Flying Star, Fang. Lang read the announcement issued by the government during the day, saying that there were assassins from Heaven and Earth faction. Fang Lang was still complaining at that time, but he didn't expect to meet him now. The footsteps of the guards behind him were getting closer and closer. Fang Lang didn't say much to Dynasty Overlord. He whispered and added a bunch of buffs to himself. The low-level buff skills don't need to be chanted every time. They only need to be activated once. After that, they only need to move in their hearts. You can activate the corresponding skills. Only high-level spells require a relatively long chanting time. After adding the buff, Fang Lang went straight up the wall and chased the man in black. The two were playing a chasing game on the roof. Dynasty Overlord could only look at their backs with envy in his eyes. Then he was crushed by the guards chasing behind him. The guards don't care about the players. Who let you block the way? Besides, the status of Dynasty Overlord is not noble in the eyes of the guards. So just run him over and be done with it. Unexpectedly, Dynasty Overlord still died without Fang Lang killing him. The most frustrating thing is that he was trampled to death by the NPC. I feel sorry for Dynasty Overlord for a few seconds, and then the camera goes to Fang Lang. At this time, he was chasing the man in black in front of him, but he couldn't get any information from his detection. Maybe the person in front of him was someone who exceeded his detection level. Fang Lang might not be able to beat him, but Fang Lang felt that chasing him on the roof. When running, it feels like a martial arts world. After all, Fang Lang once dreamed of traveling to the end of the world with a sword, but later he was too poor, and he would definitely be beaten if his roof was covered with tiles. Now his gaming experience is pretty good. While running, the man in black in front of him suddenly stopped. Fang Lang was so busy playing parkour on the roof that he didn't even realize that the guard had been thrown far away. Just like a group of people fighting a boss, Fang Lang suddenly found that his teammates were all gone. Seeing the man in black stopped, Fang Lang quickly braked. Due to the inertia, he stumbled and almost fell. Damn, Newton, why does he work so well sometimes? Hey, why don't you chase me? Didn't you have a lot of fun chasing me just now? A clear voice came. It turned out that the man in black was actually a girl, but you couldn't tell from the figure. Fang Lang muttered in his heart and then silently took a step back. It's not that someone on our side is too cowardly, but that he only has one life, so hold on tight and don't waste it. Well, the young man felt that the girl was walking and jumping gracefully, and he couldn't help but want to compete. There was no harm. Since the girl didn't run away, the young man left first. I can't afford to offend him, so run away. The man in black chuckled softly and said, You are so interesting as the chosen one, and it is rare to have such strength that you can keep up with me. Why not join me in the Heaven and Earth faction? It is worse than giving those corpses a vegetarian meal. Working for nothing. Fang Lang. Sorry, I don't want to rebel. My code name is Fei Xing, and I am the leader of Heaven and Earth faction, Fei Zcam. I, Heaven and Earth faction, take it as our mission to uphold justice for heaven and protect all people. We are in need of talented people with potential like you. Fang Lang. You are acting like a pyramid schemer who dares to join. I'm sorry, Xiao Sheng just wants to be a person who is indifferent to fame and wealth, and he knows that he can't protect the people. You should find someone else to help you. When Feixing heard Fang Lang's refusal, he frowned slightly and said, Since you don't want to join, I won't force you. However, now that you know my identity, I can't keep you. With that said, a dart was fired towards Fang Lang. Fang Lang blocked it with his sword and fired several more flying stars in succession. The speed was fast and the position was tricky. Fortunately, Fang Lang's blocking rate was relatively high, and his movement is flexible, his detection level is high, and he can clearly capture the trajectory of the darts. Otherwise, he would really be in danger. Originally, Fang Lang planned to escape, but now that Feixing has started to take action, Fang Lang has no choice but to fight. Flying Star is a long-range attack, so Fang Lang naturally would not let her continue shooting darts. While blocking the hidden weapon thrown by Flying Star, he quickly approached the Flying Star. He only added some buffs to himself and did not use extreme sword moves in clear sword art. Flying Star fights and then retreats, trying to kite Fang Lang. But Fang Lang suddenly reads out a poem. Kill one person in 10 steps, leave no trace for 1,000 miles. Leave behind when done, hide your merits and fame. This is a scene from Li Bai's journey as a knight errant, and it is also a relatively high-level skill. After Fang Lang read the poem, Feixing felt something was wrong. Sure enough, Fang Lang in front of him suddenly turned into a shadow, and Feixing felt a chill around him, and subconsciously turned to the side. She lowered her head, and Fang Lang's sword cut off a strand of her hair in the next second. There was a black scarf scattered with the hair. Fang Lang quickly took the face towel into his hand and continued to thrust forward, only to see the appearance of the Flying Star in front of him. A pair of curved, willow leaf eyebrows, a pair of angry yet loving eyes, coupled with that small nose and a little red lips. She is really an iconic southern beauty, but Fang Lang didn't hesitate at all, and struck out with another sword. She's pretty. I've seen so many pretty girls. Look at the sword. Feixing was unprepared for Fang Lang's move, and was a little embarrassed for a moment. But Fang Lang's next few swords all landed in the air. Feixing dodged to distance himself from Fang Lang, and said angrily, You actually take off my veil. Fang Lang was shocked when he heard this line and said, Do you also have a plan to marry the person who took off your hijab? Feixing didn't know what Fang Lang was thinking. She just felt that Fang Lang was teasing her. She blushed with anger and said, Young disciple, I'll kill you. Now in Fang Lang's case, Feixing's data suddenly appeared. Flying Star LV40. Description: one of the camp leaders of Heaven and Earth faction, good at hidden weapons and body skills. The information detected was limited, and the only useful information was the level of the Flying Star. It's a full 20 levels higher than Fang Lang, which is a bit scary. Feixing didn't use all his strength before, But now that he was angered by Fang Leng, he immediately used his full strength. Feathers all over the sky. I saw that Feixing's hand had turned into a shadow, and then dense darts were shot towards Fang Leng. Fang Leng couldn't help but feel his scalp numb. Women are really scary. Didn't they just see their faces and become so angry? He did not dare to neglect and swung the long sword tightly, but he was still hit by several darts in non-fatal parts of his body. He lost a lot of blood and finally withstood this wave of attacks. However, after one wave, he was still. There may be a next wave where Fang Leng even wants to stop hiding his skills and use the 5-spirit spell. But at this time, a chaotic sound of footsteps sounded. It was the guards who finally caught up. Feixing said coldly, "If Heaven and Earth faction hadn't killed innocent people, you would have been dead. Just wait, kid. I will come to find you again." After saying that, the flying star disappeared in a flash. This movement was much faster than when Fang Leng was chasing her just now. Chapter 43. I am a wolf from monster race. Heaven and Earth. Faction does not kill innocent people. That is to say, in fact, Feixing was just teasing him at first, or testing something. But he almost killed him in return, and then took off his face mask and then angrily used his big trick. Fang Leng thought about it and felt that it was still possible. There was still a little lingering fragrance in the face towel in his hand, but Fang Leng didn't care about that. He just looked at the properties of the face towel. Banshee Veil Supreme Grade. Unique Passive. Shielding Detection Level +3. Description: only women can use it. Fang Leng. Why can men dress as women but are not allowed to wear veils? It's really too much. Even so, Fang Leng still put away the veil. Just then the guard came over. Seeing Fang Leng sitting injured on the ground, the captain came over and asked, "Have you ever seen a man in black?" Fang Leng replied, "I was injured by him after fighting with him." The guard captain looked at the darts on the ground and the scars on Fang Leng's body, and immediately believed him and said, "Strong man, have you seen where the man in black went?" Fang Leng shook his head, and the guard leader ordered, "Take this strong man to the barracks for treatment." The wound medicines used by the guards were all high quality, and Fang Leng's health quickly recovered. Because of the battle with the Heaven and Earth faction assassins, Fang Leng received a reward of 10 taels of silver. Although it is still a little short of buying a house, it is still a good income. But Fang Leng was eager to return home, so he left the barracks and secretly returned to his room in the inn. However, he suddenly discovered that there was an Erha in his room. The Erha was sniffing around, seeming to be looking for something. Seeing Fang Leng suddenly climbing in through the window, Erha was also startled and quickly shrank to the corner. Fang Leng was still worried that he had climbed the wrong wall. Now that he had taken off his disguise and saw the Erha, he was scared. Fang Leng suddenly felt that there might be something wrong with this Erha. Fang Leng has rank 5 detection, so it's okay to see a second haha. If he can't see it, it means there's something wrong with the second haha. Hidden Wolf LV30. Talent skill. Because the appearance is similar to a dog, it can be disguised as a dog. Racial skills. Wolf attack. Skill mastery. Description: hidden wolves have strong camouflage ability, weak combat ability, and high intelligence. They are usually used as spies by monster race, but they are also easily beaten to death by humans who like dog meat. Fang Leng. Can the wolf tribe still have such a weird race? A good wolf just lives like a dog. Wow! The hidden wolf barked timidly, its tail wagging continuously, as if it was trying hard to act like a dog. Fang Leng couldn't help but laugh. You wolves are not very skilled in acting skills. Seeing Fang Leng's smile, Hidden Wolf couldn't help but panic. Although his level was higher than the human race in front of him, he felt that he couldn't beat him. Master Huo's clones all died in the hands of the human race in front of him. How could he defeat him? Moreover, he has a heavy responsibility on his shoulders and must not be taken lightly. But Fang Leng doesn't want to kill this hidden wolf now, a monster race spy with a high IQ. It seemed that they were looking for him, and Fang Leng also wanted to know why he was being targeted. Although he has Su Yu's resentment, it has not been triggered even once until now. This shouldn't be the reason. In short, let's keep this wolf that looks like Era first. You must be a poor stray dog. You are so pitiful. Then I will adopt you in the future. Fang Leng said to Yinlong with a smile on his face, and Yinlong wagged his tail with a flattering look on his face. Fang Leng stretched out his hand and stretched out his tongue to lick it. Alas, you have lost all the dignity of the wolf clan. Do you understand? Fang Leng smiled and patted the dog's head while complaining about this so-called extremely high IQ. What he just said was a loophole, but the other party did not react at all. Where do stray dogs wander into other people's houses? But it is also possible that the other party is pretending to be stupid. But whether it is really stupid or pretending to be stupid, just keep it first. Fang Leng touched the soft wolf fur on Yinlong's body and said, Since I want to adopt you, let me give you a name by the way. From now on, you will be called Erha. Woof. Ordinary wolves have no names. After Fang Leng named Erha, Erha was quite happy, wagging his tail and rubbing his dog's head on Fang Leng's hand. Fang Leng suddenly felt that petting dogs was really interesting. However, having a wolf demon by his side, whose level is higher than his own, Fang Leng can be considered too generous. It was late at night, but Fang Leng couldn't sleep. Erha next to him was sleeping soundly, but Fang Leng was thinking about his next plan. His current NPC status is also at urine level, which means that his level has been unlocked and he can continue to upgrade. The identity of the NPC is not suitable for killing monsters for a long time. It will make people feel very strange. Therefore, the identity of the player is just suitable for Fang Leng. However, how to adjust the transformation of the two identities is a key issue. When using one identity, how to hide another identity is also a problem. After thinking about it, Fang Leng fell asleep. When he woke up, he felt a warm and wet tongue licking his hand. Fang Leng opened his eyes and saw Erha with a flattering face, licking his hand. Fang Leng. Erha, promise me not to be a dog licker. Dog lickers are destined to have nothing in the end. Woof, woof. After Erha screamed a few times, Fang Lang noticed that the room, except the bed where he slept, was full of debris. Fang Lang's scalp suddenly became numb. I called you Erha, but I didn't really think of you as Erha. Why did you start to tear down the house? Fang Lang felt his keel and arm trembling slightly and wanted to chop off Erha's dog head with a sword. At this time, the waiter came to check the room. He came as usual to ask if he wanted breakfast. As a result, as soon as he came in, he saw the house full of messes and an active dog. At that moment, Fang Lang suddenly remembered Erha's innate skill, which was to pretend to be a dog. Guest officer, what are you? The waiter was speechless, but Fang Lang said calmly, Waiter, do you know how to make dog meat hot pot? In the end, Fang Lang still didn't make Erha hot pot. He paid the store the money he got last night and was kicked out by the store with his simple luggage. But Erha was jumping happily on the street, running over and back again. This guy really treated himself like a dog. Fang Lang rubbed his forehead. If he hadn't wanted to know who was behind it, he would have had to hide from this dog. In Fang Lang's blink of an eye, Erha ran away. Not long after, it came back again, running wildly with something in its mouth. Looking at that thing, Fang Lang always felt that it looked familiar. Chapter 44. Entering the Baishuo site. Fang Lang's hunch was right. It was a veil. As for whose it belonged to, the answer was already obvious, because the owner of the veil had already chased after her. The one who arrived before her was a cold arrow, directed towards Erha. Head. Fang Lang quickly placed a wind wall in front to block the arrow. Fang Lang's sword skills were demonstrated in front of Han Yan, but his sword moves were not obvious because the sword energy was invisible. At that time, Han Yan did not know that Fang Lang's sword damage was very high, and he only thought that he was handy with the sword. Just used it. In front of others, Fang Lang does not intend to reveal too many skills. The one chasing Erha in the back was obviously Han Yan, who had a murderous look on his face. He didn't know how Erha got the veil from Han Yan. In short, the picture might be a bit beautiful, and Fang Lang couldn't even imagine it. When Han Yan saw the hateful dog hiding behind Fang Lang, he couldn't help but clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. Although she has forgiven Fang Lang for what he did to her in the cave, it does not mean that she will forget it. Therefore, it would be a good thing if she didn't cause trouble to Fang Lang, but Fang Lang's dog came to provoke her again. Han Yan is now over 10 levels, and she thinks she should be able to defeat Fang Lang. However, if she takes action in the city, she may attract guards. Moreover, she does not want to kill Fang Lang, she just wants to beat him up. The divination predicted this morning is about marriage again. It seems that every time the divination indicates marriage, it means bad luck. Bad luck. The elders of Fang family village taught Han Yan the art of divination. Han Yan would tell himself a divination every day. Unexpectedly, just after the divination today, the veil was snatched away by this dog. Very angry, Han Yan walked up to Fang Lang, still looking unkind. You can see Fang Shukai everywhere, really. Miss Han Yan, long time no see. How are you? Fang Lang felt a little guilty when he saw Han Yan coming over. After all, Erha was such a cheat. Now that she has caused trouble and comes back, she knows how to act cute at his feet, even if he wants to pretend that he doesn't know this Erha. It was fine at first, but it's gotten worse since I saw you. Han Yan still looked indifferent. Fang Lang coughed a few times, then squatted down, snatched the veil from Erha's mouth, handed it to Han Yan and said, The veil will be returned to you. Please don't be angry. Han Yan, you give me back what you snatched from the dog's mouth? I put it on my face after it was caught in a dog's mouth. Isn't it disgusting? Han Yan's eyes suddenly widened with a fierce look in his eyes, and he said, I don't want the veil anymore. I want to eat dog meat today. Fang Lang. Although I think so too, this guy is not a dog. Erha also screamed, saying that its meat was not delicious. It could feel an aura of fear from Han Yan, and felt that this person was not easy to mess with. As for why it would snatch things from Han Yan, Erha said that it really didn't mean it, and it was the veil that moved first. Hand. A gust of wind blew and the veil fell off. Then when Erha saw the fluttering veil, he subconsciously jumped up, bit it, and ran away. So it was really the veil's problem. Fang Lang was helpless, and suddenly remembered the banshee veil that he just grabbed last night. So he took it out and handed it to Han Yan and said, Just think of it as compensation from me. However, Han Yan's nose moved and she smelled a faint fragrance. She immediately looked at Fang Lang with disgust and said, Why do you have the same virtue as your dog and like to steal other people's veils? Miss Tang left not long ago. If you act like this, the man is indeed a big pig's hooves, Fang Lang. It is very uncomfortable to be accused of having the same virtues as Erha, but unable to refute. Do you want it or not? Fang Lang's tone was no longer good. Han Yan snorted and said, Even if I have no money and can't afford a veil, I won't ask for something you snatched from some girl. Hearing this, Fang Lang prepared to take back the banshee veil with a straight face, but Han Yan suddenly grabbed his hand tightly. Supreme grade equipment? Wait, I want it, Fang Lang. This veil is so fragrant. But Fang Lang is also an NPC with a temper. He doesn't take anything he wants or doesn't want it. You said you didn't want it just now, so I won't give it to you. However, if you are willing to do something for me, I will give you the veil. Fang Lang said, and waved the veil in front of Han Yan, which made Han Yan's teeth itch. I am Han Yan. How can I give up for a piece of equipment? Tell me what to do. Han Yan's tone was very cold, but Fang Lang didn't care and said, I have a banquet to attend today, and I would like to trouble you to take care of Erha for me. Huh? Leave this to me. Han Yan immediately looked at Erha with an unkind expression. Erha suddenly felt like the hairs on his body were about to stand up. It's over. It's over. Something is going to happen. Human women do hold grudges, boss. You didn't lie to me. Erha looked at Fang Lang with a pleading look on his face, but Fang Lang remained unmoved. In fact, Fang Lang was creating an opportunity to separate from Erha so that he could secretly check what Erha was up to. Otherwise, Erha, the showman, would have to act like a licking dog for him. Before the task was completed, Fang Lang handed the veil directly to Han Yan. It was of no use to him anyway. Just when he turned around and wanted to leave, Fang Lang suddenly heard a scream, which was a bit familiar. Fang Lang looked back and saw that it was Fang Nan who was coming. When Fang Nan saw him, he smiled and trotted towards him. Fang Nan also opened his hands, as if he wanted to give him a hug. Fang Lang showed a doting smile and also stretched out his hands, waiting. Fang Nan threw herself into his arms. However, Fang Nan jumped and hugged Han Yan next to Fang Lang. Yan Yan, finally see you, Fang Lang. He silently raised his hands slowly, stretched, and then forced a yawn. He would be embarrassed if he didn't act like this, but no one cares about him now, except Erha. Han Yan only had Fang Nan in his eyes, and the two hugged each other affectionately. In fact, they had already arranged where to meet, and had been exchanging information. But now was the first time they met in the game. Fang Lang stood aside silently, but there was a voice in his heart speaking. Why did it become like this? It is the first time that we have players who can cooperate with each other for a long time, digging holes, and it is the first time that I see my sister again. It was originally a double share. Happy, why does it become like this? Obviously it was me first. Probably because Fang Lang's presence was relatively strong, Fang Nan saw Fang Lang after hugging Han Yan's chest and rubbing it. It's you? Fang Nan always felt that this NPC was a bit strange, but he just didn't know what was strange. Fang Lang just smiled, but felt very sad in his heart. They didn't know each other, but he could just bear this pain alone. It's me. I didn't expect to meet again so soon. Fang Lang behaves very normally, like an ordinary NPC facing an ordinary player. Chapter 45. Girl, please be more careful. Fang Nan nodded but did not respond. She felt that it was not easy to answer this question. Should she continue chatting awkwardly? She didn't have time, so she asked Han Yan for help. Let's go and look for anything strange in Shu State City. There will definitely be clues. Fang Nan didn't know what Fang Lang asked her to come to Shu State City to look for, so now she could only search randomly. She was very anxious and didn't want to be polite when talking to NPCs. This will reduce the favorability. Fang Lang was ignored and felt heartbroken. Then Han Yan ran away with Fang Nan. Da Hong didn't know when he was riding on Era's head. Era wanted to fight with Da Hong, but was beaten by Da Hong. They were eating to death, and the scene of chickens and dogs jumping around made Fang Lang's brain hurt. With Erha's IQ, is it really necessary for him to fish for the big fish behind him? I always felt that the person behind it would be able to let such a stupid Era come out as a spy. The person behind it shouldn't be very awesome. Fang Lang shook his head, his eyes focused more on Fang Nan. There are many ways for him to recognize Fang Nan, but for now, it is better to let Fang Nan search aimlessly for a while to avoid getting involved in a bigger disturbance. Fang Lang wandered around the city casually. He did not deliberately follow Erha because he had already touched a little special spice on Erha's body. Later, he would follow the guidance of the scent to find Erha's movement track. This spice is called Zimu incense, which was left to Fang Lang by Tang Ninger. As long as the mother incense is lit, the smoke will drift in the direction of the sub-incense, and it will not completely dissipate until the sub-incense is found. This is also a special item only available in Immortal Cultivation World, because there is no scientific reason. Thinking about this fragrance, Fang Lang unconsciously thought of Tang Ninger, and wondered how she was doing in Miao territory. Fang Lang didn't realize that Tang Ninger was already on her way to Shu State City. She was riding on the back of the Peacock King and kept urging, Xiao Kai, hurry up, I'll make delicious food for you. Peacock King. Although I don't know what delicious food you will feed, my boss told me before going out to fly slowly. Tang Ninger didn't know this. Yan Ran specifically asked Peacock King to fly slower, and it would be best to fly to Shu State City at night. In fact, at the speed of Moria, it only takes one stick of incense to travel from Miao territory to Shu State. The Peacock King didn't dare to disobey Yan Ran's order at all, because at this moment it clearly felt that its master was behind it, and it could naturally feel the connection between it and Yan Ran. Therefore, no matter how much benefits Tang Ninger promises, it can only fly slowly. However, no matter how slowed down it was, it still arrived near Shu State City at Shenxi. At this time, the sun was gradually setting in the west, and it was almost dark. Tang Ninger was almost dying of anxiety, but right before the Mori King, when he was about to fly to Shu State City, Tang Ninger suddenly stopped. Wait a minute, this is the scent of the incense I gave Brother Fang. Why is it down there? The Peacock King's face is very confused. Are you serious? However, Tang Ninger asked it to get down, and it had no choice but to obey. When it landed on the ground, Tang Ninger quickly jumped off the Moria King's back. In front of him is a deep forest, which is also the monster fighting spot near Shu State City, called the Endless Forest. Tang Ninger followed the scent, and she couldn't admit it. She made the Zimu Xiang. This special smell is different for different people. At this time, Tang Ninger already had something different in her heart. Good hunch. The incense she gave Fang Lang appeared in such a place. Could it be that Fang Lang was in danger? Tang Ninger didn't know that his eyes had turned purple, and the aura emanating from his body made even an immortal beast like the Peacock King panic. Tang Ninger was running fast, and the Peacock King had to shrink down and follow her. Soon, a mountain stream appeared in front of them. There was only a waterfall in front of them, and the fragrance stopped here. However, Tang Ninger's purple eyes were able to see through the waterfall, and she saw a cave behind the waterfall. Tang Ninger jumped towards the waterfall, and the Peacock King was so frightened that he quickly caught her in his mouth. Don't do anything stupid. The Morian King conveyed his words with his mind, and Tang Ninger struggled and said, Don't you see there is a hole behind the waterfall? Peacock King. A mere waterfall cannot block its sight, but if what Tang Ninger said is true, it can only be said that there is a profound concealment formation here. Whether it's true or not, you'll find out if you try it. The Morian King put Tang Ninger aside, waved his wings, and a wind blade cut off the waterfall, and formed a light curtain to prevent the water from falling on the waterfall. There was a splash of water for a while, but the cave under the waterfall was also exposed. Have guests arrived? Why not come in and sit down? A majestic voice came from inside. When the Maurya king heard it, he felt something bad. This momentum was not weaker than it. But Tang Ninger was very fast this time and rushed in directly. Peacock King. I no longer want to be a babysitter for naughty children. I don't know what the situation is like in the cave. It may be the opponent's home field, but Maurya will not be timid. Immortal beasts are all proud. What's more, it is the strongest fairy beast under the Saint Realm mythical beast. Even if it is the opponent's home field, it is sure of it. Get Tang Ninger out safely. After entering the cave, Tang Ninger discovered that there was a grotto heaven behind it. After walking a few steps, he saw a majestic palace. At the end of a wide great dao, there were the steps of the palace, with wolf heads on both sides. A monster with a human body and various weapons in his hands. When Tang Ninger and the Maurya king came in, the waterfall behind naturally closed, but the cave was still bright, and the gems decorated on the palace illuminated the underground space. Humble ants, I allow you to come and see me by bowing and kowtowing 3 times. That majestic voice came from the palace, and the Mauryan king felt a great pressure. This was actually a pressure that surpassed Saint Realm. The Maurya king was a little uneasy. Is there really a god inside? But the gods have not appeared in the world for a long time. There are only ancient legends. The Peacock King was still thinking about something, but Tang Ninger's reaction made him lose his composure. Tang Ninger seemed not to be affected by the pressure at all, and she threw a ball of purple spiritual energy toward the person with her backhand. The palace immediately blew up a corner of the palace. Hurry up and hand over Brother Zhao Fang, or I will demolish your palace. Peacock King. Girl, please be careful. Can you hold your hand first? If there really is a god inside, then even if Saintess Yanran arrives, she may not be able to save them. And with so many demon soldiers here, this god must also be a demon god. However, after Tang Ninger blew up a corner of the palace, there was no response inside the palace. Hey, you are a god after all. Don't you want to lose face? As soon as the Peacock King complained in his heart, the demon soldiers who were standing in awe all raised their heads to the sky and roared, and then charged towards Tang Ninger, menacingly. Chapter 46. Southern River Misty, Rain's little sister. The battle in the cave palace has begun, and Fang Lang also begins his journey to find Gusi. He had known for a long time that Erha would not stay with Han Yan at ease, so he walked around the city casually and went to look for Han Yan. As soon as he saw Han Yan, the dog was gone. Fang Lang went up to investigate and asked Han Yan to help him find the dog. It's logical to trick Han Yan into the team. If you want to go to the wild for a while, you can fight a wave of monsters, which will be very comfortable. But now Han Yan is no longer alone. Fang Nan is also together. Now Fang Nan doesn't have any clues and doesn't know what to do, so she simply follows Han Yan to help Fang Lang find Erha. Fang Lang was embarrassed now. How could he trick his sister into trapping her? At most, don't be greedy for your teammates' energy in the wild. Fang Lang lit the mother incense, and a burst of green smoke drifted toward the direction of leaving the city. Fang Lang and the 3 of them left the city together. The area closest to the city is the wild monster area from level 12 to level 15. This area is also the main leveling area for players. There are many groups of teams farming wild monsters, and from time to time there are also those who fight for wild monsters. Things happen. The 3 of Fang Lang saw a lot of people along the way. Some people swarmed up to Fang Lang like a cat that smelled fishy smell. This was a man playing games. There were 2 beautiful girls beside Fang Lang. No one cared, but they came over one by one and asked Fang Lang if they needed help. Fang Lang is also afraid of these players. There are too many people, and he wants to do something when he sees the NPC. In fact, Fang Lang also misunderstood the players. Not all NPCs like them, but NPCs like Fang Lang who run into the jungle with 2 girls are so rare. They must be special. If they can pick up, if you get to special tasks, you will earn money. Fang Lang could only shout loudly, I am looking for my dog. If I see it, I am willing to reward him with a copper coin. When Fang Lang said these words, the players surrounding him immediately walked away. Tisk! A copper plate mission reward to send the beggar away. Today's players are relatively naive and have not yet realized that NPCs can trick people. After they have been around for a long time, they will know that not every NPC's words can be trusted, especially a certain scholar who looks serious. Fang Lang used this method to coax everyone in front of him away. Han Yan and Fang Nan didn't think there was anything wrong because they were originally looking for Erha. As the monster area goes deeper, the level of wild monsters gradually increases, and there are fewer and fewer players. Now the level of players is still relatively low. After walking for a while without seeing any players, Fang Lang also felt that they were about to see wild monsters. The reason they walked smoothly before was because the wild monsters were more wolf than meat for the players, so it was not Fang Lang's turn. Fight, and after going deep into the wild area, you will inevitably have to fight wild monsters. Suddenly Fang Lang heard the sound of swords clashing, and smoke was drifting in that direction. Fang Lang walked over and saw several girls in different clothes having asterisks, with a shirtless girl wearing only a fur coat. The big man in clothes was fighting. He had a large ring-shaped sword in his hand and swung it with great force. Black Village Scout Captain LVV-15. This monster's name is Golden, and it's a mini-boss. However, for such a big man to serve as a scout, I'm afraid he's lost his mind. Those girls should be players? Fang Lang looked at them and saw that there were 10 of them in total. The girls were a little nervous when they saw someone coming and quickly separated 3 people to negotiate with Fang Lang and the others. However, the leader was stunned when he saw the green name Fang Shukai on Fang Lang's head. It's actually an NPC. Looking at the IDs of the 2 girls next to her, she couldn't help but exclaimed, Nanfang, Hanyan, it's you! Bing Yu Lo Wu Frinos, Taoist Nun. Fang Lang took a glance and saw some simple information, because Fang Lang just wanted to know who the other party was and why he looked like he saw an acquaintance. Fang Nan said very calmly. Sister Xiao Yu, long time no see. Bing Yu came over and took Fang Nan's hand very familiarly and said, why didn't you tell your sister that you entered the game? Because I have something special to do, and I don't want to involve you. If you're talking about being outside, how long have we sisters been together? Are you afraid of trouble? If anything happens, tell me. Fang Nan shook his head and did not mention what happened. Instead, he changed the subject and said, is this the boss you found? Yes, Shaner discovered it accidentally. In order to hide it from others, she only brought a few elite members here. When Bing Yu said this, he suddenly thought of something. His expression changed slightly, but soon returned to normal. Fang Nan knew in her heart that because these people were all her original members, they all now belonged to Riverside Immortal. The old captain and the new captain meets. Isn't this awkward? Moreover, in terms of technology, Han Yan is also apex level, but no one informed Han Yan about the boss strategy, which is also very embarrassing. In fact, Riverside Immortal and those who were still fighting the boss were a little distracted. From Bing Yu shouting the names of Han Yan and Nanfang, the archery ranger's arrows were shot crookedly, and the Taoist nun's spells were also empty. At this time, the boss suddenly roared, and a cold light suddenly bloomed on the broadsword. He slashed forward. That was the sword energy. Riverside Immortal is a melee Taoist nun who draws hatred from the boss in front. If she had concentrated her attention, she could have avoided it, but she happened to be distracted and was slashed by the scout captain. She only had time to block with her sword in front, one time. But the boss's damage is definitely unstoppable. If it's just a normal attack, it can still be blocked. The sword energy is a special effect attack. At this moment, Fang Lang took action. He accelerated over and clamped Riverside Immortal around the waist. He then created a small wind wall to block the sword's energy. He slapped the back of the big sword with his palm, and then used the reaction force, floats, and then retreats. So handsome. When the elite members, who were supposed to fight the boss, saw Fang Lang rescuing Riverside Immortal, their eyes lit up. This game actually has such handsome NPCs, it's worth it. Scholar's clothes are very elegant, and Fang Lang is also very handsome. And this operation is even more elegant, and he has gained a lot of fans in an instant. After all, female players prefer looking at faces. This scene also has the style of a traditional martial arts hero saving a beauty. Riverside Immortal looked at Fang Lang blankly until Fang Lang put her down and asked, girl, are you okay? Riverside Immortal blushed and was stunned for a moment before saying, thank you, master, for saving your life. After finishing speaking, Riverside Immortal felt that he might not have lost his mind but had actually fallen into the drama. Oh my god, I was flirting with an NPC while playing a game. However, this NPC is so handsome. At this time, the scout captain felt that his dignity had been insulted. I am in the middle of a fight. Can you guys give me, this boss, some basic respect? The scout captain's eyes were red. We are all human. Why do you have girls? The boss's anger level reached the maximum, and he roared and slashed at Fang Lang. Chapter 47. A Taoist nun friend of mine. This boss must be from the FSF group, but when Fang Lang saw him looking over with a knife, the corners of his mouth just moved slightly, giving rise to a charming smile. Riverside Immortal's eyes started to light up when he saw such a charming, handsome man up close. From now on, this scholar will be my male god. Just as she was thinking this, Fang Lang took the sword from her hand. Riverside Immortal was now in a state of infatuation, so she naturally did not struggle, allowing Fang Lang to easily get the sword. The scout captain screamed and rushed towards Fang Lang. Fang Lang took a step forward calmly and read out a poem. Most Shi's 3-foot-long shone makes people feel cold. Try holding up a lamp and look carefully. Hang up in the empty room as a piano companion. There is no need to take it with you to kill Lulin. This is the most handsome thing about Scholar. He is fighting and reciting poems at the same time. Although he may feel ashamed, he looks very handsome. As Fang Lang finishes reciting the poem, the ordinary stainless steel longsword in his hand becomes a cold light was released, and then the sword and the knife collided, and the knife broke into pieces. However, the sword did not stop its momentum and plunged into Lao Tai's chest. The big man staggered back a few steps, finally knelt down on one knee and recited a line of death. How could I fall here? Then he got cold. Fang Lang put away his sword, looked back and smiled. This time he pretended to be perfect. Fang Lang didn't know that the current situation between Fang Nan and Southern River Misty Rain Guild was a bit strange. As far as he knew, Southern River Misty Rain was Fang Nan's guild, and seeing that they were acquaintances, naturally he couldn't watch his sister's acquaintance die like this. As for why Han Yan is always caught in a trap, this is just about blaming people's innocence out of thin air, an NPC issuing tasks. Can that be called a trap? Fang Lang showed off, and the boss was defeated. But the atmosphere was still a bit strange. Han Yan was already tearing Fang Lang into pieces in his heart. What kind of cheating NPC is he? He acts cool when he sees a girl, After beating the boss, Fang Lang didn't gain much experience, because he was at a higher level than the boss and had very little experience in killing monsters. However, everyone else present gained some experience. Now it's time to touch the corpse. In the past, players were most active in touching the corpse after beating the boss, but now that Fang Lang is here, the girls of Southern River Misty Rain have become more reserved. Riverside Immortal is dressed as a traditional Taoist nun, but she has the fragility of a Jiangyan woman. She said to Fang Lang a little shyly, young master's life-saving grace can never be repaid. Why don't you just pledge yourself to me? Bing Yu watched a bunch of his little sisters being flirted with by an NPC. He was really angry and funny, especially when these people were still typing like crazy in the private chat channel to call them husbands. Can you guys change your husbands slower? That's why she suddenly interrupted. Fang Lang was shocked. Young girls nowadays are so unreserved. Girls who are unreserved like this, please give me another dozen. Just kidding. Fang Lang refused and said, I'm already married, girl. Don't say it's a joke. When Fang Lang said these words, the private chat channel suddenly burst into tears. Snow on pillow. Hey, my boyfriend has a wife. I'm crying. Purple Nectar. Even so, he is still my male idol. Bing Yu. You guys, please calm down and don't lose your face to the NPCs. Riverside Immortal. The stranger is like jade, and the young master is unparalleled in the world. Origami. It's over. It's over. Sister Genre has gone crazy and started reciting poems. Xiaoru. A Taoist nun friend of mine. Fang Lang didn't know what these people were talking about in private. He took out the incense and found that it was almost half burned. He didn't know how far behind it was, so he couldn't waste any more time. After briefly explaining the reason, Fang Lang chased in the direction of Qing Yan. Han Yan and Fang Nan just didn't want to chat with them because there were many things that were hard to say for the time being, so they slipped away. When Fang Lang walked away, the girls suddenly showed their true colors and began to discuss how handsome Fang Lang was. Only Bing Yu silently touched the body, gritting his teeth in his heart, waiting for me to touch something good. I will definitely not for you. While Fang Lang was running ahead, he suddenly sneezed. I seemed to hear someone behind me saying, I'm handsome.jpg. The incense does not burn very fast, and Fang Lang cleans up the mobs very quickly. So he throws various skills at random along the way, and his damage is all directed at the monster's vital points. The same skills can be used to hit monsters. A hit on the forehead and a hit on the foot will definitely cause different injuries. When the sun set, Fang Lang came to the outside of the forest. They carefully avoided the hatred of monsters. The monsters on the road were getting higher and higher, and Fang Lang was not so easy to kill. In Han Yan, the level gap between him and Fang Nan is too big, so he can't be killed at all. This Erha has entered the level 40 monster zone. The ones on the outside are almost at level 30, and the ones inside must be at level 40. Fang Lang is outside the forest and decides not to go in. Don't waste your wretched growth. He only has one life, so cherish it. But Fang Lang looked at Han Yan. Han Yan instinctively felt something was wrong and couldn't help but wait for Fang Lang to say, What are you doing? Miss Han Yan, there is actually one thing I didn't say. This trip between you and me is related to the life and death of the human race. Erha is not a simple dog. It has ulterior secrets, but there may be things in the deep forest that I cannot solve. Crisis, are you willing to follow the guidance and investigate the truth behind it for me? You issued an SSS level mission to Han Yan, explore the dark forest, and obtain 20 points of energy, Han Yan. I knew it was up to no good. However, this was the first time he had seen this SS level mission, and Han Yan didn't want to refuse it. However, Han Yan was so angry when he thought of asking Fang Lang to do something that would put her to death. Give me the fragrance. Han Yan didn't want to spend more time with Fang Lang, so Fang Lang gave her the incense. Fang Nan was about to follow, but Fang Lang stopped him and said, You and Da Hong, please go back with me. The forest is too dangerous, or there is fear for one's life. Han Yan. Do you think I won't die? Hearing Fang Lang's words, Han Yan was on the verge of going berserk. Still endured it. Moreover, she and Fang Lang persuaded Fang Nan not to follow him in. If he didn't have a little confidence, Han Yan would not go in and die. In fact, Fang Lang is not completely fooling anyone. Han Yan is indeed the person with the highest survival rate. She has the Banshee Veil given to her by Fang Lang, which can block 3 levels of perception, and Han Yan can lurk. Han Yan didn't tell Fang Lang, but Fang Lang noticed it. That night, he felt someone was following him, and this person must be Han Yan. Therefore, Han Yan's survival rate is very high. Even if he dies, it won't be a big problem. Then Fang Lang took Fang Nan and Da Hong back, and Fang Lang had no psychological burden. When they returned to the city gate, there was only a little residual red left in the sky. Da Hong, who was standing on Fang Nan's shoulder, suddenly screamed. Fang Lang couldn't help but laugh and said, This rooster can not only crow in the morning, but also at night. At this time, a purple-eyed girl holding a dog in Shu State City suddenly lit up. P.S. It is always posted regularly, so some questions are not responded to in time. I have a few questions to answer together. If the NPC that the player sees has an identity, the identity will be displayed, such as Fang Shuki, Dean Wang, Prefect Zhang, etc. The identity will be displayed first. If the NPC does not take the initiative to reveal the name, they also don't know the name of the NPC. The protagonist cannot convey some information that should not be known in any way. Many things can only be known by the protagonist and cannot be passed on. For example, in the section about the sister, it is written that the sister knows what Fang Lang said. What, but I don't know what exactly he said. It's not a bloody plot that was stuck in time and was not told, but it was blocked even if it was told. Just like the protagonist called Fang Nan's name, Fang Nan didn't hear it and was blocked. The setting of this book is relatively large. I wrote it very slowly for fear of collapse. Don't rush to update. I wrote it slowly. I am very nervous to say. Also, I hope everyone can support it with votes and give it a 5-star rating. Bo, thanks to the author. Chapter 48. I hope you can reunite with the important people. Tang Ninger was rushing to the battlefield, but Fang Lang had no idea that it was time for him and Fang Nan to say goodbye. I'd better give it back to you, Da Hong. Although you are separated from your lover, you will inevitably miss your loved one when you see things. But with Da Hong here, you can still miss him at least. Fang Nan suddenly said these words, which made Fang Lang stun for a moment and said, Why do you say that? Fang Nan said, Han Yan told me your story. I just feel a little bit the same. Girl, are you separated from your lover too? When Fang Lang asked this question, he felt a little irritable inside. Is my sister in love? When did this happen? Fang Nan didn't know why. When Fang Lang talked to her, she was suddenly willing to express her feelings. Maybe she had suppressed them for too long and needed someone to talk to. It would be better if it was an NPC. Don't worry, revealed his secret. The person I love, but not my lover. There was sadness on Fang Nan's face. Fang Lang saw it, feeling distressed and angry at the same time. The anger of the ultimate girl control reached its full limit. What a ****. Asterisk, 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 de Fang Nan loves. Stand up and see if I don't beat him to death. Fang Lang was very irritable, but his expression remained as usual and said, who does the girl love? Get the information first and then arrange for him properly when the opportunity arises. He is my dearest person. We have been dependent on each other since childhood. I thought we could always be together. However, he has gone to another world now. I don't know where he is, but I must find him. As Fang Nan spoke, her eyes gradually became moist, but Fang Lang was stunned. In fact, he should have known that the person Fang Nan was talking about was him, because he was the one who broke up with Fang Nan recently. Just because of some special emotions, he subconsciously ignored the correct answer and felt that Fang Nan had something. Loved. However, when it comes to this, Fang Nan, besides himself, who else can? It's just that we are brothers and sisters. Lover or something. Fang Lang felt a little panicked. However, seeing his sister crying, he just felt heartbroken. You don't have to be so sad. Maybe he is just paying attention to you silently from somewhere you don't know. One day you will meet the important person again, Fang Lang said comfortingly. He wanted to wipe the glistening corners of Fang Nan's eyes, but he still resisted the urge. Thank you, and I hope you can reunite with your loved ones. Fang Nan also blessed Fang Lang, and then Fang Nan said goodbye. I'm going to look for any clues in Shu State City. Goodbye. She also wanted to return Dahong to Fang Lang, but Fang Lang waved his hand, and Fang Nan did not force him to stay, so he left with Dahong. Fang Lang walked in the opposite direction. Speaking of which, tonight, there's no place to settle yet. Erha is gone, so changing to an inn is not a big problem. However, as he walked, he met acquaintances again. They were the scholars he met yesterday. When they saw Fang Lang, they came over immediately and grabbed Fang Lang. Brother Fang, is he going to the cheeky poetry club too? It happened to be with him. Let's go together. Fang Lang thought to himself that it might be beneficial to experience the poetry of immortal cultivation world, so he didn't refuse and just slipped in with his friends. The scholars were walking in the direction of the prefect's mansion, but on the other side, Fang Nan, who was carrying a bright red, was stopped by Tang Ninger, who was holding Erha. Seeing Tang Ninger, Dahong immediately left Fang Nan's side and screamed at Tang Ninger, which attracted nearby passers-by to look sideways. Fang Nan was also stunned. Haha, why is it in the hands of this person? Moreover, Dahong looked so affectionate with this person. Could it be that she is Fang Shukai's wife? Tang Ninger also felt a little sore in her heart. She felt Dahong's position and thought it was Fang Lang who was carrying him. However, it turned out that Dahong was in the hands of a young and beautiful girl. Women always think too much at this time. At this time, Tang Ninger has already imagined a lot of bad plots, such as seeing Chin Muchu and so on. Thinking of this, the purple in her eyes became more intense. Erha, feeling this kind of aura, he immediately fell to the ground in fear and screamed, Shokumna. This woman was so terrifying that the boss was beaten to death in minutes. Erha didn't know why he survived. In short, all the other demons in the palace were dead. Who are you and why is Dahong here with you? There seemed to be a bit of sourness in the air. Tang Ninger's tone was very bad. Fang Nan didn't know why and just replied, Fang Shukai asked me to take care of him. Brother Xiao Fang, where is he? Tang Ninger is more concerned about this issue now. Let's put the jealousy aside for now. He went in that direction and we were separated not long ago. Fang Nan wanted to help Fang Lang and Tang Ninger meet as soon as possible, so she enthusiastically pointed out the direction, but Tang Ninger focused on the words, not long ago. Is this woman demonstrating to me? Does it mean that she and brother Xiao Fang have always been together? Tang Ninger was still thinking about this problem when he chased Fang Lang in the direction of Fang Lang with a chicken in his left hand and a dog in his right hand. But after chasing him all the way, he didn't see Fang Lang. Dog, let me smell where brother Fang is. Tang Ninger looked at Erha with a gentle face, but Erha's hair almost stood on end. Scary woman, don't look at me like that. I'm not a dog. However, he was half pretending to be a dog and couldn't reveal his secret anymore. Erha lowered his head and twitched his nose, pretending that he was smelling Fang Lang's scent very seriously. Then he walked forward without looking at the road when he suddenly heard a loud sound. Drink. Where's the wild dog from? Get away. Erha raised his head and saw a whole team of guards holding long knives, guarding in front of a gate. There was a plaque on the door that read, Prefect's Mansion. Damn it, why did you wander here? Erha was a little panicked. As a big boss guarding a state, the prefect was not something a little monster like him could afford to offend. However, its guidance made Tang Ninger feel that Fang Lang should be here. Coincidentally, some scholars entered the Taisho mansion one after another. Tang Ninger heard them discussing the cheeky poetry club in the Taisho mansion and thought that Fang Lang should be there. The guard's eyes were very fierce. For Erha, he was a little surprised when he saw Tang Ninger's purple eyes. He thought she might be a foreigner, so he didn't dare to provoke her, but he wouldn't be too enthusiastic. Tang Ninger took Erha and Dahong and stood on the opposite side of the gate of the Taisho mansion. Here, she would not affect the scholars who entered. If Fang Lang came out, she could also see it immediately. See. Chapter 49. Are you afraid of staring at you? Tang Ninger did not force her way in. Although her current status is that she is a disciple of Saintess in Miaojiang and has a noble status. If she comes to Shu State City in a big way, the Shu State prefect will greet her respectfully, and so will the Peacock King. In order to avoid making too much noise, they stopped outside the city and didn't get too close. Tang Ninger still regards himself as a small villager, and Fang Lang is just a young scholar. So when facing a behemoth like the prefect's mansion, Tang Ninger does not want to cause trouble to Fang Lang because of himself. She wanted to see Fang Lang very much, and her longing for her was to the point of being unbearable. However, she still resisted the urge, looking at the gate of the prefect's mansion like a watchful stone, hoping that Fang Lang would appear at the door in the next moment. However, in the current prefecture, only people go in and no one comes out. What kind of trouble did the girl get into? Tang Ninger suddenly heard a gentle voice and looked up, only to find that a low-key yet luxurious carriage had parked outside the prefect's mansion. The horse pulling the carriage was all white and had a hair on its head, like the sharp corners of jade. The speaker was standing next to the carriage, wearing purple clothes with a gentle smile. This man had sharp eyebrows and starry eyes. He was holding a folding fan in his hand. He looked elegant. The carriage behind him was enough to show that this man was rich or noble. However, Tang Ninger just glanced at him and said, "Thank you, sir. I am just waiting." Husband. She and Fang Lang have not yet gone to court, but they have already made a marriage agreement, and she has also moved to Fang Lang's home. In Tang Ninger's view, this means that they are married and calling Fang Lang her husband. There's nothing wrong with that either. The noble prince nodded and said, "This poetry meeting may not end for a while. If you don't mind, girl, how about I take you in? The defense between men and women in this world is not serious. Letting Tang Ninger in will not be a breach of etiquette. As long as Tang Ninger does not cause trouble inside, it will be fine." Judging from Tang Ninger's gentle and dignified appearance, Zhao Jiabiu's appearance should be the same. Not a troublemaker. Tang Ninger heard this and was immediately delighted. "Thank you, master. It doesn't matter. It's just a little effort." With that said, he walked towards the door of the prefect's mansion. When the guards saw it, they hurriedly greeted him and said, "Young master is back. I'll go call the prefect." "No need. We're all at the door, so I'll go in by myself. I heard that my father is holding a poetry party again, and I don't know if there will be some interesting people. This noble young master is Zhang Bin, the prefect's son. I was originally studying in the capital, but I heard that there was some unrest in Shu State City, so I rushed back to Shu State in the past few days and happened to meet up with the Cheeky Poetry Club. Prefect Zhang holds this poetry gathering every year, so Zhang Bin naturally won't find it strange." He said a few words to the guard, then turned back to Tang Ninger and said, "Girl, please come with me." Tang Ninger followed him and entered the prefect's mansion. Zhang Bin took her to the garden. The crowd became louder. Zhang Bin then said, "Scholars who participated in the poetry meeting are all here. If the girl's husband is among them, you can go and look for her on your own. This cheeky poetry meeting is just for chanting about the morning glory and the weaver girl. How can lovers be separated because of this poetry meeting?" Zhang Bin made a small joke and said, "I want to see my father first, so I won't accompany the girl." Tang Ninger nodded and was about to say thank you when he suddenly heard a wild and proud laugh inside. "You pretty boy, you actually have the nerve to come to the prefect's mansion to participate in this cheeky poetry party?" When Zhang Bin heard this, he couldn't help frowning, and he felt unhappy about the person who spoke. It seemed that there was some commotion in the garden. At this time, everyone else stopped chatting, and another voice said, "This brother is very interesting." One moment, he said that people from poor backgrounds are not qualified to participate in the poetry meeting, and the next moment, he said that he is handsome. People are not qualified to participate, but I didn't know that it turns out that the qualifications of this poetry gathering held by the prefect are judged by my brother, which is really disrespectful. When this voice came out, Tang Ninger suddenly said excitedly, "Brother Xiao Fang!" She recognized that it was Fang Lang's voice. Tang Ninger couldn't stand it any longer and trotted into the garden. Zhang Bin hesitated for a moment and followed. At this time, the garden was already brightly lit, with many red lanterns decorating the festive atmosphere. When Tang Ninger walked into the garden, he saw two groups of people at war with each other. One of them happened to be Fang Lang. Most of the people behind Fang Lang were only wearing scholars' gowns, while some of the people opposite him were all in fine clothes. At a glance, it was obvious that there was a huge gap between the rich and the poor. Next to Fang Lang, there was a thin man. Zhang Bin looked in his eyes and couldn't help but marvel, "This scholar is really handsome." Tang Ninger didn't pay attention to anyone except Dao Fang Lang. She happily ran towards Fang Lang and came to him. She was about to throw herself into Fang Lang's arms when she suddenly remembered that this was not at home. There were other people around, so she stopped the urge abruptly, but suddenly stood still and timidly said, "Brother Xiao Fang." She was a little worried that Fang Lang was angry because she came so rashly. But what Fang Lang did next frightened her. Fang Lang didn't care about others at all. He pulled her into his arms and said with a smile, "You can hug her if you want. Don't be shy. There are so many people watching." Fang Lang looked calm, but Tang Ninger couldn't bear it. But she didn't dare to struggle because she couldn't control her power now. It would be bad if she accidentally knocked Fang Lang away, so she could only endure her shyness, bury her head in Fang Lang's arms, and act like an ostrich. Everyone else present looked confused. "Hey brother, you are quarreling with someone? What the hell do you suddenly start flirting with?" The young master in brocade who was silenced by Fang Lang before was named Zhang Shu. He was the distant nephew of the prefect. He thought he had a respected position, but he didn't expect to be humiliated by Fang Lang. Now Fang Lang is like this. Ignoring him made him even more angry and said, "How unbecoming it is to hug and hug in public." Tang Ninger was unhappy when she heard this. She was very shy at first, but she didn't refuse. It was no one else's turn to make irresponsible remarks. She turned around and glared at Zhang Shu. Zhang Shu looked at Tang Ninger's purple eyes were suddenly in a trance. Everything around him became an illusion, and he could only see endless darkness in his eyes. "Ah!" Zhang Shu screamed in panic and took a few steps back before being supported by his friend behind him. In fact, these people were a little reluctant to help him. They were so frightened by a girl's glare that they really wanted to pretend they didn't know him. Chapter 50. Consider how we singles feel. No one knew what kind of terrifying scene Zhang Shu saw. After all, Tang Ninger only glanced at him and leaned obediently into Fang Ling's arms again. The scene suddenly became awkward, and Zhang Bin came out and said, "Today's poetry meeting is to praise love. I think this brother behaves in an eclectic way and is also a kind-hearted person. Don't think it's strange." Zhang Bin has a strong aura, and as soon as he stands up, he attracts everyone's attention. Some people know that he is the prefect's son, so they are naturally respectful. People who don't know his identity because of his temperament don't. Say, Zhang Bin then said to Fang Lung, I wonder what you call me brother. This is Fang Lung. It turns out to be Brother Fang. Zhang Bin said politely, I know that Brother Fang and his wife are very affectionate, but can Brother Fang take care of single people like us? In other words, it is to consider the feelings of us singles. This is also a joke, telling Fang Lang not to hold Tang Ninger anymore. Although the defense between men and women is not serious, Fang Lang's actions are indeed unruly. Zhang Bin was so polite, and Fang Lang was not a person who didn't appreciate compliments. He quickly handed over his hands and apologized, saying, I was rude and made my brother laugh. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Zhang Bin waved his hands, indicating that the matter was over, and Fang Lang also let go of Tang Ninger, and Tang Ninger hid behind Fang Lung, not daring to see anyone anymore. With such a shy posture, it also makes people itchy. Zhang Bin is a gentleman, but he has no other thoughts, but the young masters in brocade clothes are a little dissatisfied in their hearts. Such a beautiful woman with such a clinging attitude is actually dissatisfied with a poor scholar. Bao Bao. But Zhang Bin suppressed the matter, and it was not easy for them to confront each other, but one person stood up and asked for trouble. Brother Fang has such a beautiful woman by his side. It is really enviable. Now it happens to be a poetry meeting. Why don't Brother Fang do it? A poem to wish for elegance. When Fang Ling heard this, his expression suddenly changed. Wow, there really is such a plot. However, I have 5,000 years of poems and songs in my mind. I don't know why I remember it so clearly, but are you sure you want to? Do I compose poetry? I can write it until next year. Seeing Fang Ling's expression, the man thought he was in trouble, so he couldn't help but smile proudly and said with words, Brother Fang can't do it. This was the result they wanted to see, and the group of young men in brocade clothes all showed mocking smiles. Fang Lang. Yes, I can't do this question. The poor students behind Fang Lang complained about Fang Lang and said, how can this poem be composed just as it is said to be? Do you want to do it? Zhang Bin's face was a bit ugly. He glanced coldly at the person who was leading the trouble, and then looked at Fang Lung. Just as he was about to help him out, he heard Fang Lung say, it doesn't matter. Give me a pen and paper. Just in time, there is also a poem that I want to give to Ninger. There is naturally a stone table in the garden, and paper and pens are also prepared. After all, it is a poetry meeting. Although it is still in the preheating stage and the prefect has not arrived yet, pens, inks, paper, and inkstones are all ready. Fang Lang went directly to use it, and a group of people followed him. When it was time to start writing, Fang Lang let go of Tang Ninger's hand, picked up the brush, and wrote on the paper, Xianyun is clever. Flying stars convey hatred. Silver and hand travel far away in secret. Once the golden wind and jade do meet, they win over countless people in the world. Tenderness is like water. Good times are like dreams. And I can't bear to look at the Magpie Bridge on the way back. If the two love lasts for a long time, how can they be together day and night? Zhang Bin, who was standing aside, was praising the poem carefully and was about to say, wonderful, when he heard someone grabbing the lines. Wonderful. The speaker was none other than Tan Chi, one of the students from a poor family. He and Fang Lang were in the same camp. He didn't even wait to finish reading the words before he started bragging. Zhang Bin sighed silently in his heart. He had just finished appreciating it and wanted to taste it. This was considered an elegant thing. Unfortunately, he was robbed and he didn't fight. This is Zhang Bin's way of a gentleman. The best is like water. Water benefits all things without fighting. However, after Tan Chi finished talking about it, there was no follow-up. You can appreciate it, but what is so wonderful about it? However, Tan Chi couldn't speak out and didn't know enough. He just felt that every sentence was very beautiful and wanted to brag about it, but he didn't know how. Fang Lang doesn't care about this. After all, it's not his own creation, so he doesn't have much sense of accomplishment. He didn't write this word just to show off. It's just that he likes this word, and he wants to be with Tang Ninger and Joy together. Tang Ninger is also literate and not very knowledgeable, but his last sentence is still very straightforward. If the love lasts for a long time, how can they stay together day and night? She understood Fang Lang's intention. No matter whether the word was the best or not, to her, it was the best. Brother Xiao Fang, can I take this word with me? Of course, it was originally given to you. When the ink on the paper dried, Fang Lang was about to roll it up. Zhang Bin felt regretful in his heart. I want it too. This poem is destined to become a masterpiece handed down from generation to generation. The first manuscript is naturally extremely precious and has great collection value. However, a gentleman never takes what others like, so even though Zhang Bin watched helplessly, he did not say what he wanted. Why is your place so busy? A majestic voice sounded, and everyone looked over and saw a big man in regular clothes walking over under the guard of guards. The prefect should be the only person with such a card in the prefect's mansion. Fang Lang also stopped rolling up the rice paper. The ink was not completely dry yet, and he had to wait. Everyone else said respectfully, I have met Mr. Zhang. Fang Lang mingled in the crowd and moved his mouth, but actually made no sound. He looked at Shu State Prefect, who was just at a level where he could see. Prefect Zhang LV Phi 2. Command, active. Can call any officials and soldiers in Shu State City whose rank is under the prefect. Hongwu, passive. After long battles, the combat effectiveness of the soldiers under the command increases by 5%. Magical shooting. Passive. Excellent shooting skills. Able to penetrate the yang with 100 steps. 5-star streak. Active. Shoot 5 arrows at once to hit the same location, causing higher penetrating damage. Others, unknown. Description. Governor of Shu State City, supreme leader of the human race in Shu State City. After reading the message from Zhang Taishu, Fang Lang subconsciously shifted his gaze to avoid being alerted by the Taishu and being observed and causing misunderstanding. However, when he saw the girl behind the Taishu, Fang Lang was immediately confused. Isn't this person Fake Xing, the camp leader of Heaven and Earth faction? Last night, Fang Lang robbed her of her veil, but she didn't expect to meet her today. Fortunately, his current status is not that of no return. Otherwise, the fun would have been great. Looking at the location of the Feixing station, it is obvious that it has a close relationship with the prefect, which is very interesting. The Heaven and Earth faction thief wanted by the prefect's mansion is a person from the prefect's mansion. P.S. Posting this chapter, it just so happens that tomorrow is Singles' Day. Since we have such a rare fate, why not give a recommendation vote? By the way, I actually made it to the new book list of Kidian. This is really a dreamlike happiness. After all, I was writing a book at Quidian at that time and didn't even touch the edge of the new book list. Now I have reached creation and actually experienced it. It feels like being on the list. Book lovers of Starting Point and Creation. Please give me your votes. I'll see if I can climb a little further. Chapter 51. This dog food is killing me. Fang Lang glanced over and did not dare to look again, lest he would be discovered with a strange expression. Zhang Bin obviously did not notice that Fang Lang's expression changed at that moment. Only Tang Ninger noticed it. She glanced at Fang Lang's line of sight and felt a little sour. I'm so angry, but I still have to keep smiling. Zhang Bin took the prefect's words and said, Brother Fang just composed a poem that attracted everyone to gather around. Father, don't be offended. Binner, you're back. When Taishu Zhang saw Zhang Bin, he immediately smiled, and the girl behind him also called out sweetly, Brother, is this song Feixing the daughter of the prefect's family? Fang Lung discovered that Feixing's information had changed. Zhang Xing, Flying Star. E40. Feathers in the sky. Active. Shoot out endless hidden weapons at extremely fast speeds, and the damage caused by each hidden weapon will be reduced. Treading on the snow without leaving a trace. Active. Lightweight martial arts. Movement speed increases by 100%, lasts for 10 seconds, and leaves no footprints. Other skills, unexplored. Description. The daughter of the prefect, the hidden owner of Phasey Camp of Heaven and Earth. Faction. This is the legendary unmarried daughter of the prefect. She looks gentle and cute, but who would have known that she would go to the house to unveil the tiles at such a late night? Now the whole family of the prefecture was happy to meet again. After talking for a while, Zhang Bin asked the prefect to read Fang Lang's words like a treasure. Just then, Fang Lang quietly rolled up the poem. Fang Lang himself didn't have much thought about the Cheeky Poetry Club, and was ready to just take the poem and leave. He still had a lot to say to Tang Ning Sure, said that he didn't want to waste time here. Moreover, the family in this house should not be easy to mess with, so they should run away first. However, Zhang Bin suddenly brought the topic to him, and Fang Lang's movement of putting away his words seemed very abrupt. Zhang Taishu smiled and said, My dear friend, can you let me see the words you wrote? Naturally, Fang Lang didn't want to disobey the prefect's wishes, so he handed the rice paper over, and the prefect Zhang and Zhang Xing looked at the words together. Oh, wonderful. Zhang Bin couldn't help but complain when he heard this familiar line. How could he not know that his father was just arty? He was from the military after all, but he also knew that his father did not like this, but wanted to pave the way for him. So Zhang Bin had always been more cooperative. The reason why he complained was because this line took away what he wanted to say. Zhang Xing looked at this word from the side, his eyes filled with excitement. He couldn't help but look in the direction of Fang Lang. When he saw Fang Lang, he couldn't help but murmured, What a distinguished young man. Only the prefect beside her heard this whisper, as well as Fang Lang and Tang Ninger, who had higher perception levels. For a moment, Fang Lang felt a little panicked. He didn't want to be targeted by this rebel, while Tang Ninger looked at Zhang Xing with the eyes of a love rival. However, Zhang Taishu burst out laughing. Zhang Bin asked strangely, What are you laughing at, father? Nothing. Zhang Taishu did not intend to make fun of his daughter at this time. He just had a crush on Fang Lang. But suddenly he saw a woman next to Fang Lang whose appearance was not inferior to that of his daughter. Alas, forget it. Zhang Taishu returned the poem to Fang Lang with no interest at all. With the arrival of the prefect, the poetry meeting officially began, while Fang Lang and Tang Ninger took advantage of the excitement and quietly left. Zhang Bin still wanted to talk to Fang Lang about poetry. The result disappeared in a blink of an eye. After asking some servants, I found out that both Fang Lang and Tang Ninger had left the house. The two left the prefect's mansion. Da Hong and Erha were waiting outside. Seeing Erha, Fang Lang suddenly said in confusion, Why are Erha and Da Hong here? Well, I brought them here, Tang Ninger said absently, his eyes actually looking at Fang Lang's hand, because Fang Lang's hand was holding his hand. Fang Lang was speechless for this answer for a second. He knew that Tang Ninger brought this here. What he wanted to ask was why Da Hong and Erha were with Tang Ninger. However, Tang Ninger was like this. There is nothing wrong with the answer. Forget it. This is not the point. At this time, Fang Lang is more concerned about Tang Ninger's situation. Miao territory is far away from Shu State City, with thousands of rivers and mountains. How did you get back? After hearing Fang Lang talk about this matter, Tang Ninger suddenly thought that this day would be over soon. Tang Ninger talked about the agreement he had made with Yan Ran. He couldn't help but feel sad that he was about to leave, but he didn't want to make Fang Lang worry, so he kept smiling sweetly and said, I thought I would never leave again. I can't see Brother Xiaofang anymore, but I'm very satisfied if I can see him once a year. In fact, she wished she could be with Fang Lang every day. How could she be satisfied if it was just for one day? Fang Lang could also see that she was forcing a smile. He gently touched Tang Ninger's face and said solemnly, Don't worry, I will take you back as soon as possible. Well, I believe you, Brother Fang is the best. Fang Lang looked at Tang Ninger's smile and couldn't help but feel a little stunned. Tang Ninger was stared at, so he lowered his head shyly. His heart was pounding, as if something was about to jump out. The moon was shining brightly. Although the lights in State City were bright, this side was dimly lit. Fang Lang lowered his head and kissed Tang Ninger on the lips. Tang Ninger was stunned. This was the first time she had such close contact with Fang Lang. After the long and suffocating kiss ended, she said blankly, Brother Fang, am I pregnant? You can get pregnant with just one kiss. Are you serious? Fang Lang couldn't help laughing and said, It's okay to be pregnant. If you give birth to a boy, you will be as handsome as me, and if you give birth to a girl, you will be as beautiful as you. But we haven't worshipped yet. How could we? Tang Ninger was really worried now, and Fang Leng coaxed, "Don't worry, you won't get pregnant. If you want to get pregnant, you have to do more things." "What more?" Tang Ninger asked with a cute look on his face. Fang Leng leaned against Tang Ninger's ear and whispered a few words. At this time, Tang Ninger felt as if he was on fire, and his whole body was hot. It was awesome, and she felt her body was a little weak, but Fang Leng hugged her gently, and she leaned into Fang Leng's arms. But she still said coquettishly, "Brother Fang is so bad." On the balcony not far away, Yan Ran was standing there, but she stood so openly, making no attempt to hide her whereabouts, and no one would notice her. At this time, Yan Ran looked at the young couple hugging each other in the darkness, and suddenly felt that something was stuffed in her mouth. And she didn't know why, but now she wanted to make a fireball and burn something. Chapter 52. List of Demon Soldiers. Yan Ran is not the only one who wants to burn people with a torch. There is also Han Yan. She was sent by Fang Leng to investigate the dark forest. She followed the green smoke and saw various monsters along the way. At first glance, there were question marks above her head. Obviously, they were all untouchable. Fortunately, Han Yan was still there. There was stealth, and he was not discovered by monsters. Following the guidance of Qingyan, Han Yan finally came to a mountain stream. The place was full of gravel, which had obviously been destroyed by something. A stone slab on the top cut off the waterfall, and a hole was vaguely visible under the stone slab. The green smoke was drifting towards the entrance of the cave. This place was still just enough for Han Yan to explore. She shot out the hook lock and hooked it on a stone. She pulled it, and it was still relatively stable. Han Yan then pulled the hook lock and jumped towards the cave. Accurate landing. As soon as she landed, she smelled the strong smell of blood. There is a situation. Han Yan immediately started sneaking and stood there for a long time without moving, listening to the movement in the cave for a while. It was silent, and there was no sound at all. Only then did Han Yan carefully move her steps inside. After walking for more than 10 steps, she was stunned by the sight in front of her. There were corpses everywhere. No wonder there was such a strong smell of blood. The corpses were all wolf heads and human bodies. They were the werewolves that Han Yan was familiar with. Why are there so many werewolf corpses here, and who killed them? Han Yan was surprised and felt that this was a big plot. But because she was a player, she didn't panic at all when she saw such a bloody scene, just like watching a horror movie. What is even more shocking is the ruins in front of us. It can be seen that this pile of buildings used to be much more majestic, but now there is only rubbish left. Exploring among the ruins, Han Yan discovered a distinctive corpse. It was a huge wolf corpse with a few tufts of hair on its head, outlining the character, Wang. You discovered the body of Wolf King Huo, triggered the dungeon conditions, and the dungeon is being generated. The sudden system prompt made Han Yan stunned again. Generate a copy? What kind of operation is this? No matter, let's touch the body first. This kind of good thing where someone else kills the boss and leaves the benefits to her is not something she can encounter every time. Han Yan even felt that he was not really the chosen one. In other novels, I must be the protagonist. She put her hand into the big wolf's hair and groped, and after a while she pulled out a roll of leather paper, which looked familiar. Han Yan suddenly remembered that when he killed a boss in Novus Village, something similar exploded. Yes, that wolf seems to be called Confusion too. Why is there another one here? And it's the Monster King? Han Yan had some doubts about life, and then she took out a small flag on Luo's body. Flag of command, epic. Gathering the crowd, activity. Holding the flag of command can establish a force. Command, activity. You can allocate all public resources of this force and make personnel arrangements. Non-attack. Passive. Anyone belonging to this force cannot attack you. It's actually this thing. Han Yan almost jumped up with excitement. Although the command flag was described as if it was of no use, it was definitely the most valuable resource in the early stage and the easiest thing to fight for. This is the Gang Establishment Command. Before there was a guild order, all guilds were guilds in name only and were not recognized organizations in the game. Now Southern River Misty Rain can become the first guild to be recognized by the game. Han Yan couldn't wait to give this thing to Bing Yu, but soon she calmed down again. Is the current Southern River Misty Rain worthy of her sending this flag of command? Han Yan thought for a while and sighed. The recent Southern River Misty Rain was a bit strange. However, considering the wonderful time they had spent together, no matter whether Bing Yu and Riverside Immortal were still trustworthy, this gave them everything. Anyway, it's useless to her. Han Yan continued to fumble, but he didn't find anything useful. The most valuable thing was probably the body of the wolf demon. However, Han Yan didn't have any means to skin it, so he had to let it go, and that guided Han Yan. The green smoke that came in now turned around and drifted out. This shows that Erha is still not here. Han Yan felt that there was nothing left to explore here. So he put away the most precious things, then went to the corpses outside, picked up some good-looking weapons, filled all the grids, and then left after Qingyan. When she was picking up the equipment just now, she still took a look at it. They were all high-quality weapons, and some were supreme grade. She could sell them back to the city for a lot of money. With this wave of exploration, she made a lot of money again. Although he was tricked by Fang Leng in the beginning, in the end it turned out to be a good thing. However, as she followed Qingyan, she realized that this route was too familiar. Wasn't she running back to the city? Wasn't this Yan just teasing her? Then she saw Erha and Fang Leng hugging a girl and making love to each other. Han Yan doesn't know why. He just feels very angry. I went to find the dog for you, drilling holes and touching corpses. But your dog is here, and you are still here holding a girl and torturing the dog. It's simply too much. Moreover, you have a wife. Is it reasonable to do this? Han Yan originally wanted to run in front of them and cause damage, but when he got closer, he saw that it was Tang Ninger that Fang Leng was holding. When Fang Leng and Tang Ninger glanced over, Han Yan felt a little embarrassed, but his expression was covered by the veil, and he just said, "You go on, don't worry about me." How could Fang Leng have the nerve to continue? Even if he had the nerve, Tang Ninger was not happy, so Fang Leng asked, "Miss Han Yan, have you gained something?" Han Yan thought for a while and took out the piece of paper that looked so obscure. This should be a plot item and couldn't be used. It might be to hand in the mission. I found this inside. Han Yan took out the paper and talked about his experiences. Generally speaking, he didn't encounter any dangers along the way, and he picked up a bunch of good things. Fang Leng looked at the leather paper and took out another one from his arms. Then the two pieces of paper seemed to be attracted to each other. They were pasted together and merged into one. The text on it also changed. Although he still couldn't understand it, it seems vaguely like a wolf head can be seen. "What's this?" Tang Ninger asked curiously. Fang Leng is also numb, and he doesn't know either. "This is the roster of demon soldiers." A charming figure floated down and said in her unique royal sister voice, "This person is none other than Yan Ran." And the leather paper in Fang Leng's hand was out of his control and floated into Yan Ran's hand. Chapter 53. Remarks on the launch. It's finally on the shelves. This is the author's 6th book to be put on the shelves, and it's also the author's 6th time to give a speech. To be honest, no matter how I write the testimonial or how hard I sell it, it seems to be of no use. The author has already read 5 books. So let's go through the process. First of all, I would like to thank my editor, Letiao. To be honest, I read this book twice to the editor at the beginning. The author has put a lot of effort into this book. However, the beginning lacks excitement. The author still hopes that the book will do better. That is, at this time, Letiao confirmed the book and said the plot was interesting. So I went ahead and wrote it down. The books on Chuangshi will be more slap-in-the-face stuff, which is more enjoyable. The author, you can understand that you don't know how to write this kind of thing. You can only write about the plot if you can only live with your skin. Thanks to Letiao, this book is what it is today. The results cannot be considered good, but they are not bad either, in terms of collections and recommendations. I would also like to thank all the readers for their recommendation votes. However, the weather was too cold, so the promised additions were not added in. So the essence of human beings is pigeons. However, there will be more updates later to make up for the previous shortcomings. I only ask readers to subscribe. Your subscription is the key to the author's survival. To be honest, the process of writing this book was actually quite bumpy. As soon as I started writing the book, the company asked me to work overtime. It took me 3 months to write this book, and I worked overtime for exactly 3 months. I worked overtime until 8 p.m. every day. When I got home, I had no overtime pay, and I had another book to write, which was at least 8,000 words a day. It was really tiring, so in November I just had a small cold, and I felt like I was not doing well. So I had the idea of resigning. Later, I got a more important recommendation from the book, and I was shocked to hear that my dad was injured on the construction site and was hospitalized. Later, there was an internet crisis and the company laid off employees. I was not laid off, but various things caused me to have no time code. Words, but I haven't stopped updating this book for a day. At present, resigning is no longer an idea. I have already told my supervisor that I will resign after the year and concentrate on writing books, so I rely entirely on your subscriptions. Otherwise, the author will not be able to make a living. I know that many student parties may not have much pocket money, so is it okay to place an initial order? After it is released in the early morning, I will update it first and see the situation. It only costs 50 cents to read. Your 50 cents are very important to the author. Whether you have any recommendations in the future depends on your 50 cents. And for the rich guys, please support me and keep subscribing. The author will definitely live up to your support and write a good book. Okay, there's nothing more to say. I've agreed to the 5th update, so hurry up and save it. Chapter 54. I want to be unable to cover my eyes today. Yan Ran was worrying about how to interrupt Fang Leng and Tang Ninger openly. At this moment, Han Yan came over to give something away, which just gave Yan Ran a reason. Originally, she, Mrs. Tiandu, did not need to explain to others the things she did throughout her life. But after all, she had agreed to Tang Ninger. If she regretted it for no reason, I am afraid that this apprentice would go crazy again. When Tang Ninger and Fang Leng saw Yan Ran, their expressions changed a little, but Han Yan's expression remained normal. First of all, she had facial paralysis. Secondly, as a player, no matter how powerful the person in the world was, he was just an NPC in front of her. That's it, or it's a boss. There's only the difference between being able to fight and not being able to fight, and there won't be any sense of awe at all. Yan Ran didn't get into a tense situation this time like she did last time. She just got the parchment and said, "This paper records the text of Monster Race. This part says Monster King Confusion Duty of..." Monster King Huo is one of the 12 demon envoys of the Heavenly Monster Sect. His mission is to confuse people's hearts and become a demon. He secretly accumulates power and waits for the world to be in chaos before he rises up. After Yan Ran finished speaking, he closed the parchment and said, "This roll of parchment is enough to prove the existence of the Heavenly Monster Sect. Ninger, this matter is of great importance. I have to summon all the saints. Now the Monster King has been... If you kill him, Monster Race must know that the Heavenly Monster Sect's whereabouts have been exposed, and he may be trying to find out, and the world may be in chaos. So you quickly return to Miao territory and ask the 4 elders to take precautions. Tang Ninger." But, just as Tang Ninger was about to refuse, Yan Ran interrupted with a cold face. "Is it more important, the common people in the world, or the personal relationship between children?" Tang Ninger wanted to say that the personal relationship between children was more important. But thinking about it, Fang Leng must have the world in mind. After saying this, Fang Leng might not like her, so he had to endure the grievance and said, "Oh." Fang Leng comforted her and said, "You can go back with peace of mind. Miao territory should be very safe." Fang Leng also supports Yan Ran's proposal. The war between monsters and monsters is not known when. Once it breaks out, Shu State City, as the second line of defense, will definitely be very dangerous. And Miaojiang is in the deep mountains and old forests. Monster race can't even penetrate it. But Tang Ninger said worriedly, "Brother Xiaofang, what should you do if you are in danger?" "Don't worry, I won't be in danger. How about you practice peacefully in Miao territory first, and then come and protect me when your practice is successful?" Fang Ling's words were just to coax Tang Ninger. In his opinion, Tang Ninger was only at level 10, and he had better develop well first. Tang Ninger also nodded heavily and said, "Well, I will definitely work hard to practice." What she means is that she can practice hard enough to defeat Yanran. Yanran called out, and the Peacock King flew in from outside the city. It didn't deliberately show off its power, and not many people saw it. Tang Ninger looked at Fang Lang with great reluctance, but still jumped on the Peacock King's on its back. Da Hong also spread its wings and jumped up. Tang Ninger held it, and the Peacock King spread its wings and took off, disappearing in the blink of an eye. But Yanran still stayed here. She looked at Han Yan and said, "The information you brought to the human race is very valuable, so I will give you a small gift. Mrs. Sky, poison teaches you the poison technique, poison quenching, poison recognition, poison refining, poison quenching. Can quench poison on your weapon, causing the target to enter a poison state after causing damage. Poison recognition. 1. You can distinguish poisonous weeds and poisons. Poison refining, level 1. You can make poison. You can develop it yourself or make it according to the map." Han Yan was overjoyed when she saw this system prompt. This is another good skill. In the future, she can apply poison on arrows. It feels very powerful just thinking about it. After receiving the skill reward, the system announcement finally rang. System announcement. The player Han Yan has completed the deduction of the main mission. The game is about to enter an hour-long update time. All players are asked to log off within half an hour. Otherwise, there will be data loss at their own risk. System announcement. The player Han Yan has completed the deduction of the main mission. The game is about to enter a 1-hour update time. All players are asked to log off within half an hour. Otherwise, they will be responsible for the data loss caused by forced offline. The system said important things 3 times, and Fang Lang also received the system prompt. He just wanted to say that this was not the main line he said at all. It can also be said that the story he set after he saved Yao Guang, then everything changed. In other words, this world has spawned a new main line, and this main line was triggered by Han Yan. Fang Lang didn't know what would happen with the next game update. Han Yan quickly said goodbye and left, then went offline, while Fang Lang was still facing Yan Ran. "Fang Lang, I have something to say to you. Please come with me." After saying that, Yan Ran went to heaven. "This is really why don't you take advantage of the wind and soar 90,000 miles. Fang Lang was stunned. "How could I go to heaven?" He is not someone who will follow Yan Ran just as she told him to. "Little girl, all your things are set by me. Why are you pretending to be like me?" However, just as Fang Lang was about to turn around and leave, he felt an irresistible force that grabbed him and went up to the sky. Yan Ran and Feng Shu were flying in the wind, fluttering like a fairy. Fang Lang stood beside her, relying on her power to stay. The tip of his nose could still smell the fragrance coming from Yan Ran's body. "Fang Lang, look at the sky. The sea of stars is vast and there are as many as sand." Fang Lang raised his head and took a look. The galaxy was bright all over the sky, and a beautiful Milky Way was in the night sky. Fang Lang's heart moved, and he looked for the location of the Big Dipper, and he actually found it. The starry sky looks very similar to the real world. Look at these mountains and rivers again. They are so vast and majestic that you don't know the boundaries. Fang Lang glanced at his feet. Fortunately, he was not afraid of heights. He was more curious. What did Yan Ran mean when she told him this? "Have you ever felt that you are as small as an ant between heaven and earth?" Fang Lang. "When I co-wrote You Take Me to Heaven, I just wanted to say that I am just an ant, right? As for cursing people in such a roundabout way?" However, Yan Ran looked at Fang Lang seriously, as if waiting for his answer. Fang Lang smiled lightly and said, "Although the sky is big, it cannot cover my eyes. Although the land is big, it is not wide enough for me. My heart, why should I feel small?" Yan Ran. She looked at Fang Lang, not knowing what to say for a long time. "I have lived for more than 300 years, and I have never seen anyone so good at showing off." Fang Lang snickered in his heart. "I haven't even said that all the gods and Buddhas in the sky will disappear into thin air. This is nothing, just a small scene." But Yan Ran's lips moved, and a cloud of mist enveloped Fang Lang's eyes. He could only see a vast expanse, and at the same time he felt that the power that restrained him disappeared. He couldn't see it, but he could feel that he was speeding. Falling. At this moment, he only heard Yan Ran's narrow voice. "Tell me now, have you covered it?" Chapter 55. "The person who has the best chance of becoming a god. You NPC, why don't you act according to the script? You should be shocked and then admire." Fang Lang's heart almost collapsed. He was so cold that his life was at stake. Fang Lang really felt that he was going to fall to death, but when he got his feet on the ground, he didn't feel much impact and landed very smoothly on the ground. Well, Newton said that he has no control over the immortal cultivation world. At this time, Yan Ran also fell beside him, with a devilish smile on her face looking at the pale Fang Lang, and said, "How about it? Do you feel your insignificance now?" Fang Lang is still a little unsteady on his feet. Yan Ran should have secretly cast a spell to prevent him from falling to death. However, Fang Lang still feels weightless. When the power disappears, Fang Lang can't help but fall. "Sit on the floor." Yan Ran laughed loudly, looking at Fang Lang's embarrassed appearance, and taunted mercilessly, "You are like this. How can you make the sky not cover your eyes and the earth is not bigger than your heart? It's just that the heart is higher than the sky. Life is just thinner than paper." Fang Lang gritted his teeth and stood up, patted the dust behind his butt, and looked at Yan Ran coldly. He never expected that he would be insulted like this by an NPC, but he was really powerless. The difference in strength was too big, and Fang Long had no ability to resist at all. Yan Ran looked at Fang Ling's hateful eyes but didn't care at all. Instead, she sneered. If you were not Yao Guang's disciple, I would kill you 100 times just by looking at you. Oh, so you took it out on me because you couldn't beat my master? There is a great man who said that when a brave man is angry, he will swing his sword at the stronger one. And when a timid man is angry, he will swing his sword at the weaker one. So you don't if you dare to offend my master, you only dare to take it out on me. Although your power is much stronger than mine, are you not just an ant at your core? A scholar can be killed, but cannot be humiliated. Although Fang Ling wants to survive in troubled times, he is not a dog. When he is beaten, he can only tuck his tail and bark a few times. He will at least fight back. Since he can't attack physically, he can use words. What he said was indeed effective. Yan Ran was laughing at Fang Ling's joke and suddenly stopped laughing. She was so angry. However, Yan Ran really didn't dare to kill Fang Ling. It's just words. I don't want to beat around the bush with you anymore. Leave Tang Ninger. You are not worthy of her, Yan Ran said with a cold face. She was not in the mood to laugh now. Fang Ling saw her like this, but smiled and said, what if I say I don't want to? Everyone is equal. As long as they are in love, what's the point of saying they are worthy or not? Haha, who told you that people are equal? Some people are born to be princes and generals. Some are destined to be just traffickers and pawns. Some can get a glimpse of the immortal Tao, and some can only live in dust for 100 years. There is no equality in this world. Although you are a disciple of Saint, with your qualifications, you can at most enter the realm of transformation, while Ninger is the most promising person in thousands of years to become a god. You will return to the dust after hundreds of years, but Ninger can have a glimpse of the great Tao. How can you be worthy of her? Yan Ran looked unattainable, and Fang Ling couldn't help laughing and said, 30 years in Hexi, 30 years in Heidong. Don't bully young people into poverty. Alas, this line was used after all. For the first time, Fang Ling felt that this line was really burning. Yan Ran sneered and said, don't say 30 years. Even if I give you 300 years, you won't be able to become a saint. Then why don't we make a bet? If I can't become a transcendent in 30 years, I will kneel 3 times and kowtow 9 times from the Miao border to the Miao border to pay homage to you and respect you as my lord. When Fang Ling said this condition, Yan Ran was also stunned. Damn it, this kid is really not afraid of death. It took 30 years for Transcendent to become a saint. I'm afraid he is living in a dream. Yan Ran was a little afraid to agree. She was not afraid of Fang Long. However, Yao Guang, who was behind Fang Long, was a bit difficult to deal with. If Fang Ling really knelt down, Yao Guang would probably kill her. They were all demolished. Those who wear shoes are afraid of those who are barefoot. Otherwise, they were both Saint Realm, and Yan Ran also has his own trump card, so he will not be afraid of Yao Guang. Yan Ran was about to refuse, but she heard Fang Ling say, if I win, I don't want you to recognize me as my master. All you have to do is kneel in front of me and say, Master, I realize my mistake. How about that? After Fang Ling said this, the air around him became a bit colder, and Yan Ran said murderously, do you really think that because Yao Guang is protecting you, you will be lawless? Fang Ling didn't doubt that she might kill him directly in the next second, but Yan Ran just said coldly, I have accepted your bet, but I want to see how you kneel 3 times and kowtow 9 times. Come to me. Miaojiang, Saintess Palace. Yan Ran was really angry. Even if Fang Ling was Yao Guang's only direct disciple, if Fang Ling lost, Yan Ran would definitely let him fulfill his bet. Yan Ran didn't think she would lose at all. After all, how could someone become a saint in 30 years? She no longer wanted to face Fang Ling, so she jumped into the sky, leaving only one sentence echoing in the air. The bet between me and you takes effect today. The Emperor, Heaven and Earth will learn from it. If there is a breach of contract, Heaven and Earth will abandon it. After Yan Ran finished speaking, a thunder suddenly sounded between Heaven and Earth. Although Yan Ran was not canonized, she was already a Saint Realm cultivator. Once she said her words, everyone in the world felt it. Now, even if Yao Guang wanted to stop Fang Ling, it's impossible. But Fang Ling just smiled. According to the common sense of NPCs, it is very difficult to cultivate to the apex level in 100 years. It requires talent and intelligence. It is impossible for more people to reach the threshold of the great Tao. No matter how many years of cultivation, it is useless. Cultivation is not. It depends on time. However, Fang Ling smiled. Have you ever seen a game that you can't reach the rank 1 apex level after playing it for 30 years? According to the game progress plan by Fang Ling, most players will be able to upgrade to level 90 in 10 years at most. So how can we lose a 30-year bet? Both sides feel that they are sure to win because they each have something they insist on. However, Yan Ran was blinded by anger, and the bet she made with Fang Ling was of no benefit at all. If she won, she would make a formidable enemy. If she lost, she would probably have no face to live in this world anymore. This bet is harmful to both parties. Even if Fang Ling wins, even if he vents his anger, he will attract a big enemy. He can't kill everyone in Miao territory, but Miao people in Xinjiang hold grudges very much. Once something like that happens, both sides will fight to the death. But so what? In life, it is impossible to consider everything carefully and swallow one's anger for the sake of the overall situation. How boring it would be to live. I won't talk much about anything else. I'm going to go brush more wild monsters recently. Chapter 56. Game update. Only these 2 people knew about the bet between Fang Ling and Yan Ran would not tell others. After she left, she flew towards the human imperial city of Chang'an. It would be faster if there was a Maurya king on his behalf, but the Maurya king also has a mission now. Yan Ran's words were not entirely intended to trick Tang Ninger into returning. However, if this matter was related to the survival of the human race, it was too serious. Yan Ran didn't know that the human divine weapon demon-slaying sword had been stolen. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been so calm. In this case, she really missed the mark. At this time, Fang Lang is looking for a place to stay. He wants to transform into Wu to fight wild monsters. But how Fang Lang will show up in the future needs to be carefully considered. Otherwise, people will see the clues, and he is afraid that something is going to happen. Fang Lang seemed to be avoiding this kind of thing by instinct. As he was walking, he unknowingly walked outside Sanwei bookstore. Dean Wang just walked out of it. When he saw Fang Lang, he was stunned for a moment and said, "How did you become a scholar?" But his confused eyes soon turned into blankness. And then he said mechanically, "Since you have become a scholar, come to the academy to be a teacher and teach the chosen ones." After saying this, Dean Wang's eyes returned to normal. Fang Lang saw this change but said nothing. "You have been appointed as a teacher by the Dean of Sanwei Academy. Please be on duty at the academy during the day every day. The academy will provide you with room and board. Your title has been changed from Novice Village 01 Feng Shukai to Sanwei Academy Fang Lecturer. Teaching knowledge to the chosen ones can gain experience and energy." Fang Lang. He felt that this wave was arranged. Then, Dean Wang led Fang Lang to the teacher's dormitory provided by the college. Just like that, Fang Lang joined the job. During this process, Dean Wang's eyes became numb again, as if he was being controlled by something. It was not until I left Fang Lang that I regained my clarity. Entering the teacher's dormitory, Fang Lang was prompted again. "You have entered Lecturer Fang's dormitory. This is a private area. Before the building is permanently destroyed, others cannot enter this area without your consent." Dean Wang, are you sending warmth? Fang Lang felt that this wave was a timely help, because Fang Lang, a poor scholar, was now too poor to afford a house, and was thinking about how to defraud players of their money. As a result, he was assigned a job and a house. He suddenly felt that hiding the being operating in the dark is actually very conscientious. "When I came in, I first assigned a wife, and then assigned a house and a job. This was really thoughtful." However, Fang Lang was just complaining in his heart. He was not willing to be raised like a piglet. However, since it was arranged now, let's follow this arrangement for the time being. Fang Lang put some luggage in the room, then lay down on the bed and started browsing the player forum. The most popular discussion thread right now is about the update, and the person who posted it is the official Immortal Seeking Dream. The official released a CG scene. The opening scene shows a man wearing a crown, sitting in a palace, domineeringly declaring, "Monster race will surely dominate the world." Then a purple light wave passed through his body, and the man looked up to the sky and roared, turning into a giant wolf. But his body suddenly burst out with a strong purple light, and Fang Lang's eyes almost went blind, followed by a purple. And then, when he recovered, he only saw a masked woman exploring the wolf corpse. That person, if I read it correctly, should be Han Yan. Han Yan took out two treasures from the wolf corpse. It could be seen that one was a small flag and the other was a sheepskin scroll. The screen turned again, and I saw the silhouette of a woman. Her face could not be seen. I could only hear her saying, in a seductive voice, "Human beings are provoking us with their ignorance, ha ha ha." The 9 foxtails behind her swayed, as if echoing the woman's words. The expansion pack ends here. It is not too long, but it is enough for Fang Lang to get a lot of information. The mysterious purple light killed the Wolf King, and no one knew who it was. These things should all have happened before. The last woman is one of the strongest bosses set by Fang Lang. 9-tailed celestial fox, a level 99 super beast, a character who belongs to Monster Race, and is also the current leader of Monster Race. One of those. The problem is, this CG was not made when Fang Lang was here. Of course, he planned the CG that should be released when the version is updated. It is not like this at all. Not to mention that the workmanship is not so exquisite. There is no way he can make Han Yan's CG image taken into consideration. It would be possible if the official temporarily intercepted a video and used it as CG, but Fang Lang still found it a bit strange. All in all, the current main plot has indeed changed. Yao Guang is not dead, and the impact has been too great. Fang Lang doesn't know how many advantages he can have as a planner. In short, many things are not going as he expected. Development, and there are more and more things beyond his knowledge. He is simply a fake planner. In addition to this dynamic version of information, the official also clearly stated several update patches. First, open rankings, including level rankings and rankings for various other things. This is mainly to meet the needs of the vast number of players to show off. Wealth and wealth do not show off, such as Jinyi Nightwalk. It is not good to have a high level, but no one knows about it. Second, the escort system is open. You can pick up escorts or rob escorts. You only need to register at the Taiwei Mansion and spend some money to register as an escort agency, which is equivalent to a temporary guild force. Third, the military rank system is open. Killing Monster Race can earn merits, and accumulating merits can lead to promotion to military ranks. Military ranks can bring many benefits. Please check the details in the game. There are only a few major changes, but the players below the post are all commenting that the figure of the fox is good at transcendent level. Fang Lang is really convinced by these players. He is bold and ambitious. He wants to learn everything and live in everything. This is a big boss who eats people without spitting out their bones. Fang Lang has been an NPC for some time, and now he has a deep sense of immersion, because he knows that he only has one life. For Fang Lang, he really has to stay away from those beautiful but dangerous existences. First survive and grow, then go out and wander. An hour later, the update was finally over, and all players were online. Fang Lang changed his clothes, put on the mask of the pretender, transformed into Wugi again, and left the room. At this time, the Chinese Valentine's Day is almost over. When Fang Lang walked in the city, he saw many scholars who had left the prefect's mansion. None of them recognized Fang Lang's identity. Fang Lang also saw some wealthy young men who had a grudge against him, but he did not pay attention to them. But Fang Lang was thinking, Who will the flying star, the daughter of the prefect, choose as her husband in the end? Chapter 57. Entering the dungeon for the first time. Anyway, no matter who it is, whoever is in trouble will be unlucky. After everyone left, Fang Leng saw the handsome and thin scholar stepping into a gorgeous carriage. The scholar's name was Lin An, and he was very beautiful. When Fang Leng saw him, he couldn't help but sigh. There are such beautiful men in the world. If he puts on women's clothes, those girls will be ashamed. At that time, he participated in a poetry meeting with students from a poor family, and Lin An did not look like a rich man, but he was squeezed out by the students from a poor family. Fang Leng was puzzled, and Tan Qi then told him that Lin An was a pretty boy who was being kept. It is an insult to the identity of students. Fang Leng was dubious, but looking at Lin An's sad face and the calluses on his palms caused by work, he didn't look like an indolent person. Therefore, when Lin An was insulted by those handsome men, Fang Leng couldn't hold back the injustice and stood up to speak to him. It was at that moment that Zhang Bin and Tang Ninger heard him. The sound comes in. At this time, Fang Leng saw Lin An getting on such a gorgeous carriage when the show was over, and couldn't help but vomit blood. Damn it, you really can't tell a person's face. It turns out you are really a pretty boy. Fang Leng felt like he had helped the wrong person. Was it because he had bad judgment? Fang Leng actually always felt that he was pretty accurate in reading people, but this time he must have been wrong. But speaking out for justice was just random and not a big deal. Fang Leng didn't take it too seriously. He passed by the prefect's mansion and continued walking out of the city. As soon as he walked out of the city, Fang Leng heard someone shouting to form a team. Form a team to kill zombies. Third and second, both scholars and Taoist priests can come. The ghost absenteeism dungeon is about to start, and those with ghost exorcism skills will join the team. The buried love family is accepting people. It doesn't matter who they are, as long as you have a dream in your heart. Fang Leng looked at the 7 unique brothers and couldn't help but want to complain. We are really destined to meet again. However, does your slogan still lack a sound cement? Fang Leng lowered his level this time and set himself to level 14 scholar. The effect of the pretender is to disguise any strength, but if you pretend to be high level, you will not have that strength. And if you pretend to be low level, your strength will also drop to that attribute. For example, if Fang Leng is level 20, he can set himself to level 30, but all his attributes will only be level 20. If he sets level 14, all attributes will drop to level 14. Fang Leng plans to first experience what it's like to team up with players to clear dungeons. Later, he can consider doing it alone. Level 14 is already considered a high player level, but it's not too high. This level is more suitable for Fang Leng to go deep among the masses. The reason why the profession is still scholar is because scholar can use the skills of other professions, and the most important reason is that scholar is more handsome. As soon as Fang Leng walked out of the city gate, the 7 King Kongs of the buried love family saw him, but as soon as Fang Leng glanced at them, they immediately turned their heads. Hey, didn't you say that these guys are not afraid of death? Fang Leng was a little strange, but he didn't want to trouble them. He just found a team and joined in. After he left, the 7 brothers of the buried love family discussed. The boss said, 30 years in Heidong, 30 years in Hexi. Yesterday we couldn't win against him, but in a few days, we can win. Go find him then. The boss is wise. The 7 brothers were discussing how to arrange Fang Leng's wave again. After the discussion, they continued to accept people. The buried love family, come in. They are brothers. Fang Leng didn't care about the burial love family discussing him at all. He was currently in a team of 5 people, and he had a very special feeling. The captain's ID is, don't give it away to win. He is a ranger. Ranger is a profession that is currently chosen by more people. Many individual players choose ranger because they feel that ranger has great potential, and if they want to do other professions now, they must join. Power in that case is not carefree enough. As for guild, it naturally depends on demand, and there must be some for each profession. The captain is a somewhat fierce-looking man with a sinister look on his face. The others all look like passers-by. Fang Leng doesn't even bother to remember his ID. They are just salty fish named 666, so don't take it too seriously. You will enter the dungeon later and follow my command. The equipment will be distributed according to merit. When these words were said, some people were dissatisfied. After all, this team is also a wild team, and there is no trust in each other. What if you, the captain, hack the equipment? Who will evaluate this distribution based on merit? Zhang Yu. No one put forward his opinion, and the captain suddenly had a fierce look on his face and said, I'll judge. What's wrong? If I don't take you, you won't be able to pass the dungeon. Stop beeping. If you want to come, you can come. If you don't want to go, I will. I kicked you first. Zhang Yu. No one immediately fell silent, because they all looked at the don't give away and you can win level. Level 15, the highest in the team. They went to clear this level 15 dungeon together. It is true that without him, they might not be able to pass it. The difficulty of this copy of Ghost Miner is relatively low, and it also has attribute restraints. As long as you recruit people who have the ability to kill ghosts, it is not difficult. However, the other salted fish are only level 11. If no one brings them, they must be too old. Can't. Fang Leng didn't speak. He was not interested in these low-level things. He wanted to try out whether he could steal energy by using his identity as a player to team up with players. This is just an experiment. If it works, I will do it several times in the future. However, since his level is relatively high and he is a scholar, the captain pays more attention to him. Do you have any opinion? I have no opinion. Fang Leng is a very low-key person. After all, he joined this team just to fish, and he doesn't want any equipment. Of course, he won't say it directly. The entry point to the Ghost Miner dungeon was a mine. This was Fang Leng's first time entering the dungeon. The moment he walked in, Fang Leng felt something was different. This world has a strong sense of unreality. Although all the feelings are the same, Fang Leng always feels that it is unreal. But before entering the dungeon, Fang Leng felt that the world was real, Although he also knew that it should be just. It is a game world, but it still has a relatively strong sense of reality, and this copy is completely a virtual world. What does the difference mean? Fang Lang can't figure it out for the time being. Maybe it's the illusion within the illusion that allows him to feel the difference? The inside of the mine was very eerie. The captain took out a torch and could barely see the road clearly. But he didn't know what the mine was. When illuminated by the fire, it reflected the eerie green, accompanied by the gusts of wind. Holy shit, this is really the scene of a horror movie. Chapter 58. What a coincidence. You are also a villain. The sound of the wind came from the mine. Fang Lang and his group of 5 people were walking toward the cave. Not long after, 2 ragged workers floated over, holding mining hose in their hands. This monster looks like it was copied and pasted. The 2 ghosts look the same and have the same level. Liguio E13. Spirit body fresh. Passive. Immune to physical damage. Spell damage is halved. Damage caused by thunder attribute spells and divine spells is doubled, and is true damage. Ghost claw nerd. Passive. Spirit body's normal attacks will be converted into spell damage. Ghost upper body. Active skill. Attached to a target whose level is lower than itself, causing a certain amount of damage, and can control the target. After receiving a certain amount of damage, it leaves the target, but the target will receive the same amount of damage. This mob has active skills, and the monsters in the dungeon are really powerful. However, only Fang Lang can see such detailed information. Everyone else can only see Li Gui. Don't give away and you can win. Probably wasn't the first time he came here. He took out 2 yellow talismans very skillfully and threw them at the ghosts. The 2 ghosts suddenly let out a scream. Their health dropped a lot, and they became disabled. He picked up the wooden sword and stabbed it, killing the 2 monsters in 2 seconds. You gain 30 points of energy. You gain 30 points of energy. Fang Lang succeeded in fishing. He received 60 points of energy without taking any damage. However, he was confused when he said, "You can win if you don't give away." Damn it, what's my experience? Why just a little? The experience of killing ghosts is very high, which is why he keeps farming ghost miners. Because ghosts are very poor, the explosion rate is very low, and they will not drop any money. However, after the 2 monsters died, a shining ore appeared on the ground. Purple gold ore with more impurities. Purple gold can be obtained after refining. Hey, does the monster here have a mine? If you don't give it away, you can win. I immediately became happy. I picked up the ore and put it in my backpack. It must be because I lost the ore, so I lost a lot of experience. Balance exists among all things. No problem, just move on. The 3 salted fish in a fishing Fang Lang continued to move forward under the leadership of the captain. After going a few meters deep, they saw a few more ghosts. This time, Fang Lang was not completely fishing. Hey, he said something. The poem that buffed the righteousness also added some movement speed and attack speed buffs. The normal attacks of several teammates were all righteous. Li Gui was killed in minutes, while Fang Lang continued to fish. Others don't think there's anything wrong with Fang Lang. Scholar is the one who adds buffs and does not need to do it personally. The question is, there are no ores dropped in this wave, so why don't they have experience? With this question in mind, after fighting off waves of imps, the 5-man group finally came to a wall. This should be regarded as the place where the mine collapsed. There were some obvious rockfalls and a person's skull and left hand. The bones were exposed, and the rest of the body was buried inside. It seemed like he was holding something in his palms. Fang Lang couldn't help but imagine the scene after the mine collapsed. A worker ran away in panic, but when he was about to escape danger, a falling rock hit him, and he was eventually buried here. I want to go home. Can you help me? A faint voice suddenly sounded. You can win if you don't give me away. He immediately said nervously, be careful, the boss is coming out. As he said this, he immediately distanced himself from his teammates. Fang Lang quickly understood that this wave of danger came from his teammates. Sure enough, it didn't take long for Zhang Yu No. 1's expression to change. His eyes turned white, and he slashed at Zhang Yu No. 2 beside him with a sword. Zhang Yu No. 2 almost got hit, but the sword was deflected by the captain's help. Zhang Yu No. 2 was extremely grateful and quickly cooperated to output Zhang Yu No. 1. The Zhang Yu No. 1 information in Fang Lang's eyes has also changed. Fierce Ghost Forester. 15 boss. Spirit Body, watch passive. Yes, sir. Ghost Claw, passive. Ghost Possessed, active. Ghost Curse, active. Curse a target, causing a weakening effect. Devil May, Cry active, causes group fear. Now he has possessed one just after he appeared. It doesn't seem to be easy to fight, but the experience of don't give away can win seems to be very rich. Zhang Yu No. 1 was killed quickly. Fang Lang also noticed the team formation interface. Zhang Yu No. 1's ID has disappeared. One of them was killed, and the fierce ghost forest worker began to reveal his spirit body, and his health was only about 80%. I died so miserably. Lin Gong launched a devil cry at you, but your heart showed no fluctuation, and you even wanted to laugh a little. Fear failed. Fang Lang. I was not amused by this ghost. I was amused by your system prompt. Except for Fang Lang, who was not frightened. Neither was the captain. Don't give me away, you can win. The other 2 salted fish hugged each other and shivered. Export quickly. You can win if you don't give me away. He took advantage of Lin Gong's crying with his wooden sword and rushed forward to chop him a few times. You could clearly see that Lin Gong's health bar dropped slightly. Lin Gong's backhand hit him with a claw, knocking him back, and then quickly disappeared. Next, salted fish. Number 2 was possessed. After Xian Yu. Number 2 was possessed, it was actually easier to fight, because after Lin Gong was possessed, he could only call on the power of the possessed object. However, he would not reappear until the possessed person died. Even though, after Zhang Yu No. 2 was killed, Fang Lang finally came to his senses. Because the boss's health is only 50%. He was thinking at that time, why would Don't Give Away and Win want to form a wild team, and then be so kind to bring these cute new salted fish to level up? Now it is obvious that the boss has a regular pattern. Go up to the lower level first, and if you kill the lower level people, the boss will lose a lot of blood. In this way, isn't it very simple to defeat the boss? According to this progress, if the boss kills 2 more people, it is estimated that the boss will also die, and then 1 person will be left alive to gain all the benefits safely. The tricks of city dwellers are indeed deep. As Fang Lang expected, beating this boss is really simple. You just need to sacrifice your teammates, sacrifice their lives, and then destroy the boss's health. When Jian Yu number 3 is also killed, the boss's health will be reduced. Only 20% of the capacity is left. The boss did not possess him immediately, but launched Devil May Cry again. But it was useless to both of them. Fang Lang smiled and said, "Captain, you are really good at calculating. It's too late for you to know now. If you wait a little longer, the boss will get to you. After all, my level is higher than yours. You can win if you don't give it away," with a smile of success. In fact, he has prepared the props for absenteeism. It doesn't matter if he doesn't need Scholar's righteousness buff. However, he specially selected a group of professions that are easy to deal with to come in, just waiting for the ghost. Even if they are possessed, he can take care of them one by one. Scholar, he must be very good in single combat. His plan was quite perfect, but unfortunately, he happened to meet Fang Lang. Chapter 59. Someone on our side is as stable as a dog. Are you sure he will fall for me? Fang Lang spread his hands indifferently. At this time, the boss spoke again. "No return, I curse you. You are cursed by the forest workers and enter a weak state." I was also surprised when I saw the boss cursed Fang Lang and said, "You can win if you don't give away." He has rich experience. When there are 2 people in the end, the boss will curse 1 person to make him weak and then possess the other person. Now the boss cursed Woogie. Didn't he mean to possess him? He is equipped with armor that is immune to negative effects. But ghost possession does not have negative effects. What he was worried about still happened, and the next second, the system prompt appeared. You have been possessed and lost control of your body. He can see everything in front of him, but he can't control his body. Woogie is only at level 14, so why doesn't the boss go to him? Fang Lang is now cursed, but for him, it's really not a big problem. His little skill is just a curse, and his backhand is a wave of purification, and Fang Lang is back to his best condition immediately. However, level 14 versus level the 15th of May not be easy to fight in terms of attributes. Moreover, Scholar is better than Ranger in single combat. However, Fang Lang is not an ordinary Scholar. Scholar who does not know spells is not a good swordsman. The boss controlled the body of, "You can win if you don't give away," to rush towards Fang Lang. Fang Lang used a thunder curse in his backhand to calm him down for a moment, and then struck him with a sword, stabbing his heart accurately and skillfully. As for why he is so proficient, it is naturally because he has a lot of skills. In this game setting, mortal level, LV 120, all have fatal weaknesses. Most of them are critical hits when the head and heart are attacked, with a high probability of instant death, while mortal level, LV 2050, will not die instantly. But there is a high probability of receiving critical damage, while Transcendent Realm, above level 50, will not have fatal weaknesses in the body. At this time, all Fang Lang's teammates were dead, and Fang Lang also gained some experience. His level was not improved, and his experience was quite small. However, the boss dropped equipment, and, "Don't give it away to win," also dropped from him. Got something. The boss is the spirit body, so after death there is nothing but shiny things on the ground. Count down 30 seconds to leave the scene. 30. Fang Lang was already worried about this 30 seconds, and quickly picked up all the equipment on the ground, including the equipment dropped by, "Don't give it away to win." There was still plenty of time, so Fang Lang reached out to the hand bone on the ground. He seemed to be holding something in his left hand. Fang Lang was curious about this, and didn't have time to see what it was. He quickly left the scene, appeared in front of the mine again. As soon as he came out, Fang Lang received a message from, "Don't give away, you can win. Give me my stuff. I don't want the other equipment dropped by the boss. Yo-ho, I still want equipment. Are you sorry?" Fang Lang does not intend to pay attention to this kind of cheating. Although he often cheats people, his conscience will actually hurt. Every night when Fang Lang thinks of the players he has cheated, he will laugh heartbrokenly. This man is a devil. Fang Lang did not reply, and, "Don't give away and you can win," scolded Fang Lang crazily in the private chat channel, and even threatened Fang Lang by going to the forum to expose him for cheating his teammates and cheating on his equipment. Alas, the world is really in decline, and people's hearts are not as old as they used to be. Fang Lang sighed, and then he continued to pay no attention to anything and began to check the harvest. Sage's Protection, Supreme Grade, Sage's Blessing, Passive, Immune to middle levels Fear, Curse, etc., Debuff. This is the Supreme Grade equipment that you can win if you don't give it away. That's it. The only passive one is still very useful, but for Fang Lang, it doesn't matter. He can purify the debuff himself, so it's useless. However, no one has the same skills as him, so this equipment is still very valuable. You can keep it and sell it for money. The remaining blue equipment were all bought by the boss, and Fang Lang doesn't have much interest in them. He is only interested in epic or legendary level equipment. He knows the location of some equipment, but currently, he has not got any of them. Yes, it's lazy to think about it. However, Yao Guang gave him 2 good equipment, and Fang Lang has never used them, mainly because it is difficult for him to use them now. What Fang Lang was most interested in was the last thing, which was what he took out from Bones' hand, which was a small piece of purple gold. Fang Lang was immediately disappointed when he saw that it was Zijin. He thought it was some good thing. The absentee held it in his hand before he died. But Fang Lang then thought about it. This piece of purple gold is indeed a very precious thing to ordinary people. Maybe it can be sold for some money, Fang Lang thought, and the purple gold in his hand suddenly turned into sand, then atomized and finally disappeared. Damn it, you're cheating me. You won't even give me $100? However, it seems that things that were not exploded by the boss cannot be brought out of the dungeon. Fang Lang didn't feel it was a pity. He turned around and wanted to leave the entrance of the mine, but in a daze he heard someone talking. "Can you help me get home?" The ethereal voice came from the mine behind him. Fang Lang was shocked. "Damn it, didn't I create a copy? Why is it still lingering?" But Fang Lang was also brave. He silently adjusted the level of the pretender's mask to level 20. He turned around and walked into the mine. It's okay to pretend to be a pig and eat a tiger, but if you are really eaten by a tiger, it will be very embarrassing. In short, unlock the strongest state first. Fang Lang has only one motto in life, which is to live in a dog, not to wander. However, he was also curious. Well, he took out the clothes Yao Guang gave him and put them on, and then took the sword Yao Guang gave him. Okay, now even a level 40 boss Fang Lang would be inconvenient. It was a bit cold inside the mine. It had the same structure as the dungeon that Fang Lang had walked through before. It was a straight road with no twists and turns, but it was just a little dark. Fang Lang casually held a fireball in his hand and illuminated it all the way. I didn't meet any kid on the way, and then I came to the place where I was fighting the boss, and I also saw the partially exposed corpse. Then, will the boss come out next? I have finally waited for this day, and finally someone can come here. Fang Lang's ears suddenly heard these faint words, and he was so frightened that he turned his backhand with a heavenly thunder flash. Thunder Curse is an advanced spell of Thunder Curse. Thunder Curse is a single target, while Thunder Curse is a range of damage. For a moment, lightning crackled in the mine. Fang Lang turned around and saw a trembling person. The transparent figure hiding in the corner must be the ghost who just spoke. So now the question arises, why is this ghost so scared? Who is scaring whom? Chapter 60. Sending the ghost home. Fang Lang would not admit that he was frightened and fired the lightning. However, seeing the ghost looking so pitiful, he couldn't bear it, so he comforted him. Don't panic, it was just a conditioned reflex. The poor forest worker didn't know what conditioned reflexes were, but a wave of lightning and thunder just now almost knocked him out of his wits. It would be strange if he wasn't afraid. Kong, Lin Gong, LB-15 Ghost. Description: the ghost who died in the mining accident is bound by the bones and can only linger near the corpse. The obsession is still there, but there are no evil thoughts and no aggression. Little brother, can you do me a favor? Lin Gong had a bit of prayer on his face. He had been waiting here for 10 years, and finally someone who could hear his voice came in. He didn't want to miss it. Therefore, it is okay to lower your posture and kneel down when necessary. Fang Lang didn't know that this ghost still had so many dramas in his heart, so he just said, "You tell me. I have been in this cave for 10 years. I want to go home and see my children again. What can I do for you?" Fang Lang went straight to the point. Lin Gong suddenly said happily, "Help me dig out the body and send it to my house." "It's so deep, how can I dig?" Fang Lang thought about it and decided to give it a try. Try using earth magic. Fang Lang felt the flow of the spiritual force of the earth with his heart, turned the stones pressing on the bones into sand, and then pulled out the Lin Gong's bones. Many of Lin Gong's sternums were broken. Fortunately, his spine was still intact, but his arms and other parts were all broken into pieces. And there also appeared in front of Fang Lang a narrow cave that could only accommodate one person. Your understanding of Earth's spiritual arts has deepened, and the cooldown time of Earth spells has increased by 10%. Does this mean that he can upgrade his skills without spending experience? Fang Lang suddenly discovered a blind spot. He had been waiting for experience to upgrade, but he forgot that he could practice and upgrade. He went home and tried to meditate. You discovered the Purple Gold Demon Cave. Fang Lang. Is there a map in this dungeon? Moreover, the name is Demon Cave. Fang Lang was a little panicked and didn't know what was going on inside. Why not? Find someone to explore it. The image of a girl immediately appeared in Fang Lang's mind. Yes, it was Han Yan. This girl was the most suitable for gathering information. In short, let's escape first. We don't know if anything will come out of this Purple Gold Demon Cave. Fang Lang restrained the forest worker's bones and left the mine. Shortly after he left, a giant purple ant crawled out of the hole. Lin Gong, where is your home? Fang Lang was bored on the road, so he chatted with the forest workers. After seeing many things like ghosts, he no longer felt scared. Lin Gong is also quite excited now and said, "My family is in a small village outside Shu State City. I don't know how they have been doing for so many years." After chatting with Lin Gong, Fang Lang realized that Lin Gong was not actually his name, and he did not have a name. He probably had a nickname like Gudan Tieju. Later, when he became an absentee, others called him Lin Gong. He has a son and a daughter, but his wife ran away with someone else. Because he often stayed in the mine and spent less time with his wife, Lin Gong probably looked a little green when he was alive, just like he looked green in death. According to Lin Gong, his son is first-class handsome, and his daughter is also very beautiful and lovely. It is a pity that he was born blind and cannot see. Lin Gong secretly did this just to make more money and treat his daughter. He went deep into the mine and stole some purple gold, but he went too deep, so when the mining disaster happened, he ran last. Because he cared about his two children, Lin Gong became a ghost, but a magical force separated his power as a ghost, and what was separated was his resentment. This magical power, Fang Lang thinks, should be a system rule. When Lin Gong died, his eldest son was only 10 years old and his daughter was 6 years old. When Fang Lang heard this, he felt that the situation might not be good. The pressure of survival in this world is also great. 10 years have passed. If we go back, will we still find his children? Fang Lang couldn't help but think of himself while listening to Lin Gong's story. In the beginning, he had worked hard to bring up Fang Nan and suffered a lot. Fortunately, Fang Nan was also quite obedient. He was also somewhat talented. With the scholarship from the school and some subsidies from the state, Fang Nan Long continued to work part-time, and he and Fang Nan grew up smoothly, and their lives were not difficult. But thinking about those days, Fang Leng still found it difficult because he needed to support Fang Nian. But he won't show any signs of exhaustion. It is impossible to hang out in society at a young age without suffering losses. This has also developed Fang Leng's temperament, which is as stable as an old dog. It is impossible to be dissipated, even in this life. And for his own purposes, he will never show mercy when he deceives others. Although his attacks are generally not ruthless and harmless, and he always picks on people he hates, this in itself does not mean that he is doing the right thing. Fang Leng is not a good person. When it comes to sacrificing others for Fang Nan, he will not hesitate to trick others to death. But he's not too bad, and he's still helpful occasionally. While Fang Leng was thinking about those past events, he unknowingly came to a village under the guidance of forest workers. It was already late at night, and every household in the village had turned off the lights. Lin Gong still remembered what it was like 10 years ago, but after all, it had been too long, and he was still a little confused, but after going around and around, he still found a house. "My home is right here." Fang Leng went up and knocked on the door. No one responded, so Fang Leng continued to knock. "Who?" a loud voice shouted, and then a strong man wearing only shorts and shirtless walked out. I saw that he had a big head and a thick neck. He was either a cook or a butcher. This. Sure enough, the father has no idea about his son's appearance. I won't talk about whether it's ugly or not. Fang Leng thought this man was Lin Gong's son, but suddenly he heard Lin Gong ask, "Who are you? Why are you in my house? Did you do anything to my son and daughter?" Lin Gong's eyes turned red, and his body began to exude a faint black aura. This was the trend of transforming from an ordinary ghost into a powerful ghost. At this time, some of the players who were clearing the ghost mine were fighting bosses and some were fighting mobs. But suddenly, all the monsters disappeared, leaving the players confused. As for the forest worker in front of Fang Leng, his resentment is getting worse, and the forest worker's level is also rising rapidly, all the way to LV40. Damn, this wave of pills. Chapter 61. The murderer will not return, Lin Gong Forest's evil spirit. Description. The stronger the resentment, the stronger the ghost. With obsession and concern for his children, Lin Gong recalled the resentment and strength of separation. Danger! Please stay away. Evil spirits are irrational ghosts. Fang Leng. You melon-skin system. Remind me. I don't know where to run. The question is, where to run? At this time, the strong man who opened the door was no longer fierce. When he saw the forest worker in blood red, he closed the door with his backhand and said in a trembling voice, "I don't know who your son is. I paid for this piece of land. Yes, don't come to me. If you want to come to me, go to the village chief. It's him who has seized the territory." Fang Leng. Are you a pig? At this time, I came to stimulate Lin Gong, maybe because I didn't think he died fast enough. Sure enough, Lin Gong's anger was about to reach the sky. Fang Leng quickly advised, "Calm down first. You have to go to the village chief to know where your children have gone." What Fang Leng said was still useful. The system prompted that forest workers were irrational evil spirits. But he listened to Fang Leng's words. Fang Leng actually took advantage of Lin Gong's weakness. What he cared about most was his children. He would only react if he talked about this matter. The forest worker regained his senses for a moment and immediately went to find the village chief. Fang Leng quickly followed him. The ghost moved very fast. Fang Leng was also a forest worker who added a lot of buffs to himself before catching up. When he arrived at the village chief's house, the scene Fang Leng saw was the forest worker pinched the neck of an old man. The village chief's home is extremely luxurious. Although it is not as luxurious as the people in the city, in the village, he is definitely a rich man and landowner in apex level. But no matter how rich you are, there is nothing you can do when facing an evil spirit. Tell me, what did you do to Anna and Shinner? The old man looked in pain, but could not speak, while Lin Gong said excitedly, "If you don't tell me, I will kill you." Fang Leng. He began to feel a little sorry for this old man, and even pinched his neck. How should I put it? Fang Leng had no choice but to strike at Lin Gong with a thunder curse, allowing Lin Gong to calm down a little. This thunder knocked out a portion of Lin Gong's health and paralyzed him for a moment. The village chief immediately broke free from his hand and took a big mouthful. Pant. "Urgu, are you back? Don't misunderstand me. How could I harm you?" Ren. When the village chief said this, his eyes were clearly evasive. Fang Leng speculated that he must be too frightened, so he couldn't calm down quickly even if he was making up lies. "Tell me, where did they go?" Lin Gong was struck by Fang Leng, but he did not transfer his hatred to him. He just stared at the village chief. "Your son was admitted as a scholar and went to live in Shu State City. He took your daughter with him. I thought it would be a waste to keep that land, so I bought it and gave your son a sum of money. Make it easier for them to live in the city." When Fang Leng saw this, he knew that this must be a lie, but Lin Gong didn't see through it now. With the village chief's explanation, Lin Gong's resentment faded a lot. So Fang Leng hesitated a little. What should I do? To expose it or not to expose it? While Fang Leng hesitated, Lin Gong's body became lighter and lighter. After the ghost is transformed into a fierce ghost and then into a vicious spirit, the resentment disappears and the soul is scattered and ashes disappear. Anna has been admitted as a scholar and has a promising future. Haha. When Lin Gong heard that his son had a future, he felt that he should be living a good life now, and all his resentment disappeared immediately. He also apologized to the village chief. "I'm sorry, village chief, I misunderstood you." The village chief looked kind and said, "It doesn't matter, you can go in peace." Lin Gong then turned to Fang Leng and said, "Thank you very much. I finally didn't make a bigger mistake." Fang Leng was silent. Lin Gong's body had faded to only an illusory shadow. Gradually, it became a pile of light spots and disappeared into ashes. However, after these light spots dissipated, they gathered together and floated to the sky. A crystal formed in front of Fang Leng. Illusion World Crystal. The cornerstone of the dungeon world, which can be used to build the virtual world. It contains 500 points of energy and cannot be absorbed. There was a question mark on Fang Leng's end. What is this thing? It looks very powerful. The key is that this thing also has energy, but it cannot be absorbed. Fang Leng put away the illusion crystal and looked at the village chief again. Linjia Village. Chief LV10. Description. A greedy landowner and miser. As the village chief, he only wants to get benefits from the villagers. Because he is related to the Black Dragon Association of Shu State City, the villagers dare not speak out. Sure enough, this village chief is not a good person. Seeing that Lin Gong had lost his mind, the village chief suddenly showed an arrogant attitude, spit on the ground, and said disdainfully, "You are really an idiot. I sold your son and daughter to the Black Dragon Society. Now go to Hong Shifeng. Maybe I can taste your girl's meat. Haha." The village chief did not shy away from Fang Leng's presence. Perhaps Fang Leng was disguised as the chosen one, so let him have nothing to worry about. Fang Leng pretended not to hear, turned around, and walked out. There was another burst of laughter behind him, but Fang Leng had just walked out, and when he reached the corner, he took a few steps up the wall. At this time, the village chief's family all got up. They were all listening to the village chief talking about the forest workers' return for revenge. However, they were deceived by his few words into believing it was true. They used it as a joke. Everyone praised the village chief for being smart and witty. Fang Leng could see clearly from the eaves. They all had crazy smiles on their faces. They looked like humans, but were actually demons. I don't know. Is it illegal to kill an NPC? Fang Leng jumped down from the eaves, making those who were talking and laughing stunned for a moment. The village chief may have remembered that Fang Leng saved him just now, so he said, "The chosen one, thank you for saving my life just now. There is no way to repay such a kindness. Please consider these 9 cents as my thank you gift." After saying that, he gave out 9 large sums of money. Fang Leng walked over, took it, then counted the numbers, read aloud, and said, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 8 in total. "Nonsense, I obviously gave you 9. The village chief became angry, but Fang Leng smiled and said, "I said there are 8 of you in your family." What he was counting was not copper coins. "What do you mean?" The village chief seemed to feel Fang Leng's malice. Fang Leng shook his head and said, "I mean, I'm going to kill 8 people tonight. Do you understand? I only have one question now. If you say I killed you, it's okay. Kill evil or accumulate virtue?" After speaking, Fang Leng pierced the village chief's body with his sword. The other members of the village chief's family fled in all directions, but they could not escape Fang Leng. After a burst of screams, there was no sound in the house. Only a few big words written in blood were left on the ground. Murderers will never return. Chapter 62. It's scary to think about it carefully. This is the first time Fang Leng has killed someone. Players he killed before know that they will be resurrected, so the concept is different. NPCs die when they die. But Fang Leng looked at the blood splattering, but there was no disturbance in his heart, as if he had just deleted a few junk files. However, it was not that he did not regard NPCs as human beings. At least Lin Gong's matter made him feel good. It's still very complicated. In the world, parental love is probably the purest. NPCs also have feelings. Lin Gong turned into a vicious spirit because he missed his children, and just because he heard the good news about his son, his resentment disappeared. Fang Leng almost wants to complain. "Are you stupid? At least try it out." Fang Leng was originally prepared for battle. With his equipment and body protection, it might be difficult to deal with an evil spirit, but it would not be dangerous. As a result, Lin Gong himself was stunned. Because of what happened, Fang Leng was not in a good mood now, and had no intention of making trouble. He returned along the original road and found a shaded place. After making sure that there were no other people around, he changed his face, and it was another person. His appearance changed to another place, and his face changed again. After 3 times, he changed his identity as Fang Leng and returned to the academy. Although it is a battle of wits and courage with the air, someone on our side is, in one word, stable. As for leaving a few words in a moment of anger, there is nothing wrong with that. If you want to catch Wugi, what does it have to do with me, Fang Leng? Fang Leng was not yet sleepy, so he went to the forum to take a look. The most popular post was the one with the updated version, while the following posts were related to the disappearance of the Ghost Miner copy. Coincidentally, there was an anonymous post earlier, announcing the way Ghost Miners used high-level players to trick low-level players, and reminded players not to be fooled. This post was posted by Don't Give Away and You Can Win. In his opinion, after Fang Long got the Sage's protection, he would definitely use the same method to harm players. Naturally, it was not his conscience that found out. He just didn't want to let anyone know about it. Fang Leng is better off. As a result, not long after this post was posted, many players were still praising the original poster as a good person. As a result, the copy of Ghost Miner disappeared immediately. Players looked confused and then went to the forum to discuss. After seeing this post, the majority of logical and rigorous players concluded that the official must have discovered this bug of sacrificing teammates to fight the boss, so it was urgently fixed. Official: "I didn't do anything and you just gave me the pot?" However, this explanation can be regarded as reasonable. Although the players complained, it was not unacceptable. After Fang Long read the post, he subconsciously took out the fantasy crystal. If the copy that the players want is correct, it should be in his hands. Fang Leng suddenly had an idea. Could he use his fantasy crystal to make a copy? Your level is too low and cannot operate. The intimate system immediately answered Fang Leng's question. Fang Leng's eyes suddenly lit up. He couldn't operate it at a low level. Does that mean he can operate it after his level went up? Fang Leng kept this matter in mind and fell asleep. He still had things to do the next day. Lin Gong was in a state of despair, but Fang Leng wanted to do something for him. For example, he wanted to investigate the Black Dragon Society and find out what happened to the brothers and sisters who were sold to the Black Dragon Society. There is a high probability that there will be no good results, but if there is anything that can help, Fang Lang will try his best to help. The next day, Fang Lang opened the door of the dormitory, and Dean Wang came over and said, between Chen time and noon every day, students will come to the academy for classes. You can give lectures to them. At other times, you can go to school on your own. Arrange. Fang Lung nodded in agreement, and then he remembered that he still had to go to work. Fang Lung followed the prompts and came to the school. Please teach the chosen one the Book of Songs, the Great Learning, the Book of Changes, Spring and Autumn, and Book of Rites, and the chosen one will randomly learn skills. As soon as Fang Lang was in place, the system prompt came. It seems that the system still wants him to be a good teacher, and the teaching materials are ready. Fang Lang moved a chair and sat down, and players came over one after another to take photos. Fang Lang did not cheat anyone this time, because every one of the things that can be taught can be learned, and skills can be learned, and every time Fang Lang teaches a student, 10 energy points will be recorded in his account. According to his progress after a while, you can go offline again. And Fang Lang can still teach players skills while reading forum posts with a numb face, and he can fish at work, which is very comfortable. Anyway, when it comes to teaching skills, Fang Lang only needs to choose which book to teach, and the system will do the rest. The lyrics written by the leader of the Cheeky Poetry Club are so beautiful, and this NPC is so talented. Fang Lang suddenly came across such a post and subconsciously clicked on it. No players were participating in the Cheeky Poetry meeting this time. It was obvious that anyone with a scholar or above could participate, but the official did not issue a notice, so the players did not know. Because those NPCs only spread word of mouth, so naturally they would not deliberately notify players to participate. In short, the result was that there was not a single player at the time. Fang Lang did not attend the poetry meeting until the end. He wrote a poem and then left. He was also more curious about who would be the leader. In his heart, he did not think it would be him at all, because he left too early, and the word I wrote is so popular that if players see it, they will understand it immediately, and they will not post about it at all. However, when Fang Lang clicked on it, he found that the post was actually talking about the word he had copied. Xian Yun is clever. Flying stars spread hatred. How wonderful. If love lasts for a long time, how can we live together day and night? This last sentence moved me to tears. Fang Lang looked at these, with a black line in his head. Hey, you players, are you really playing so seriously? If the NPC doesn't know, how can you not know? This poem was written by Qin Guan. I really want to see what kind of person Mr. Fang is. I've seen him before. He's my boyfriend. Wow. Has the snow on Southern River Misty Rain's pillow been conquered? When Fang Lang saw this, he realized that something was wrong. The more he scrolled down, no one raised any questions. It seemed that all the people who posted the message were joking along with each other. It was like posting a question on a forum, and everyone in the know would reply. He picked up each word silently, but he didn't say what the meaning was. Why is this happening? Fang Lang suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. What if these people were not joking, but all of them had really forgotten that Riverside Immortal was written by Qin Guan, and this was the first time they had seen this poem. Chapter 63. NPCs are all big orange hoofs who only care about their appearance. Fang Lang took a few deep breaths to calm down. First of all, he could confirm that he really did not write that word. No matter what others thought, his memory was correct. So what we need to know now is whether these players are joking, or the world is joking with Fang Lang. Sir, I'm here for class. While Fang Lang was thinking, a voice came into his ears. Fang Lang looked up and saw that it was an acquaintance, Dynasty Overlord. Oh, little brother, you didn't expect that your teacher is still me? When Dynasty Overlord saw Fang Lang, he actually felt a little bit sick. Damn it, you were promised to be a scholar. How come you became a scholar all of a sudden? Moreover, he became his skills teacher again. Dynasty Overlord actually has a vague premonition. But no matter what, if you want to learn higher level skills, you have to find Fang Lang. Dynasty Overlord is still glad that he is just slandering him in his heart, and the last time they met, they seemed to get along quite happily. As everyone knows, the last time he bragged with Fang Lang's Wugi, he had already offended Fang Lang to death. Fang Lang's expression remained unchanged, but he snorted in his heart. Little brother is in my hands again. Now let's see how I arrange it for you. I have 6 volumes of poetry books here. Which volume do you want to study? Fang Lang asked. Dynasty Overlord's heart froze when he heard that there were 6 volumes of poetry books, and he was worried that Fang Lang would pass all 6 volumes to him, but when he heard that he could choose by himself, he felt relieved. I heard that other scholars were selected randomly, but I didn't expect that he could choose by himself. Sure enough, his favorability among Mr. Fang is very high. But looking at 6 different volumes of poetry, Dynasty Overlord suddenly realized that he might have difficulty choosing. He felt that he wanted to learn every volume. There are many kinds of poems in the Book of Songs. Everything is included. It must be comprehensive. But the Yi Jing also looks very good, and the other few also look very powerful. Coach, I really want to learn everything. Is it true that I can only learn one? Dynasty Overlord suddenly felt that it would be okay to spend some money to learn more about this wave of skills. But Fang Lang ruthlessly refused. Don't you understand the principle of biting off more than you can chew? Make a decision quickly, otherwise I will decide for you. Dynasty Overlord thought for a while, but he still chose the Book of Songs. He himself does not need to go to the front line to fight often. The fighting can be left to his subordinates. He is more of a logistical manager of the guild. When Scholar is more handsome, he can read a few poems at any time if he studies the Book of Songs. It also looks like a B-type. Mr. Fang teaches you the Book of Songs, Wu Yi. Read it carefully, and you will understand the skill of naked clothes. Naked clothing. Halo. Within a certain range, when you take off your clothes, your additional attack power will increase by 10%, and you will share the defense of a teammate. You need to further understand the Book of Songs to learn more skills. Dynasty Overlord. This Halo skill is quite powerful, but can we discuss not taking off our clothes? Do you take off your clothes first every time you fight monsters? I am the vice president of the guild in a majestic manner. Don't you want to lose face? Mr. Fang, can I learn something else? You should understand the Book of Songs first before talking about anything else. Fang Lang refused ruthlessly again, and Dynasty Overlord looked hurt, but since there was no other way, forget it. By coincidence, another skill student came into the school at this time. Hey, President Han Yan. President Southern, are you here to learn skills too? The visitor was none other than Fang Nan. Seeing Fang Nan, Fang Lang naturally smiled. The Dynasty Overlord saw all this and silently complained in his heart that all NPCs nowadays engage in sexism. Fang Nan greeted Dynasty Overlord politely, then walked to Fang Lang and said politely, Mr. Fang, it's you, Southern girl. What kind of person do you want to be in the future? Will you kill the enemy on the spot, strategize, or just be a helper to others? Dynasty Overlord. Why is this opening method different from mine? Fang Nan didn't know what the problem was, so he thought for a while and said, I like to kill the enemy on the battlefield. Then you should study the Book of Changes, know the 5 elements, know the 8 trigrams, understand the weather, time and place, and understand the gains and losses of advancement and retreat. Mr. Fang teaches you the Book of Changes, and you understand the 5 elements in Bagua. 5 elements, Bagua, passive. You can understand the weaknesses of nearby enemies, and the location of the weaknesses will change at any time. After hitting the weakness, you will gain a 30% movement speed bonus. For more skills, please learn by yourself. What Fang Nan realized was a passive skill, but this one looks very powerful. It allows you to gain insight into weaknesses. You can learn other small skills by yourself. This one is very powerful. After Fang Lang taught the skills, he added, I think the girl is very chivalrous, so I will give you a chivalrous song. Mr. Fang teaches you legendary level skills. Xia Keishing. Xia Keishing active. Each use consumes 100 literary chi. Kill one person in 10 steps and leave no trace in 1,000 miles. When the matter is over, he brushes off his clothes and goes away, hiding his merit and fame. The skill has 4 stages in total. The first stage instantly flashes a certain distance, and the next attack causes double damage. The second stage sprints again for a certain distance. If it is stabbed in the back, it causes double critical damage. The third stage returns to the original place. The fourth stage enters the stealth time of 3 seconds, and the movement speed is doubled. Fang Nan was stunned when she saw this skill, but she was even more curious. Fang Lang could give such a powerful legendary skill as he asked, and the reason he gave was a bit far-fetched. Mr. Fang, why are you so nice to me? Fang Nan had felt something strange before. This NPC seemed to be a little special to her, but the symptoms were not particularly obvious, so she didn't ask explicitly. However, all the legendary level skills were given to this person. Maybe there's something up his sleeve. Fang Lang couldn't help but feel a little confused when he saw Fang Nan's suspicious eyes. If he had known it, he wouldn't be so unrestrained. He was just used to giving his sister whatever good things he had, and with the skill as a knight, no matter what Fang Nan was. It's easy to use for self-defense or offense, and it doesn't cost much. But he didn't expect that he was used to it. But for Fang Nan, it was really no reward and no reward. He was too good to Fang Nan, but it would actually arouse Fang Nan's vigilance. He suddenly had a flash of inspiration and said, no reason, it's just because the girl's name has a Fang in it, which reminds me of my hometown, so it's a bit cordial. If it offends me, please forgive me. Dynasty Overlord was not happy after hearing this. Doesn't my name also have an emperor in it? Why aren't you kind to me? Fang Huang, there is nothing wrong with you. Fang Lang's explanation was barely tenable, but Fang Nan felt a little apologetic, feeling that she had reminded Fang Lang of sad things. I'm sorry, Mr. Fang. It's nothing. If you really feel sorry for me, why not ask your friend to do something for me? Fang Lang looked at Han Yan, who was wearing a veil. I was just thinking about looking for you, and now you are delivered to your door. Chapter 64. The strangest thing about Shu State City. When Han Yan saw Fang Lang's eyes glancing over, he immediately tightened his leather coat tightly. It seemed to be getting colder. She was just walking around with Fang Nan, but Fang Lang spotted her. But Fang Nan rejected Fang Lang without hesitation and said, if you need help, sir, you can let me do it. Please don't involve my friends. Still quite wary, Fang Lang waved his hand and said, I'm not someone who wants to repay favors. You might as well listen and decide whether to go or not. Han Yan recalled that after she met Fang Lang, although she was often annoyed by Fang Lang, she also gained a lot of benefits. Although her level is not the highest in the server, no one would be able to fight her alone. Her opponents mainly have too strong equipment and skills. And she also obtained the Flag of Command, which was the first gang-building order. From this point of view, Fang Lang still brought her a lot of benefits every time. This time it must be a cheating mission, but wealth is gained through danger, so there is no reason to refuse the mission. You say. Han Yan didn't like Fang Lang very well. He used to have a paralyzed face, but now he looked even more indifferent. Fang Lang didn't mind and said, 5 miles southwest of the city, there is a purple mountain, and there is a mine in the purple mountain. It is said that it was abandoned because of ghosts causing chaos. I heard that there have been some changes in the cave in the past few days, and I would like to ask you to investigate it for me. Mr. Fang has issued an S-level mission to you to explore the Zijin mine. Do you accept it? Han Yan. Why do you always give out such high-level tasks? However, when Han Yan thought about it, he had completed all his SSS-level missions. Was he still missing this S-level mission? Han Yan chose to accept it, and Fang Lang suddenly remembered that he wanted to know if the post on the forum was a joke. Wouldn't he know if he asked Han Yan? Have you ever heard the saying, if love lasts for a long time, how can we stay together day and night? Of course I've heard of it. Wasn't it written by you, Fang Daxu, Jurin? Han Yan suddenly discovered that Fang Lang's rank had changed to Jurin, so she temporarily changed her name to Xiukai, but she was just used to it. Han Yan didn't like Fang Lang's behavior of showing off at all, although she liked the poem quite a bit. Fang Lang nodded calmly, because he was mentally prepared and had already passed the shock. Now he was just accepting the reality. Soon another scholar came to Fang Lang to learn skills. Han Yan and others left the academy without staying any longer. After leaving the academy, Han Yan and Fang Nan walked towards the south gate. As they walked, they talked about what props, medicinal materials, etc. they would buy next. Han Yan suddenly asked, Nan, are you looking for something in Shu State City? A strange person or thing? Don't you think? Wait a minute. Fang Nan suddenly interrupted Han Yan, turned around and said, Why are you following us? Dynasty Overlord. I've followed you all the way, and you've just discovered me now? Moreover, he was listening intently. Won't your consciences hurt if the chapter is broken at such a crucial place? Well, aren't we all acquaintances? Didn't Fang Xiukai just send you a task? President Han Yan may not be able to complete it alone. Multiple friends mean multiple paths, Dynasty Overlord said with a smile. After all, Fang Nan had received help from him. Her attitude was not good and too cold, so she had to look at Han Yan. Han Yan thought about it. He didn't know what the reward for this task would be. He asked Dynasty Overlord to run errands. She did. There is nothing wrong with giving a little reward to the middleman, just so she could save some time. In that case, I'd like you to go to the Zijin mine to investigate. Han Yan forwarded a task to you. You need to submit the task to Han Yan. The other party may not pay the task reward. Please choose carefully. Dynasty Overlord received a system prompt. Originally, he just wanted to form a team for a mission, but he didn't expect that Han Yan actually became the boss directly. This kind of task transfer is risky. If the person who forwards the task defaults, the person who actually does the task will get nothing. The system provides this way to complete the task, but does not provide any guarantee. This is also a point complained by players. But there was no official response. However, the Dynasty Overlord is naturally not worried about Han Yan. For them, reputation is more important than a little profit, especially for big guilds like them, who pay great attention to their image. Dynasty Overlord happily accepted the task forwarded by Han Yan and left. Although he was very curious about what Han Yan and Nanfang were going to say, it was obvious that the two of them just didn't want to tell him, so they sent him away. It's not that Dynasty Overlord is ignorant. After leaving, he handed over this task to his subordinates. To explore the Zijin mine, to put it simply, he just walked around the mine and reported what was inside. That's it. There is actually a loophole in this kind of mission in Immortal Seeking Dream, because players can pretend to have been there and then talk nonsense to the NPC, and the NPC cannot be sure whether it is true or not. These are all non-holographic online games in the past. When such tasks are released, there will be a task prompt. The player must go somewhere before the task completion will pop up, or the task will be triggered to obtain the task items. This has also led to the fact that players have developed thinking habits now, and no one has thought about deceiving NPCs. But such people will appear sooner or later. On the other side, Fang Nan and Han Yan continued to discuss the previous topic. Don't you think that Fang Xiukai is the strangest person in Shu State City? He has become a high-ranking scholar after only a few days of meeting him. He is also knowledgeable and talented, and he is also involved with many important people. More importantly, he is very interested in you. So special. Han Yan's sense of smell is relatively sharp. She has always felt that Fang Lang is a special NPC. She and Fang Nan explored some strange places in Shu State City before and collected a lot of information, but she only fully felt this, the social form of Shu State City, and then marveled at the intentions of the game designers. Every family here has a story, and they are not dull, as if this is really a real world. But there's nothing strange about it. Han Yan has never brought Fang Lang into the scope of suspicion because she subconsciously felt that Fang Lang was just a scholar in Fang Family Village, until she saw Fang Lang become a teacher in the academy today. So isn't Fang Lang now a member of Shu State City? The strangest person is him. Fang Nan's eyes lit up when she heard this. She agreed with what Han Yan said. Such a special NPC might be what her brother asked her to find. Fang Nan couldn't wait any longer, turned around and ran towards the academy. Chapter 65. Let's drink flower wine. Fang Nan actually didn't know what she should be looking for in Shu State City because Fang Lang originally told her to look for something in Shu State City without any clues at all. Therefore, she could only search aimlessly in Shu State City, like looking for a needle in a haystack. She could only set her goal to find strange people or objects for the time being. She never thought that she could be able to communicate with Shu State City so easily. Brother reunited. When Fang Nan rushed to the academy, Fang Lang was no longer in the academy. Fang Nan went to find the dean and asked, only to find out that Fang Lang was invited by the prefect's son to drink at Hongshufang. Fang Nan also knows about Hongshufang. After all, Shu State City is not just wandering around these days. This is the legendary brothel. Now some players are thinking about how to raise money to have *X with the girls in Hongshufang. Although this is in the game, all the touches are real, and because it is a game, there is no need to worry about having this *X. It hurts the body. Now the players are relatively poor. When they get rich in the future, sooner or later they will be the first to go to NVPO Nuchang. A game like Immortal Seeking Dream, which is dedicated to creating happiness, was turned into a banned game by a brothel like Hongshufang. Fang Nan felt like vomiting blood just thinking about it, and he didn't know if this game would eventually be dropped. Precisely because Fang Lang is the planner, Fang Nan would often consider issues from Fang Lang's perspective, but she didn't know that the brothels in the game were all planned by Fang Lang herself. How can opening a brothel be called prostitution? This is how Fang Lang originally set the tone. Because the background is modeled after ancient China, brothels are indispensable. Moreover, some mysterious forces were designed by Fang Lang to be hidden in the brothels. Then, Fang Lang was now persuaded by this reason. Going to a brothel to drink wine, how can such an elegant thing be called prostitution? Zhang Bin took Fang Lang's hand with great enthusiasm. Fang Lang was invited by Zhang Bin personally to the academy. It was indeed a warm invitation that was difficult to refuse. However, When Fang Lang heard that he was going to Hongshu Fang, he immediately quit the job. Brother Zhang, Fang already has a family. How can he go to the land of fireworks? And it's so disrespectful to show off his S*X in the daytime. Fang Lang pretended to be a serious person, but Zhang Bin looked like a gentleman, but he was a bold and unrestrained person. He just used this reason to block Fang Lang and said, Brother Fang, don't worry, Brother Yu just wants to be with Shan. My brother sings about the wind and the moon. I have no other intention. Fang Lang, let's not call you the virtuous brother and foolish brother who follows the pole. If you come to me to chant the wind and the moon in broad daylight, I'm afraid you have lost your mind. Fang Lang complained in his heart and suddenly remembered the red sleeve Fang that the village chief mentioned last night. Maybe he could find clues related to the Black Dragon Society here. So he followed Zhang Bin into the red sleeve Fang half-heartedly. As soon as he entered, he smelled a very strong smell of woman's powder, but Fang Lang covered his nose, feeling very unhappy. A woman with a beautiful face, plump body, and mature style came over and respectfully invited Zhang Bin and Fang Lang into a quiet room. Naturally, the young master of the prefect's family should not be treated lightly. It's still the same today. My good brother, this is your first time here, so you have to bring out your signature goodies. Zhang Bin said to the old bustard very skillfully, and he looked like an experienced driver at first glance. The old bustard chuckled, causing the waves to surge, and said, Don't worry, Mr. Zhang, I will keep it safe for you. Fang Lang was a little embarrassed and said quickly, Brother Zhang, please don't do this. Zhang Bin waved his hand and said, Don't worry, just follow my arrangements. Fang Lang, I'm afraid you'll make arrangements for me clearly. Not long after, a group of graceful women dressed in gauze filed in. Fang Lang was a little scared. He had never seen such a battle before, and he was a little panicked. Then each of these women held a dinner plate in their hands. After putting down the dinner plate, they respectfully exited the room. Zhang Bin picked up the wine pot, poured a glass for Fang Lang, and said, This is the signature of Hongshu Fang. When Brother Yu was in the capital, what he missed the most was the flower wine of Shu State City. So is this what you mean by flower wine? I'm ready to take off my pants. Are you telling me this? It turns out that Zhang Bin is indeed a serious person. The only one who is not serious is Fang Lang himself. No one else came in to disturb the room. After Zhang Bin and Fang Lang had a few drinks, they finally got down to business. Fang Lang also knew that Zhang Bin should have something to say when he treated him so enthusiastically. My dear brother, you are talented and learned, but have you ever thought about how you want to serve the imperial court? Fang Lang said in his heart that he had no feelings for the imperial court. However, as a scholar, it was definitely not acceptable to say this. Scholar is the profession that relies most on the imperial court, and the imperial examination also needs to be recognized by the imperial court. Therefore, Fang Lang said with a pious expression, Fang is a scholar. He can only return to the emperor's family by learning martial arts. Very good. Dong Chang needs talents like you. Zhang Bin clapped his hands and almost made Fang Lang pee. Damn it, I don't want to enter the factory. However, Fang Lang quickly wiped the cold sweat from his head and realized that the people in Dongchang were not eunuchs, so it was not a big problem. Zhang Bin also happened to explain, I work in Dongchang. It is not convenient for me to tell my brother about my specific position now. But if I have the heart to serve my family and country, I might as well join Dongchang. Fang Lang quickly smiled awkwardly but politely and said, Brother Zhang is so kind, and I appreciate it. But now that I am not talented enough, why don't we talk about it after some time has passed? Zhang Bin shook his head and said, I can't wait that long. Now the imperial court is in trouble internally and externally. There is monster race looking at it from outside, and there is chaos from heaven and earth faction inside. Brother Yu also heard that there are traces of heaven and earth faction activities in Shu State City, so he decided to, after returning to Shu State from the capital, I am really lucky to meet such a talented person as Xiandi. Fang Lang, should I tell you that your sister is also from the heaven and earth faction? Fang Lang had this thought in his mind with a strange expression. Zhang Bin was about to continue recruiting Fang Lang when suddenly there was a knock on the door. Zhang Bin felt unhappy, but still said, Come in. The person who knocked on the door was not the girl from Hongshu Fang, but a guard. He hurriedly said to Zhang Bin, Sir, a massacre occurred in Xiaolin village. The prefect asked you to go back to discuss countermeasures. Zhang Bin stood up immediately after hearing this and said in shock, Under this Lang world, what kind of murderer is there to do such a crazy thing? In fact, Zhang Bin's words were an exclamation. He didn't really want to ask the guard who the murderer was. After all, the case needed to be investigated. However, the guard immediately replied, The murderer will not return. This sentence was left at the scene of the murder. Puff. A mouthful of flower wine spurted out from Fang Lang's mouth. Chapter 66. An emotionless killer. Fang Lang suddenly lost his composure, causing Zhang Bin and the guards to look over subconsciously. Zhang Bin said in surprise, Brother Xian, what's wrong with you? Fang Lang Zhang Bin has a very good personality, except that he is too enthusiastic and likes to call himself brothers along the pole, which makes people a little hard to guard against. It is indeed very comfortable to get along with him. So, can we pretend that nothing happened? Fang Lang took out his handkerchief, wiped the wine stains from the corner of his mouth, coughed and said, It's okay. It's just that I was surprised when I heard there was such a madman, which made Brother Zhang laugh. Zhang Bin then showed an understanding smile and said, Brother, you don't need to be restrained. It's just human nature. However, a man is born in troubled times and must not be frightened by this kind of thing. Today, Brother Yu will make the decision and take you to see it. How about it? The more you see it, the less you will be afraid. Fang Ling. Okay, I'll just pretend I'm scared. Zhang Bin had not finished recruiting Fang Ling, so he took Fang Ling to see the prefect. The prefect did not need to be responsible for this murder case. The prefect was the highest official in Shu State City and could not take care of everything. However, the murder of a family of 8 alarmed the prefect. These days, Zhu State is particularly uneasy, and this morning the imperial court issued an urgent secret order asking Governor Zhang to rectify the armaments of Zhu State City and always be wary of monster race. But another part of the secret order is to strictly investigate the people of the Heaven and Earth faction and would rather kill the wrong ones than let them go. Zhang Taishu was also worried in his heart. Whether it was the monster race or the Heaven and Earth faction, they had to keep it secret. At this time, when there could be a war with monster race at any time, the human race was in civil strife. Zhang Taishu could only sigh. Fortunately, he also has a promising son who can share the pressure. Just as he was thinking about it, Zhang Bin came back with Fang Long. Alas, the daughter did not see her bring the man back, but the son brought the man back first. It was so stressful. Zhang Taishu still had some impressions of Fang Long and knew that his son liked to get along with people with poetic talents. Seeing that Zhang Bin wanted to introduce Fang Long, he interrupted, "I remember this little brother. Please help me think about it first. What should we do about the case in Jiaolin village?" Zhang Taishu was also impatient. As a warrior, he didn't care about etiquette and went straight to the topic. Zhang Bin confidently said, "Father, I have heard about the incident in Jiaolin village. Father lent me his official seal and official uniform. Just use it." A few minutes later, Zhang Bin put on the official uniform of the prefect and said to Fang Ling, "My dear brother, follow me." Fang Ling was planning to run away, "But I am the murderer myself. I am following you to investigate what the hell." However, he was a little curious about how Zhang Bin would solve the case, and he felt the excitement of being undercover in the law enforcement team. Fang Lang followed Zhang Bin to the prefect's office, where the prefect tried cases. Generally, small cases are tried by the county yamen below, while some larger cases are tried by the prefecture yamen. Zhang Bin took his father's seal and wore his father's official uniform and sat in the center of the government office. The bright mirror hung high below the 4 characters. The guards in the government office also held weapons and stood upright. Fang Lang was standing to the side. He felt a bit like a master in a costume drama. "This style is enough, but brother, the basic law must also be followed in judging cases. If you haven't arrested anyone, what are you going to trial?" When Fang Lang complained, Zhang Bin was shocked and said, "The victim, Lin Day, is going to court." After Zhang Bin finished speaking, Fang Lang saw a literary chi injected into the prefect's seal. Zhu State City. Seal human luck props. Durability, 100,000, 100,000s. Command, passive. The status symbol that governs all races in Zhu State City. The credentials for giving orders, conferring gods. Activity. Officials of a certain rank who have been canonized by the imperial court and injected with literary chi can be granted the title of ghosts and gods belonging to the imperial court. The binding force is determined by the strength of the national destiny and the range of spellcasting. Asterisk. Currently, the national destiny cannot be granted the title of gods. Summon active. Summon any target within the Zhu State City that belongs to the human camp. If the target level is low, it can be forcibly summoned. That's all the information Fang Lang could see. Not long after, a dark wind started blowing inside the government office, making people's scalp numb even in this clear day. Suddenly, there was a person in front of the hall. Fang Lang took a closer look. "Isn't this the village chief he killed last night? It seems that because this is a relatively low-level ghost, it was easily summoned. If it were a 1,000-year-old female ghost like Zhao Qian, she would probably not even respond if I called her." The village chief's chest is still bleeding because Fang Lang pricked his heart. Fang Lang was still a little surprised. He still knew the role of the city lord's seal, also known as the prefect's seal, but only officials of the same level could use it. In other words, this Zhang Bin doesn't look offensive at all, and his official position is actually on the same level as his father's. But in Fang Lang's eyes, Zhang Bin is only at level 42. To be fair, even though Fang Lang, a 40-level scholar professional NPC, was only at level 20, he could probably kill him in an instant. He had no choice but to hold the sword in his hand and expand it. "Linde, tell me what happened to you." The soul that was summoned was still a little confused, but when he heard Zhang Bin's question, he was so frightened that he knelt down and said miserably, "The common people died miserably, sir. You must avenge me." There were cries of ghosts. A timid person here would probably be scared to death, but no one was afraid. Those guards with weapons were all emotionless and indifferent, and Zhang Bin was all his face looked majestic, and he didn't look like he was afraid. Only Fang Lang's expression changed slightly, but it was not a look of fear. He just felt sick looking at Lindy's posture. He was immediately frightened when the forest worker came to his door. He turned around and taunted him. He acted very arrogantly when facing a player, but suddenly found that the player had turned into a great killer. Now he was pretending to be pitiful again. Fang Lang's mood of hiding the words was still in place. Zhang Bin took a special look at him and found that Fang Lang was not frightened and nodded silently in his heart. "Don't talk too much. Tell me everything that happened." Lind began to cry, saying that he was killed by a chosen one named Wugi, and then explained the process in detail. "That guy named Wugi has the face of an emotionless killer. He can't get money at first glance. He just wants to steal my money. Taking 9 copper coins from me is not enough. He stabs me with that sword. Me, it hurts my heart so much it feels so cold." In fact, Linde was also at a loss. He didn't know why he was so murderous. He just thought it was because he didn't pay enough that he caused the family's destruction. "I'm so stupid, really. If I had known earlier that these chosen ones are so greedy, I would have given him 2 more copper coins." Zhang Bin. This is the first time he has seen such a dignified person. "You are already dead, and you still want to just give 2 more copper coins?" Chapter 67. Wanted in the city. Zhang Bin suddenly realized that his focus seemed wrong. Zhang Bin was stunned and said, "I know, you can get off." On the other hand, he said, "The whole city is looking for the chosen one, but he has never returned." Got the order. The guards in the hall immediately went out, and Fang Lang also received the system prompt. Regional announcement, Zhu State. The chosen one has no return and has killed all living things. He is now wanted throughout the city. If you arrest him or assist in his arrest, you can get a large bounty. Regional announcement. The announcement was made 3 times in total, but Fang Leng's heart remained unmoved. If you want to arrest him, go ahead and arrest him. It has nothing to do with anyone on our side anyway. After Zhang Bin finished speaking, the gloomy feeling in the government office immediately disappeared, and Lin Day didn't know where he went. Fang Leng looked at Zhang Bin curiously. Coach, I want to learn this too. Zhang Bin seemed to see Fang Leng's thoughts and said, this is the purpose of the imperial court's canonization of official positions. I heard that in ancient times the imperial court could confer gods with just one word. Nowadays, it can only command some lonely ghosts. However, to use the seal requires literary qi. My father is a warrior, so I can only do it for you. Fang Leng. In fact, I know this too. I just want to know if your official positions in Dongchang are so high. Can you seal one for me? When the time comes, I will seal you. Ahem, cough, cough. How can you still print it? Fang Leng always felt that for a silly boy like Zhang Bin, he could fool people into paying for their bills in women's clothing. The money could not be answered, and then the money would be given back to Fang Leng. We have only known each other for a short time, right? Why do you talk about everything so openly? Are you so sincere? It's strange to say that when I first met Jiandi, I felt an inexplicable sense of intimacy. After Zhang Bin said this, Fang Leng was wondering if he had the ability to read minds, or if they had a telepathic connection. After all, the latter is more terrifying. Fang Leng quickly kept his distance from Zhang Bin. Just as he was about to say something, he heard a woman scolding him. Brother, you don't take me with you for such a fun thing. Fang Leng and Zhang Bin turned around to look at each other and saw Zhang Xing walking over in men's clothing. Zhang Xing did not wear the dignified skirt and put on this smart outfit, which made her look a bit heroic. But she just came over and grabbed Zhang Bin's arm and shook it. If she was wearing women's clothing, Fang Leng would probably only show a knowing smile. Like, after all, Fang Nan used to like to act coquettishly with him like this. But Zhang Xing, now it's men's clothing. He is probably not very developed. Zhang Xing looks like a handsome young boy. Such a scene can only make Fang Leng feel irritated. Zhang Bin had no choice but to bow his hands to Fang Leng and said, my little sister is naughty and naughty. My dear brother, don't take offense. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. After Fang Long finished speaking, he realized that he seemed to have really assumed the identity of the wise brother. Zhang Xing suddenly became unhappy when he heard that he had received a naughty comment. He pinched Zhang Bin on the arm and let him go. Very naughty? Fang Long. I'm afraid this is not a proposition. This Zhang Xing is indeed not easy to provoke. However, after seeing the flying stars that night, Fang Leng felt that her unruly behavior now was a bit artificial, as if she was deliberately giving him a create such an image. Xinger, don't be rude. Zhang Bin's tone of voice suddenly became serious, showing the dignity of an elder brother. Although he doted on Zhang Xing, he could not let her lose her etiquette. Zhang Xing then bowed his head obediently and stopped forcing Fang Leng's answer. He showed a smile and said, brother, why are you still wearing this official uniform? After changing clothes, let's go out and play together, okay? You? Zhang Bin sighed helplessly, tapped Zhang Xing's nose as punishment, and said to Fang Leng, I'm so sorry, my little sister is really naughty, and she was spoiled by my father and me. Zhang Bin actually still has a lot of official business to deal with, such as the Heaven and Earth faction and the family murder case. However, it is not impossible to squeeze out some time to spend time with Zhang Xing. After all, they haven't seen each other for a long time. Fang Leng heard Zhang Bin's intention to see off the guests, and he also wished for it. Although he couldn't accomplish anything today, he also knew how the NPC investigated the case. Now the chosen one is wanted and has not yet been convicted. Conviction should wait until there is no return after being caught. Fang Leng also thought to himself that if he goes to fight monsters these days, he should not use his identity as Wu Gui. But when Fang Leng was about to leave, Zhang Xing said, brother, go and change your clothes. I will entertain Mr. Fang. Don't worry, I will keep and give you a living, Mr. Fang. Fang Leng. Zhang Bin. I wasn't panicking at first, but now I feel a little calmer. You're welcome. I just remembered something happened at home, so I'm leaving today. Fang Leng's desire to survive is very strong, but Zhang Xing said, you have to leave as soon as I come. Don't you hate me very much? I really like the words you wrote, Tilda. Zhang Xing did not continue to take the unruly road. Instead, he said nice things and looked pitiful. Fang Leng, on the other hand, could not say no words of rejection and had to look at Zhang Bin with pleading eyes. Then, Zhang Bin pretended that he had nothing to do, didn't see it, slipped away. He can't resist pretending to be a pitiful sister. Fang Leng had no choice but to say, that poem was just an accidental achievement, so I actually have no talent. Zhang Xing immediately calmed down his pitiful expression and said seriously, if you really have no talent and just wrote a good poem, how could my brother value you so much? There must be something in you that he values. As she spoke like this, Fang Leng saw the shadow of the flying star in her again. Both of these brothers and sisters are engaged in pyramid schemes, and they easily recruit people into their gangs. However, Zhang Xing still doesn't know that her identity is no longer visible in Fang Leng's eyes, and she is still playing the role of the unruly and willful eldest daughter of the prefect's family. Watching Zhang Bin's back hurriedly leave, she jumped to Fang Leng's side, wanting to take a closer look at Fang Leng, but she was slightly shorter than Fang Leng, so she jumped on the table, squatted on it, and got close to him. Next to Fang Leng's face, he said, the young man is so handsome. No wonder he likes my brother so much. Seeing this girl jumping up and down, Fang Leng just wanted to say, are you a monkey? But when I heard this, I suddenly felt a little panicked. There seemed to be some other meaning. Could it be that the young master of the prefect's family really has the power of Longyang? Fang Leng immediately said righteously, Miss Zhang is joking. Although Fang is indeed handsome and has an extraordinary temperament, Brother Zhang does not judge people by their appearance. Yes, my brother not only cares about faces, He also likes those who are good-looking and write good poems. Fang Ling. If you were my sister, I would beat you to death. Have you cheated on your brother like this? Chapter 68. This B***G looks so stupid. Zhang Bin came back soon. He changed into white clothes and walked over gracefully. The smile on his face almost turned into a chrysanthemum. Fang Lang couldn't help but silently distance himself. Little sister, you'd better stand in the middle and hold a steady hand. When the three of them left the prefect's house, Zhang Xing ran forward happily, looking at everything in the city that seemed very novel. Fang Lang looked at her indifferently. You acted for me, and you continued to act, and I believed your evil deeds. Zhang Bin looked at his sister, smiled like an orthopedic patient, shook his head and said, Xinger is like this. She doesn't look like a lady at all. He said this, but he didn't look disgusted at all. Fang Lang knew from his expression that he was saying bad things about his sister, but in fact he was waiting for him to say good things. Brother Zhang is joking. An innocent and cheerful girl like your sister has a rare true temperament. Fang Lang's words undoubtedly appealed to Zhang Bin's taste. He smiled and sighed. Well, my sister has a very good personality. She seems to be unruly, but she is actually very considerate. But too many people are confused by the appearance. Now that my sister has reached the age where she should get married, no one comes to the house to propose marriage, and my father and I are almost dying of worry. Fang Lang cheered and said, when a man marries a woman, it still depends on fate. When fate comes, it will happen naturally. I don't know which lucky man will be able to marry her in the future. Fang Lang said this, but he was thinking in his heart, I might have to suffer 8 lifetimes of bad luck before marrying her. Who can control the speed of flying feathers all over the sky? Zhang Bin just laughed. Zhang Xing in front heard the conversation behind him and immediately turned around in displeasure and said, what are you talking about that makes you so happy? If you don't let me hear, you must be talking about something embarrassing about me. No, I'm complimenting you. Zhang Bin denied it, and Zhang Xing jumped forward. At this moment, Fang Lang suddenly heard a rapid barking sound. I turned around and saw a husky running over. Oh no, it was a wolf, but it looked like a husky. Isn't this just Erha? When Erha saw Fang Lang, she came over and barked. Zhang Xing was worried that the dog would bite her brother. When she was about to turn around, she saw that both his brother and Fang Lang were very calm. But this dog's voice sounded so aggrieved. Woof, 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 woof. Woo, 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 woo. The dog was whining. It smelled sad and wanted to laugh. Zhang Xing couldn't help asking, what's going on with this dog? Fang Lang then remembered that Da Hong followed Tang Ninger that day, and he was taken to the sky by Yan Ran. Then he forgot about Erha. It happened that after so long, he just didn't feel that anything was missing. It's not a dog that I raised, so I still won't kiss him. He was also curious about what this Erha was doing again. Did he really think it was his dog? Erha is also aggrieved. The boss was beaten to death by your wife. The world is so big that there is no place for him. You might as well continue undercover to the end. Otherwise, you will lose your food. When Fang Lang saw that Erha was really cute and stupid, he didn't reveal Erha's true identity. He just said, I raised him. He got lost in the city 2 days ago. After hearing this, Zhang Xing squatted down, touched Erha's dog's head, and said, this dog looks so stupid and looks so cute. Erha, you are the one who looks stupid, and your whole family looks stupid. Zhang Xing began to rub the dog's head angrily. Girls seem to like this furry animal very much. Fang Lang saw the hopelessness in Erha's eyes, but Erha did not dare to resist at all. If you resist, you can join the Xiaoyaoju luxury dog meat meal tonight. Erha could only start running. Running with the wind was the direction, but Zhang Xing watched Erha run away, and she also chased after him. The human dog race officially began, but everyone on the streets of Shu State City was torn. Sad enough. This is a person who is as stupid as Erha. Zhang Bin's smile is also a little stiff. Now he can't brag. Fortunately, Zhang Xing is wearing men's clothes. Otherwise, people in Shu State City will know that the young lady from the prefect's mansion is a girl who can run faster than a dog. The picture is too beautiful to imagine. Well, my sister is really cute, haha. Zhang Bin laughed dryly, but Fang Lang's heart did not waver. Erha didn't know where he took Zhang Xing and ran away. Fang Lang and Zhang Bin could only wander around the street. Originally, they came to play with Zhang Xing, but Zhang Xing let go and disappeared. The two of them had no choice but to walk forward aimlessly, and not long after, they met 4 acquaintances. These people were all dressed in fine clothes, and they were all young men from wealthy families in the city. However, the young master from a wealthy family cannot compare to Zhang Bin. The most powerful young master in this city is undoubtedly Zhang Bin. Regardless of his background or talents, they are all beyond his reach. When I saw Zhang Bin, I naturally came to say hello. He even took a few more glances at Fang Lang next to Zhang Bin. After the Cheeky Poetry Club, Fang Lang's reputation spread. However, all NPCs subconsciously ignored that Fang Lang was supposed to be just a scholar. There was no imperial examination at this time, so he should not be a scholar. This is why it was clearly arranged. These 4 young masters are Zhao Rui, Wang Yang, Sun Xiao, and Tong Zhen. They are the young masters of 4 big families in the city, and their ranks are all only scholars. Fang Lang's status in this world is not low. Although he is very poor, just the fact that he is Yao Guang's apprentice is enough to kill many people instantly. The emperor must treat him with courtesy when he sees him. However, Fang Lang did not express his identity, so in the eyes of everyone, he was just a student from a poor family. Originally, there was no value in making friends with a student like Fang Lang, but Fang Lang was well known in poetry gatherings, and now that he was so close to the prefect, it was necessary to get close to him. After the 4 people said hello to Zhang Bin, they also chatted and joked with Fang Lang warmly. After greetings, Zhao Ruikai said, it is really a rare luck to meet Brother Zhang by chance today. Why don't you let me be the host? Please come and sit down at Xiaoyaoju. Xiaoyaoju is the best restaurant in Shu State City. In fact, with Zhao Rui's style, they usually go to Hongsha Yufeng, but he is worried that Zhang Bin, who is so polite and looks very serious, might not like to go there. From Hong Shufeng. The clinker Zhang Bin decisively refused after hearing this. Since it's a treat, and you, Mr. Zhao, are very wealthy, why don't you invite us to Hong Shufeng? Zhao Rui. I didn't expect you to be such a young master. In this way, we can have a lot in common. Zhao Rui suddenly showed an expression that any man would understand and said, so brother Zhang also likes this, so let's go to Hong Shufeng. No problem. There was a case that disturbed my brother-in-law and me's enjoyment. I only drank half of the flower wine, but it's really not satisfying. Zhao Wang, Sun and Tong looked confused. Did you go there once today? Young people, your health is important. Chapter 69. My sister is virtuous and virtuous. Fang Lang knew what they were thinking by looking at their expressions. Well, everyone is of the same mind. Sure enough, only Zhang Bin is abnormal. The group of people walked in the direction of Hong Shufeng. Fang Lang had no special expectations for Hong Shufeng at this time, and he was as calm as an experienced driver without any troubles. But before they got there was another barking sound, and the dog that ran away to nowhere came back, followed by Zhang Xing. Erha was already so tired that his tongue was panting, and Zhang Xing ran over from behind. He grabbed Erha's neck and rubbed the dog's head angrily. Ha ha ha, I told you can't run away from me. Erha, fate is holding my throat. JPEG. It looked at Fang Lang with pleading eyes, and Fang Lang observed 3 seconds of silence. He really couldn't stand by and watch Erha suffer such torture. After all, he was also his own dog. So, Fang Lang turned his head and chose not to look. Zhang Bin also turned his head away, trying to pretend that he didn't know Zhang Xing. In this case, his sister's image would not be too damaged. Yes, this person who is playing tricks is not my sister. Brother, where are you going? Zhang Xing finally let Erha go and ran all the way. She was a little warm and her temples were a little wet. When Zhang Xing said these words, Zhang Bin felt almost desperate, but he still wanted to save his life and said to the 4 young masters, this is my distant cousin, Zhang Shu and Jier, who came to meet these young masters. Zhang Xing became unhappy when he heard this. Just when he was about to refute, he saw Zhang Bin's look. If you dare to expose it now, you will be dead. Zhang Bin also has a certain dignity at home. Zhang Xing was stunned for a moment and then smiled sweetly at a few people and said, hello, my name is Shuer. Zhao Rui, Wang Yang, Sun Shao, childlike innocence. They really want to complain, brother. Please stop showing off. Look at my eyes, they are really not blind. However, Zhang Bin said with a smile, this is my distant cousin, Zhang Shu. Oh my God, those who narrow their eyes are monsters and cannot be offended. It was Zhao Rui who was the first to come to his senses and echoed, yes, cousin. Yes, my cousin and my sister look quite similar, but they have a bit of a naughty temper. I'm always worried that someone will mistakenly admit that she is my sister, and it will be bad for my sister's reputation. This is simply a threat from Qi Guoguo. Zhang Bin still narrowed his eyes. Zhang Xing pinched his waist in displeasure, and the 4 young masters, who had a strong desire for survival, were very sensible and said hello to their cousin one after another. Fang Lang silently wiped the cold sweat on his head. You 2 brothers and sisters, they are all black when cut open, really. Cousin, are you going somewhere to play? Zhang Xing also changed his mind and gave Zhang Bin a look. I will call you cousin from now on. Zhao Rui didn't dare to talk anymore, but Zhang Bin said calmly, we are going to Hong Shufeng to drink flower wine. Zhang Xing's eyes lit up when he heard this. Hey, Huaju looks very interesting. I want to go too. Zhang Bin agreed without any hesitation, but Zhao Rui felt a little cold on his neck. Damn it, if Prefect Zhang knew that he was taking his 2 sons and daughters to Hong Shufeng. Zhao Rui felt that he was not skinny enough for others to mess with him, but now that the matter was over, there was nothing he could do. Fang Lang actually felt that these social activities were a waste of time. He was dragged by Zhang Bin for a whole day and did not have any friendly interactions with players. He was all interacting with NPCs. However, it is also necessary to break into the NPC circle in Shu State City. In the Red Sleeve Square, Zhang Bin still looked very skilled. Although Zhao Rui was here to treat the guests, the centerpiece was obviously Zhang Bin. Moreover, Zhang Bin saw that this posture must have been experienced for a long time, so he listened to Zhang Bin's arrangements. So, Zhang Bin ordered several jars of flower wine. Really drink flower wine. This plot was repeated, and Fang Lang had no emotions in his heart. The other 4 young masters looked confused throughout the whole process. Only Zhang Xing asked curiously, why is this different from the Huaju I know? What's wrong? Are there any other flavors of flower wine? Zhang Bin looked serious, and Fang Lang almost covered his face. Brother, please be careful. Your sister knows more than you. His bored look attracted Sun Shao's attention. He and several of his friends looked at each other and couldn't help but smile knowingly. This prefect is really a fool, but this Fang Lang must be a fellow-minded person. Otherwise, he would not show such an expression. In this case, we can have more exchanges with the Bao Swordheart in the future. At the end of the banquet, it was also the time for people to drink. The drinking lasted for a long time. After the banquet, everyone dispersed. Fang Lang returned to the academy and lay down, then sighed. It's another day of fishing. Although it felt like I had fished all day long, I still worked hard for myself. By the way, did I forget something? Erha, who was carried away by the drunk Zhang Xing, looked hopeless. Facing the sea, there are no waves. Fang Lang just lay down for a few minutes and got up immediately. He can no longer use the identity of Wugi now, but the pretender mask can disguise him as someone else, but he will be recognized as an NPC. With no return status, let's wait for 2 days, wait until the wind is not so tight, and then go out for fun. Fang Lang looked at the forum, and people on it were discussing where Wu Gei was the big boss who suddenly appeared. After all, this was the first time that the system issued a wanted notice. They all want to catch Wu Gui and rush for rewards. But the origin of this non-returner is too mysterious, but there are still legends about him on the forum. Brother Wu Gui is a ruthless man. He has one man and one sword. He is elegant and elegant. He can kill 7 of them with one man. He killed a bunch of elementary school students from the Buried Love family and was able to kill them instantly at the same level. This is a true master. The person who posted this post was none other than Dynasty Overlord, and someone immediately liked his post. You, the officially recognized #1 primary school student in the national service, have the nerve to say that we are burying our beloved family? This was the reply from the Burial Love family. As soon as he saw the Martian text, he knew that he was from that gang. However, Dynasty Overlord couldn't refute it. The title of elementary school student was a hurdle that he couldn't get over in this game. Every time he thought about this, he would complain about Fang Lang in his heart. Damn, scholar! Then he thought about his advanced skills, and now he couldn't stop crying. Mr. Fang is really a devil. Apart from those who fought with each other, the only people who had seen Fang Lang before were those who formed a temporary team with Fang Lang. At this time, "Don't give away and you can win" was smearing Wu Gui's image on the forum, because last time he posted a post revealing the cheating copy, and now he has accumulated a number of fans. Indeed, there are many new players who were sacrificed when they played Ghost Miner. Although the copies are gone, the people who were tricks still exist. When Don't Send You Can Win talked about his painful experience of teaming up with Wu Gui, he immediately aroused the same hatred among the players. When Fang Lang saw these contents, his heart did not waver. "Little brother, you need to be arranged." Chapter 70. I know too much. After Dynasty Overlord finished his post, he stopped arguing with people on the forum. The main reason was that he was the #1 elementary school student in the national server, and he couldn't argue with others no matter how hard he tried. Let's do the mission. Until now, the highest level mission that all players have received is a level. Han Yan forwarded one casually, which is S level. Dynasty Overlord attaches great importance to this. He has mobilized the elite team of Dynasty Guild to prepare for it. Let's take a look at this S level mission. He didn't know that Han Yan had already completed an SSS level mission and thought it was the first high level mission. The purple gold mine cave was the location of the original copy of the Ghost Miner. Now the copy has disappeared inexplicably, leaving only a cave emitting purple light. It's not like no one has thought about going in and exploring, but as soon as they enter the cave, the player's health bar starts to drop wildly. According to that progress, he will die before he can go very far. But there is no explanation for the blood loss. I don't know whether it was poisoned or something else. Now this mine has become one of the popular posts on the forum. No one knows how lucky Fang Lang was when he saw this post. Fortunately, my brother was steady and didn't intrude. Otherwise, it would be really cold now. Dynasty Overlord looked at this purple gleaming hole and felt a little melancholy. No matter how many people there are, they can't get in. Let a Buddhist boy go in first. He added a bunch of buffs before going in, but he only went about 50 meters deep. The Buddhist boy came back with his health bottoming out. Dynasty Overlord joined the nanny team to nurse him alive. Those who practice Buddhism have the most resistance in health. They can't hold it back. How can we explore this mine? Aren't they given as gifts when you enter? Dynasty Overlord had no choice but to cry to Han Yan. President Han Yan, I can't enter this hole. Han Yan is currently with Bing Yu, Riverside Immortal, and Fang Nan. Fang Nan didn't find Fang Lang during the day, so she followed the original Little Sisters at night to register for guild with the flag of command. You have to ask the city lord for this. Han Yan finally gave the flag of command to Bing Yu. For a long time, the 4 Southern River Misty Rains had equal status, but they all agreed that Bing Yu was the biggest president because among the 4 of them, Southern River Misty Rain was good at PK and Han Yan good at strategy, Riverside Immortal. Good looking. Oh, in short, other miscellaneous things are all managed by Bing Yu, so Han Yan gave this flag to Bing Yu. When Bing Yu got the flag, his heart was complicated. The current game time is not long, and things like gang building orders are extremely valuable. Recharge is not yet enabled, but they can completely bypass the official website and go directly to real-life transactions. However, Han Yan handed it over to Bing Yu without any precautions, which made Bing Yu feel that she was really a villain. She thought that Han Yan and Nanfang would break up because of the PK group. People have also had a tendency to break away recently, but I didn't expect. Go find the city lord, Southern River Misty Rain. Even if you are not the strongest guild, you can be considered the first guild for the first time. Isn't this what you have always wanted? Han Yan texted the words, "Wait for me," to Dynasty Overlord and ignored him. It was still important to establish a gang now. So Bing Yu took the flag of command and entered the prefect's mansion. The other core members were waiting outside very excitedly. Next was the moment to witness the miracle. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations. The chosen one, Bing Yu, established the force, Southern River Misty Rain, in Shu State City, under the banner of command, becoming the first chosen force. Server-wide announcement. The announcement was made 3 times, shocking the entire gaming community. No one would have expected that someone would form a gang at this time. The players of Shinki Guild, which has always been ranked first and has never wavered, were even more confused. Hey, someone actually grabbed it this time. Are you ahead of us? Now in the player level ranking list, the #1 player is Zhong Shenshu, the president of Shinki Guild. That's right, it's the Zhong Shenshu who created Zhong Shenshu. Zhong Shenshu was now at level 18 and was far ahead. When he heard this announcement, he swiped his spear and easily killed the level 20 monster in front of him before he sneered and said, "Southern River Misty Rain, that's a bit interesting." He has always looked down on these girls before. Rookies are rookies, and he won't even look at them twice. But this time, very good, you have successfully caught my attention. Han Yan and Fang Nan still joined the Southern River Misty Rain Guild, but Fang Nan said that he really would not lead the team anymore and would only serve as the temporary president. With the treasure of flag of command, the previous grievances can be said to be wiped away. But Fang Nan did not tell them what he wanted to do or what he encountered. After witnessing that Southern River Misty Rain became the first force, Han Yan and Fang Nan also prepared to withdraw. They also divided their forces into 2 groups. Han Yan went to find the primary school students, and Fang Nan went to Fang Lang to ask some questions. Bing Yu didn't even have time to stop them and talk about the rewards the first guild received. The first time is always the most valuable, such as dungeons and so on. The rewards for the first pass are more generous, and the same is true for establishing a player power. The Southern River Misty Rain Guild has received a total of 5,000 force points. Points can only be obtained by guild members completing official tasks. 5,000 points is already a lot of money. And we got a force station for free. At that time, we can choose an optional place in Shu State City, which will be divided into Southern River, Misty Rain. This is the biggest reward. Having a territory is more important than anything else. Nowadays, housing prices are very expensive. Many players log off by climbing up trees and falling asleep. Few people will spend money to stay in an inn. Fortunately, players can log out. If Fang Lang hadn't been assigned room and board, he would have been living on the streets with Erha at night. Fang Lang, who had already disguised himself as another person, suddenly slapped his thigh. "Oh, where's my dog?" Fang Lang was now wearing ordinary coarse linen clothes and looked like a young man from the countryside. When he suddenly shouted on the road, not many people paid him any attention. At this time, Fang Lang's dog was in Zhang Xing's room. Everyone thought that Zhang Xing was drunk. Zhang Bin also thought that his sister had fallen asleep drunk. After hearing what the maid said, he felt relieved and left. Zhang Xing stood up as soon as he heard his footsteps leaving, and then took off all his clothes in a hurry. Erha's eyes widened, and then he looked carefully. "Well, there are no waves. It doesn't look good. Forget it." Erha bit the leg of the chair out of boredom, but Zhang Xing had already changed into a set of nightclothes and was ready to go. Erha was shocked and confused. "Damn it, I seem to have seen something I shouldn't have seen. If it's over, will I be silenced?" Chapter 71. Come on, try being more fierce. This is the difference between humans and animals. In fact, Erha has seen things that he shouldn't see before, even though Zhang Xing was also wearing underwear. But in this world, if a woman lets a man see her underwear, she has only two choices. The good-looking man can get a wife, and the bad-looking man can die. Zhang Xing glanced at Erha and felt that the dog might have thought he saw a stranger and was frightened. So he said, "Dog, stay at home and don't bite the chair." Zhang Xing rubbed the dog's head again, and then jumped out of the window without leaving a trace in the snow. No one in the prefect's mansion noticed that Zhang Xing was no longer in the room. Erha suddenly panicked. "Damn it, isn't this the daughter of a human race boss? She has a secret." "But the boss is dead. Who can he tell?" "Fang Lang?" Erha actually only regards Fang Lang as a temporary owner and a long-term meal ticket. He always remembers that he is a lonely wolf. Well, chairs in the governor's house all have different tastes. Erha decided to go out for a walk. The servants in the prefect's mansion had all seen Erha today. They knew it was Zhang Xing who brought him back, so they didn't pay much attention to it. This was Erha's talent. He pretended to be a dog. At that time, some ordinary people could not see his true identity. After wandering around like this, Erha arrived in front of a room and happened to hear two people talking inside. "Father, the danger of the monster race is already close at hand, and the government is in chaos. The current emperor is deceived by beauty and loves villains and virtuous ministers. There are traitors running rampant in the court, not to mention the countryside. I don't know how much the county magistrate went too far. This is why the heaven and earth faction activities are so frequent. My father holds great power. As the leader of a state, he must make a decision early." When Erha heard this, he immediately recognized it. Isn't this the voice of the prefect? He looked honest and loyal, but he didn't expect that he was a rebel. The other voice was more mature and steady, saying, "Serving my father as a pastor is not for personal gain, but for the peace of the people of Shu State. Don't say such things again. My father cares about the people, and I don't, but good birds choose trees to roost in. My father has never been to the capital, and he doesn't know to what extent Chaogung has collapsed. If my father really cares about the people of Shu State, he must have. It's decided." Another voice was silent for a long time before saying, "Let me think about it carefully." The voice stopped trying to persuade him. When Erha heard this, he knew that the conversation was over. He suddenly felt that he was going to die soon. Do I know too much? There are too many secrets hidden in this prefect's mansion. Not long after, Zhang Bin pushed the door open and came out. There was no one else near the study, only Erha with his eyes wide open. Zhang Bin didn't pay much attention to it. Looking at Erha's stupid look with his eyes widened, he was also very surprised. It's hard to be wary. But he also felt that Erha was very spiritual, so he said to him, "Don't run around in the house, or you may be caught by someone in the kitchen making dog meat hot pot." He was just trying to scare Erha, but Erha ran away whining. "Oh my god, the prefect's mansion is so scary." Zhang Bin couldn't help laughing when he saw Erha like this, and went back to his room to rest. At this moment, Zhang Xing was searching for Wu Gui all over the city. She lost a veil that day. This was not important. What she was more curious about was why Wu Gui killed people, and whether there was any hidden secret in it. Although it was only a brief encounter, Zhang Xing's first impression of Wu Gui was quite good. Otherwise, he would not have attracted him to the Heaven and Earth faction. For this reason, she decided to go to Shaolin Village to investigate. Coincidentally, Fang Lang thought so too. He still didn't think carefully enough when he killed. He should first ask Lindy who sold the forest workers' children to. Otherwise, he would not be able to find him easily. The world is so big, it's like finding a needle in a haystack. Fortunately, although the NPC is dead, the ghosts still exist, at least for the first 7 days. Then the ghosts that have lost their power will gradually dissipate, and the obsessed ghosts will gradually turn into ghosts, thus becoming attackable wild animals. Weird. So in fact, if Fang Lang really dies, he can still turn into a ghost cultivator. When Fang Lang thought of this, he complained in his heart that there were no taboos. Why should he die if he has nothing to do? I quickly arrived at Jiaolin Village. At this time, the village chief's house had already been hung with white flags. It happened to be that in a few days, it would be the ghost festival. It is said that the gates of ghosts are wide open, and the village chief's whole family was. Many people who were massacred felt that the Lin family was eerie and scary when they came to deal with it. If they could really see it, they would be even more scared, because Lin's ghost is looking at the people in the village who are handling their funeral affairs. Wow, this guy stole my candlestick. I'm so angry. The gold I treasure. Lindy was furious when he saw some dishonest people taking things from his house. However, he could only watch helplessly, and his anger became more and more violent. He would probably be the first one to become a vicious ghost. The Lin family. But by this time, Fang Lung had arrived. The man who stole the gold felt a chill in his body, so he couldn't help but ask his partner next to him, "Do you feel a chill in your back? Could it be that we took something from old man Lin and he saw it?" The man holding the candlestick said disdainfully, "You are just cowardly. What we take is what we should take. Lin Papi has taken so many benefits from the village. If he were not a descendant of the Lin family in the city, who would be the village chief? It's up to him." Shh, stop talking. I feel like it's getting colder. On a July day, even though they were wearing single clothes, they were actually shivering. The two villagers also realized that something was wrong. It was not a good place to stay here for a long time, so they hurried away. After they left, other people saw their panic and thought they had seen a ghost. Not long after, no one in the Lin family was left. Anyway, that's what it means. All members of the Lin family are dead, so naturally there will be no one to watch over them. Fang Lang waited for the villagers to leave before he climbed over the wall and landed in front of Lindy. Oh, he is a man of cultivation, and with a relatively high level of detection. Lindy and several of his family members are invisible to him. "Are you here to steal my money too?" Linda has become a fierce ghost, and now the transformation is complete. But Fang Lang sneered. 1/10 level ghost is enough, but if there are 100 more, Fang Lang will not be afraid. Fang Lang didn't make any other moves. He snapped his fingers and a thunderbolt struck a chair, smashing it into pieces. "I'll give you permission to rephrase the language." Fang Lang casually dragged another chair and sat down, looking at Lindy quietly. "Oh, you have become more fierce. Can you try to be cruel again?" Chapter 72. You need an electric shock. Linda was also aggrieved except for Ying Ying Ying. Why are there so many evil people lately? I'm sorry. These evil people are all from our side. Seeing Fang Lang, who looked like an old man, Lin Day really didn't dare to be aggressive and just gave in. He said flatteringly, "What are your orders, sir?" He was afraid that Fang Lang would snap his fingers again with his backhand. The ghost was most afraid of thunder. How could this attack be any good? However, Fang Lang can actually play Thunder Curse without snapping his fingers. Think about it in his mind, activate it instantly, and snap his fingers, just because it will look more handsome. Fang Lang didn't talk nonsense. He said calmly, "I heard that you sold the 2 children of Lin Gong's family to the Black Dragon Club in the city." "Uncle, this is absolutely slander." Snapped. Fang Lang output the smallest spiritual force and released a bilibili electric spark to hit Lindy. Suddenly, Lindy's spirit body was a little erratic. "I think you just haven't been shocked." Lindy didn't dare to talk nonsense now and admitted honestly, "That's what happened. What are your orders? Take me to find them." Fang Lang's request is just this. In fact, he has no relationship with the Lin brothers and sisters, and his relationship with Lin Gong is not a cause and effect. He has not received any benefits from Lin Gong. However, when he knew about this matter, he just wanted to do it. "That's impossible. It's been sold for 10 years. Snapped. Fang Lang gave him another electric shock with his backhand. "Maybe not. Maybe, uncle. Maybe I sold them to the housekeeper of the Lin family in Shu State City. I just heard that the housekeeper is sold to the Black Dragon Society. Just go to the Lin house and find the housekeeper." Snapped. Fang Lang gave me another electric shock with his backhand. Lindy was about to cry. I answered, "Why did you shock me back?" Fang Lang, "Sorry, I don't know if it's because my hand slipped or because I'm addicted to electricity. In short, the electricity is all gone. So what are you doing? Don't think I'm a fool. Now take me to the butler Lin you sold me to. Otherwise I won't know which butler it is." Lin Day just wanted to refuse. Shu State City is an important place. The ghosts that are not summoned will be suppressed if they get close. However, seeing the lightning crackling in Fang Lang's hand, Lin Day was instantly frightened. Being suppressed is better than being shocked. In this way, Fang Lang ignored the timid ghosts and prepared to let Lin Day lead the way. As soon as he left the door, a light figure fell down. This person is Zhang Xing, codenamed Fake Xing. She had been listening for a while and probably knew a little about the cause and effect. She was just curious as to why Fang Lang came here specially. But Fang Lang's behavior seems to be somewhat consistent with the purpose of the Heaven and Earth faction. "So boy, do you want to join the membership? Your Excellency is really chivalrous. I wonder what the relationship between Lin Gong and Your Excellency is. No relatives or reasons." Fang Lang acted very coldly. He had already recognized Fake Xing. At this moment, he didn't want to get too involved or troubled with her. Zhang Xing's eyes lit up. He was willing to do this even without any relatives. He is truly a knight. "I, Heaven and Earth faction, need talents like you. I admire you very much for your willingness to go to such great lengths for a person with whom you have no relatives, and you are not even afraid of getting into trouble like the Lin family. I, Heaven and Earth faction, need talents like you. May I ask who your name is? Would you like to join the Heaven and Earth faction?" Fang Lang. "You two brothers and sisters are really brothers and sisters. There is no doubt that they are brothers and sisters. Are you recruiting people to join your gang when you see them?" Fang Lang is so pasterisk. Died off, girl. You sold it to me last time. I won't join. I am the king of thunder and lightning, Yang Yongxin, Fang Lang still replied. He just heard Zhang Xing say that the Lin family was a problem. Maybe Zhang Xing knew something. In other words, Zhang Xing was still valuable. Fang Lang has a chivalrous heart, but he is not a reckless man. He rushes in without knowing the level of his opponent. Although he has the equipment given by Yao Guang that can save his life in critical moments, it is best not to use it if he can avoid getting into trouble. Wave. Therefore, it would be better to get some information from Zhang Xing. Rugus, his name was something he just thought of on the spur of the moment, without any deep meaning. However, Zhang Xing shook his head and said, "Your Excellency, you have some real talent and knowledge, but you are still too arrogant to think of yourself as the king of Dharma. Your disciples don't have it. Did you tell me these rules?" Zhang Xing is not angry. Looking at Fang Lung's dress, he knows that he comes from a bad family background. He may have learned the spell by chance, so it is normal for him to not know the rules of the immortal cultivation world. She then explained, "The title of king can only be used by king-level masters of transcendent realm. If you meet others in the future, please do not call them this. Otherwise, the consequences will be serious. Even if you are killed, no one will say anything." What? Her reminder finally improved Fang Lang's favorability. Before, Fang Lang always thought that Zhang Xing was a monkey, maybe a flying monkey. Now it seems that this girl is still very kind-hearted. Fang Lang also said humbly, "It's because the boy is ignorant. Thank you very much, girl, for your advice. How about joining me in Heaven and Earth faction?" Fang Lang, "Let's not talk about joining the club. We can still be friends. The favorability you just gained is gone." The top priority was to find the whereabouts of Lin Gong's sons and daughters, so Fang Lang skipped the topic of joining the association and talked to Zhang Xing about the causes and consequences of artistic processing along the way. Fang Lang said that he had met a chosen one named Wu Gui. The chosen one told him that Wu Gui was wanted now, so he acted for heaven and came out to uphold justice. Zhang Xing's eyes sparkled when she heard this. She was angry that such dirty things happened under Shu State, and at the same time she was happy that she had met two good people. Sure enough, Wu Gui and Yang Yongxin are all talents that Heaven and Earth faction needs. After all, the people in Heaven and Earth faction are all ambitious people who don't seek fame or fortune, but just want to bring a bright future to the world. The two of them returned to the city from outside the city. It was already midnight. As soon as they approached Shu State City, Lin Day looked wilted. Fang Lang was suddenly at a loss, but Zhang Xing casually took out a talisman paper. Linda returned to normal. Fang Lang was curious about where Zhang Xing got those things from. Seeing that she is wearing very thin clothes, there must be a space on her body for law treasure. Ahem, cough, cough, forget it if you don't join the club. How can you still miss the baby? With the protection of the talisman, Lin Day was driven by two people to the front of the Lin family mansion. The Lin family's mansion is much more grand than the ones in the village. It has carved beams and painted beams, and red doors and copper locks. It looks like it belongs to the rich and powerful. Zhang Xing then explained, "The head of the Lin family is the most powerful person under the prefect in Shu State City. He is in charge of the population of Shu State City. I didn't expect that secretly. He would work with the Black Dragon Society, something that hides evil and evil people." There is contact. Zhang Xing was very careful when he spoke and did not reveal his identity, so Fang Lang squinted his eyes. "Your father is the top leader and fails to manage the people below him well. You have the nerve to say..." Chapter 73. Giving lectures to NPCs. I'm so angry. Zhang Xing bared his teeth and stamped his feet as he walked. Fang Lang could only sigh helplessly. What's the use of being angry? Why not think about what to do next? The floor is innocent. I don't care about Lin An. I will definitely save his sister. Zhang Xing put his hands on his hips, and his ordinary chest heaved a little with anger. Fang Lang said again, "Are you so short-sighted? If you can save the Lin family today, you can save the Zhang family and the Wang family in the future." What? Zhang Xing was stunned when he heard this, and then suddenly realized, yes, it is troublesome for me to save one person. How can I save more people? What do you have in mind? Zhang Xing asked in a asking tone this time, and Fang Lang said, "To cure this dirty thing, we must start from the source." Right. Zhang Xing clapped his hands and said, "Let's destroy the Black Dragon Society first." Fang Lang shook his head again and said, "This is not the root cause. Why does the Black Dragon Society exist? If there are no officials to protect it, how can it gain a foothold in Shu State City? You mean to kill those dog officials in the Fish and Meat Town? We at Heaven and Earth faction also think the same and do this. Since we are so like-minded, why not join us?" Zhang Xing was overjoyed. He was indeed a gay. Fang Lang continued to shake his head. "This is not the root cause. If you kill an official, there will naturally be subsequent officials. How do you know that the subsequent officials will not be worse? Therefore, only by overthrowing the bureaucracy and allowing the people to be the masters of their own country can this phenomenon be eradicated." At this moment, Fang Lang seemed to be shining in Zhang Xing's eyes. Then Fang Lang talked about the theory that rights should be locked in cages. Zhang Xing was stunned for a while and even had the urge to set up a new gang. It wasn't until the two separated and Zhang Xing returned home that she suddenly remembered, didn't she want to drag that Yang Yongxin to join the association? Why now she has been brainwashed and wants to start a big business with Yang Yongxin? Fang Lang sighed silently and said, "These brothers and sisters, he can fool people into lameness. However, I don't know if teaching political lessons to NPCs will cause any big problems. I don't care. Anyway, if someone digs a hole, he can dig it, but not bury it." He still couldn't get promoted tonight. When he and Zhang Xing were saying goodbye, he asked Linde to come over. "Do you know how I deal with this kind of villain after using him?" Fang Lang smiled harmlessly, but Linde was a little panicked. But soon he stopped panicking. A bolt of lightning struck him out of his mind, and he was completely wiped out, leaving no residue behind. Fang Lang did not go back to the academy directly. He planned to go to the wild area to upgrade. Level 20 was still too low now. As I ran, I unknowingly arrived at the Purple Mountain Mine. The monster levels here were pretty good, and Fang Lang could gain some experience by brushing them. His AoE damage is enough. When the spiritual force is used up, he still has literary chi. After the literary chi is used up, he still has sword chi. When the sword chi is gone, the spiritual force is almost restored. Therefore, Fang Lang is a human-shaped turret, and its spells don't even stop. However, the efficiency of constantly swiping low-level monsters is definitely not as good as high-level monsters. Fang Leng planned to go deeper into the wild area, but when passing by the Zijin mine, he suddenly saw an acquaintance. A disgraced girl ran out of the mine. Isn't this Han Yan? Behind Han Yan, there was a huge purple ant chasing him, and Fang Leng struck it with a lightning strike. You killed the gold-eating ant. Your level is increased to LV21. The awakening of the herb goo in your body is completed, and you are promoted to the King of Heart-Protecting Goo. Heart-Protecting Goo King Ting Heart-Protecting. The only passive one. When you receive fatal damage, it ensures that you will not die immediately, and quickly recovers your injuries, and forms a cocoon with strong protective capabilities outside the body. After passive takes effect, Goo King need to sleep for a period of time to obtain energy. Damn it, could this thing be resurrection armor? Fang Leng then remembered that Yan Ran planted the herb goo in his body to torture him. Because he licked a little of Tang Ninger's blood, the herb goo evolved. He only thought that the herb goo would evolve slightly, but there was no movement for a long time, and he almost forgot about it. At this time, he was suddenly told that it had evolved into the Goo King and had such a strong protective effect. Fang Leng was stunned. What's going on with Tang Ninger? Is the effect of a mouthful of blood so strong? This is not the point. The key point is that Fang Leng remembered that he still had the clothes given by Yao Guang, which also had an indestructible shield. Wouldn't the two together equal an extra life? In this case, why not take a wave? Forget it. Let's do it later. I went out to disguise myself today, so it was not convenient to change clothes in front of Han Yan. At this time, Han Yan only knew that an NPC rescued her, but she did not know that the one who tricked her and the one who rescued her were both the same. Girl, what's going on? Han Yan was also a little confused. Why did an NPC suddenly come to this wilderness? Han Yan began to exude imagination and understood. This must be a plot killer. Otherwise, this S-level mission cannot be completed by current players. Things started when Dynasty Overlord called for support. After Han Yan arrived, he led the team into the cave. Strangely enough, after Han Yan arrived, the health loss buff in the cave was gone. Therefore, when Dynasty Overlord faced Han Yan's eyes that looked like he was mentally retarded, he only had one sentence in his heart. Although I feel very unhappy, there is no reason to refute it. Just like that, they entered the mine and found that the inside of the mine was purple. Not long after, they encountered a monster, a level 20 gold-eating ant. It was not difficult to fight, but the gold-eating ant was physically resistant. The resistance is too high, even with a powerful output like Han Yan. It is almost impossible to hit. After finally clearing up a few, Han Yan and the people from the Dynasty Guild were about to continue exploring when they suddenly discovered that there were more and more gold-eating ants. Everyone who noticed something was wrong quickly ran away. However, the scope of the gold-eating ant's hatred was too large. Only Han Yan ran the fastest, but one gold-eating ant still chased him out of the hole until he was killed by Fang Leng. Gold-eating ants have almost no resistance to spell damage, which is why Fang Leng can kill them instantly. Han Yan also produced a little output while running. Han Yan told Fang Leng everything that happened in the cave, and suddenly a system prompt came. Tuk-tuk, you have completed the S-level mission exploring the Purple Gold Mine, and the reward is 100 silver, Supreme Grade Equipment, Purple Gold Arm Guard *1, Premium Equipment, Purple Gold Sword, *1, Skill Instruction Book, *1. Han Yan was stunned. Is the mission completed? Shouldn't we go to Fang Leng to complete the last step? Why are the rewards being issued now? Fang Leng is also a black line. When he uses the mask to transform into other forms, he can deceive the NPC, but he cannot deceive the system. The system is not on his side, so the task of Han Yan is in his hands. Already. Chapter 74. Gold-eating ants. This is so ********, gee, embarrassing. But Han Yan didn't think about it that much for the time being. He just thought it was a little strange, while Fang Leng naturally pretended not to receive the system prompt and start acting directly. Listen to what you said. There may be deeper secrets hidden in this mine. I just happened to come across it, so I might as well go in and have a look. It has issued an A-level mission to you. Explore the Zijin mine again. Do you accept it? Ow, the NPC whose name is hidden? Han Yan was stunned for a moment. Is this kind of operation still possible? The mission level has been reduced. This is not the point, but this NPC is a bit strange. Why do you keep encountering some weird NPCs recently? Han Yan thought to himself, but still accepted the task. Anyway, she runs fast so she can still take on this mission. At this time, all the people in the Dynasty Guild are at the resurrection point. They cannot be resurrected directly in the jungle. After the player dies, they will return to the city for free, unlike other games that allow souls to escape. But resurrection also has time. If someone uses the soul returning spell within the time, it can also save him. But this skill will definitely not be available now. The game is still in the early stage, and resurrection is not that simple. So now that they are all in the city, they sent a private message to Han Yan to inquire about the situation. Han Yan told him the reward in a very upright manner. The 100 silver and purple gold sword were agreed to be given to the Dynasty Overlord, and they would talk about it after they got back. Also, because he has killed so many people, Han Yan herself is never too good. The purple gold arm guard is quite easy to use and is considered a good armor, and the skills written by Han Yan in the skill book are also suitable for her. Ejection start active. Explode the power of your legs to kick the target in front, causing knockback and damage, and allowing yourself to be ejected backwards with the help of power. Han Yan is a shooter. With such a skill, there is no need to worry about assassins or warriors fighting her in close combat. This is the biggest gain, and Han Yan will naturally not give it to Dynasty Overlord. After learning the skills, the two went into the cave to fight monsters. Seeing a bunch of big ants, Fang Leng saw the information about gold-eating ants in his eyes. Dove 20 gold-eating, ant 1 gold. Hard skin. Passive. Physical damage reduced by 50%. Giant power passive. A small ant has great power. A large ant has power beyond your imagination. Attack power, endurance, physical strength plus 100. Bite forward, causing double physical damage. Description, low-level monster with high physical resistance and no spiritual force resistance. Seeing this, Fang Leng knew why Han Yan's team was wiped out. Whoever was replaced would die. In the early stage, there should be more physical attacks. The mage's skills have not been learned yet. Therefore, a reduction in physical damage can almost destroy a team. Moreover, this attack power, most people can't bear it. However, this is a monster with attributes, high armor and low magic resistance. It is easier to encounter a full-time mage like Fang Leng than to farm low-level monsters. In the world of Immortal Seeking Dream, the power system is based on the 5 elements of yin and yang. If there are 5 elements, there will be mutual support and restraint. It just so happens that Fang Leng is a fire attribute. Fire spells do more damage, while water spells have half the effect. Coincidentally, these gold-eating ants belong to gold. Fang Leng threw a wave of fireballs with his backhand, and these gold-eating ants became crispy, leaving only some slag, which was all purple gold. Monsters all grew up eating purple gold, so there is purple gold residue in their bodies, and nothing else comes out. Han Yan originally wanted to try out his new skills by bending a bow and setting up an arrow, but as soon as he closed and opened his eyes, it was gone. At this time, Fang Leng no longer had level restrictions, so he and Han Yan shared the experience and did not gain energy points. Han Yan found that his experience bar was soaring, and he suddenly felt like he was living in a dream. Wow, it is so comfortable to form a team with this NPC. It's not like the scammer like Fang Zhukai. Now it's time to raise people. But it's still a scam. Han Yan choreographed Fang Leng in his mind. As the two continued to move forward, Fang Leng also discovered that Han Yan was of no use now, and would still share his experience. He simply rolled his eyes and said, "I think this place is too much. It's dangerous, girl. It's better to leave first." Huh? I was just thinking about hugging my thigh to gain some experience. But now it's gone? Han Yan actually refused in his heart, but after thinking about it, he immediately said sternly, "How can I stop moving forward when I am entrusted by others and loyal to others? Besides, I'm not afraid of danger, so please don't say it anymore." Fang Leng. There is no way to refute. Is there any way to get rid of this salted fish who is trying to gain experience with me now? Han Yan didn't know that this NPC was Fang Leng. If he knew, he would definitely not leave. "No matter how many times you cheated me, let me earn some money back." Therefore, Fang Leng had no choice but to continue taking Han Yan to farm monsters and upgrade. In fact, Fang Leng received slightly more experience than Han Yan. He was at a higher level and was also the main output. However, if he could get all of it, why should he give it to Zhan? Fish. Fang Leng felt that his heart was bleeding, but as he continued, they came to the depths of the mine. Han Yan had not even explored this place, and was destroyed by gold-eating ants on the way. Fang Leng recognized it. This is the cave he made in the first place. So, what's the use of sending a task? In the end, the system rewards are given to others, and I have to do this myself. After having the Herb Goo King, Fang Leng expanded a lot, and the monsters outside were all level 20, and they were particularly easy to deal with. So Fang Leng was no longer timid. It's not that Fang Leng doesn't dare to fight, it's just that he doesn't want to fight at level 20 to fight at level 50. This kind of thing is to sacrifice people's lives. If level 20 is fighting at level 30, Fang Leng has the courage to take a chance. Therefore, this wave can still be fought. The two passed through the hole, and as soon as they entered, Fang Leng felt that his eyes were going blind, and everything he saw was purple. Many gold-eating ants were busy. When they saw Fang Leng and Han Yan, they immediately rushed over. 2 larger gold-eating ants also flew over. They have wings, a 25 gold-eating soldier, ant, gold. Others, omitted same as gold-eating ants, purple gold / active, release a powerful sword attack. Description, a fighter among the purple gold ant tribe, with extremely strong fighting power, higher attack power, and the ability to fly. 2 gold-eating soldier ants were flying, directing the gold-eating ants to attack Fang Leng and Han Yan. As soon as Fang Leng released the meteor shower, he saw 2 golden lights flying over quickly. Fang Leng quickly rolled over, and although he was very embarrassed, he still managed to escape. Meteor Fire Rain is a fire-based middle-level spell with a range of damage. Because there are too many gold-eating ants, Fang Leng's low-level fireball is too late to cast instantly, so he simply uses AoE, and Fang Leng arranges a stone formation at his feet on the ground. The gold-eating ants will have a hard time getting over. However, the 2 remote soldier ants are a bit troublesome. Fortunately, Fang Leng's position was good just now. The Zijin Zhan just made a hole in the ground. If it hit Fang Leng would probably be dragged out by Han Yan. Chapter 75. Fire Mine. Shoot them in the vitals. At this time, Fang Leng could only rely on Han Yan's archery skills. Fortunately, Han Yan dealt a certain amount of real damage. Otherwise, he would not be able to defeat the gold-eating ants. After hearing Fang Leng's command, Han Yan raised her hand and fired a wave of random arrows. The few arrows she shot were all aimless, just to judge the flight path of the gold-eating ants. Then, Han Yan concentrated on one arrow and hit it accurately. The tentacles of one of the gold-eating soldier ants. As soon as the tentacles were broken, the soldier ant immediately fell to the ground. It turns out that the tentacles are the deadly parts of soldier ants. However, Han Yan's concentrated attack requires a long cooling time. Mental power is not a specific attribute. Like physical strength, it is something that players can feel by themselves. Sometimes they can even reach their potential. If it is a specific value, you may not be able to use the skill when it reaches the end, but you can still force the skill to be used without specific values. The gold-eating ants on the ground have been wiped out by Fang Leng. Fang Leng has been promoted to level 22, and Han Yan has also reached level 19, and will soon reach level 20. Those outside looking at the rankings were stunned. This Han Yan looked like he was about to reach the top of the rankings. What happened? Gold-eating ants provide more experience, But this is the only explanation. If you can follow Fang Lang all the time, this is an excellent place for leveling. Fang Lang actually thinks the same way. When those gold-eating ants encounter him, they have met their nemesis. However, these soldier ants are difficult to deal with. Han Yan had just solved one. But suddenly, more gold-eating ants appeared. When Fang Lang saw it, he almost suffered from trypophobia. This purple gold mine hole was very wide, and it just allowed Fang Lang to see such things. Gold-eating ants come in like a tidal wave. Damn it, these ants are crawling over! The fire will be stamped out by them. Do you want to spend 2,000 points of energy to improve the quality of the flame? The system came with a thoughtful reminder that Fang Lang had a lot of available energy that he had never used, so he naturally used it without hesitation. Your fire attribute is upgraded to an ordinary fire. Do you want to spend 4,000 points of energy to improve the quality of the flame? Fang Lang. Does this mean that Krypton Gold will never stop? Don't think too much. Fill it up for me. Consumption of 12,000 energy points to upgrade to Samadhi True Fire. The remaining available energy is insufficient. Fang Lang has collected more than 20,000 energy in total now, but next time he goes offline, he will need 100,000 energy, and the next flame upgrade will require 16,000 energy. Fang Lang really has insufficient balance. However, after the energy was absorbed, the effect was indeed different. Fang Lang's meteor shower did not stop. Those gold-eating ants passed through the flames and ignited themselves. However, the flames did not weaken at all, but became stronger and stronger. It's all the heat of the fire. After the quality of the flames was improved, the damage was also increased. Those gold-eating ants were burned to ashes after taking a few steps, and it was useless no matter how many more they came. Fang Lang's experience increased rapidly, and he soon reached level 24, while Han Yan could not move up after reaching level 20. She needs to change jobs to continue to gain experience. So looking at the gold-eating ants burned to death by Fang Lang, Han Yan felt pity in her heart. These are all experiences. Heart hurts. Fang Lang is very happy, but spiritual force is about to bottom out. But there was still an endless supply of gold-eating ants. Fang Lang didn't know how many gold-eating ants there were here. Seeing that the situation was not good, Fang Lang finally threw a fireball to block the road, pulled Han Yan, and ran away. The gold-devouring soldier ants wanted to chase, but were blocked by the fire curtain and did not dare to come. It was a big profit tonight, and Fang Lang planned to find a place to recover and continue to grind spiritual force. There is no better place to grind experience than here. And in the core of the cave, a huge roar sounded, but this represented an angry sound that only the gold-devouring ants could sense. Children, the human race must have discovered our secret. We can no longer wait for Master Celestial Fox's order. If we wait for another 5 days, Shu State's ley line will be completely destroyed. Then we will attack the city directly. The thinking of the queen ant is the thinking of this group of gold-eating ants. In their opinion, how can ordinary humans have the ability to eliminate so many gold-eating ants? Someone in a high position must come to explore, so it is better to strike first. The fish is dead and the net is broken. Make trouble as soon as possible. As for the dead or injured gold-eating ants, that's nothing to worry about. The ants have nothing but a large number. Fang Lang didn't know that he had stabbed an ant's nest. After escaping from the mine with Han Yan, he said goodbye to Han Yan. Han Yan actually wanted to hold her thigh for a while longer. But let's go to the second round now. On the level list, Han Yan was the best, and the monster-spawning maniac Zhong Shenxiu was only at level 18. When he saw that Han Yan was actually at level 20, he was shocked again. Very good, you have attracted the attention of this president. Zhong Shenxiu continued to speak the president's classic sayings, and then went to kill monsters. Han Yan is offline to rest. Wait until you wake up and then play the game to unlock the level cap. The first 20 levels are for confirming the direction of development, so you need to change classes every 10 levels. There will not be so many stumbling blocks later, and the level limit will be reached again at level 50. When Fang Lang returned to the room, it was almost dawn. He didn't do much during the day, but he felt very uncomfortable at night. Energy must be captured as quickly as possible. This can make oneself stronger, and it is also the only way to go offline. I have been fishing too much in the past 2 days, and I am still slacking off. Therefore, today I want to do more to help players become stronger. Dig holes for players. Although he didn't sleep for long at night, Fang Lang still went to work on time. Fang was full of liver and didn't panic. Fang Lang even wondered if he was chosen because he was so good at work that it was no big deal to stay up late at work. The business of the academy is quite booming now, with people constantly coming to Fang Lang to learn scholars' advanced skills. But it's not too crowded. The first person waiting was Fang Nan. She didn't find Fang Lang yesterday. She waited here early this morning and finally found Fang Lang. She walked up and said, "Mr. Fang, I have some questions to ask you." Fang Lang didn't think much and said, "What do you want to ask?" Fang Nan was also confused. In fact, she didn't know what she wanted to ask. When she needed to ask, she didn't know what to ask. This was the biggest headache, but how could she ask? After thinking for a while, Fang Nan suddenly asked out of nowhere, "You said your family is also Fang, so what's your name?" Fang Lung. This question was very simple, but it stupefied Fang Lung. Can he answer or not? Fang Nan might be able to tell something. Fang Nan is a smart person. If she opens her mind, she might know that he is her brother. Not answering. Then Fang Nan still feels there is a problem. What to do? Chapter 76. Let's talk about it later. There was not much time left for Fang Lung, because if he hesitated for too long, he would be suspected. Fortunately, Fang Lung's mind turned quickly, and he came to a conclusion in an instant. He said calmly, "My name is Fang Lang." What's wrong? Fang Nan was stunned when she said this name, but looking at Fang Lang's confused look, she wondered if she was overthinking it. If it was her brother, he would probably tolerate it when he saw her. You can't help but want to get close, instead of maintaining this distant attitude. Fang Nan was a little confused, but Fang Lang was about the same. He looks stable as an old dog, but he is actually very panicked. What's wrong? Seeing Fang Nan's complex expression, Fang Ling couldn't help but say something. Fang Nan hesitated and said, "What a coincidence. You and my brother have the same name." "Really? Then we are really destined." Fang Ling's performance was normal, but Fang Nan didn't know what to do. Originally, she just wanted to ask Fang Ling if he knew any clues about her brother, but found that there was no way to ask, so she asked someone casually, only to find that Fang Ling had the same name as her brother. For a moment, Fang Nan was a little confused. She chose to leave the academy and join Han Yan. Fang Ling watched her leave, then began to hold his chin in deep thought. "It's hard to handle. It feels like the problem has started since I couldn't control myself," and taught Fang Nan that legendary level skill. Now that Fang Nan knows his name again, Fang Ling feels that it won't be long before Fang Nan. Maybe he will come to test whether he is really his brother. Although this is a bit unbelievable, Fang Nan has already seen incredible things, so it is not unimaginable. Fang Ling naturally knows her sister very well. Now Fang Nan has calmed down a little. The only thing that makes her suspicious is, if Fang Ling is her brother, why Fang Ling doesn't want to recognize him. Is there any compelling reason? Fang Ling didn't expect that Fang Nan had more than he thought. For Fang Nan, the goal now is simple. Fang Ling may be her brother. Although their appearance is different, their names are the same, and they are Shu State City. Even if he is not his brother, he must be a very key figure. Now Fang Nan has basically determined that what Fang Ling left for her was to come to Shu State City to find this Fang Ling. What happens after you find it? Fang Nan began to make plans. Plan A is to test whether Fang Ling is her brother. This is possible, but Fang Nan is not sure. Plan B is implemented based on the results of Plan A. If Fang Ling is really her brother, then there must be some reason why he cannot be told. Fang Nan feels that she can pretend to be stupid before she can figure it out. If it can be confirmed that it is not the case, then this NPC named Fang Ling must be a clue specially left by her brother as the main planner. Otherwise, it would not be the same name. What she has to do is to find more ways to find more people by Fang Ling's side. Clue. After figuring it out, Fang Nan felt much more at ease. Fang Nan's mind is relatively firm. It only takes 2 steps to go from shock to trance, then to figure it out and formulate a plan. Therefore, sometimes it is not good for a girl to be too smart. Fang Ling has done her best in disguise, but as her brother, it is inevitable that there will still be times when she is exposed. However, Fang Ling is now wary. He will be more careful when facing Fang Nan in the future and try to dispel her suspicions. In the blink of an eye, the morning passed. During the day, Fang Ling assigned some simple tasks, taught some skills, and earned a little guaranteed energy. If you don't cheat people, there will be no future. Horses and grass don't get fat at night. That's the truth. It's faster to earn black-hearted energy. However, Fang Ling is also temporarily constrained by his identity. He needs to establish a firm foothold and develop quickly, which is definitely not the best thing to do. Therefore, it is better to stay stable for now. When it was time to get off work in the afternoon, someone came to invite Fang Ling out to have fun. It was none other than the 4 young masters from yesterday. Yesterday, they also saw that Fang Ling should be an experienced driver, and everyone should have a common language. So they invited Fang Ling to join them. The target was still Hong Xiufeng. This time without Zhang Bin, they called a row of girls. Fang Ling had seen too many beauties and was not interested in these vulgar beauties. After Zhao Rui and other selected people, they found that Fang Ling was still unmoved. So Zhao Rui asked, "What's the matter, Brother Fang? But you think the girls are not satisfied?" Fang Lung shook his folding fan and said with a faint smile, "I can barely pass it." What this means is that I am still not satisfied. For a moment, the 4 selected girls were a little unhappy, but they did not dare to vent their anger on the customers, so they could only pour the wine carefully. Although Zhao Rui felt that Fang Lung's tone was a bit too high, but if he didn't make arrangements for the guests to drink wine, it would be a loss of his own face, so he immediately called the madam over in displeasure. "I called all the top names in your store. They are all vulgar and vulgar. Are you afraid that I can't pay for them, young master?" The madam had no choice but to call 5 more girls in. The quality was much better this time. The 5 girls were all graceful. Zhao Rui took a look and found that they were indeed much better than the previous ones. Then he threw a handful of money and asked the 4 girls just to leave, saying, "Just keep these." The old bastard said with some embarrassment, "These 5 girls are the top names here. The slave family cannot be the masters. They have to agree." Zhao Rui took out a large handful of banknotes, slapped them on the table, and said, "If you are willing to keep it, the money is here. Come and get it yourself." It has to be said that Zhao Rui made Fang Lung see what it means to be a rich man. No wonder Zhang Bin was not polite at all when he heard that Zhao Rui was treating him yesterday. The girls were a little excited, but one of them said coldly, "I'm sorry, I happen to have my menstrual period today. I'm afraid I will let down the love of the young master." Fang Ling glanced over and saw, "Wow, isn't this the woman who performed a live erotica with Lin On last night? It turns out she is a top star. However, you were still having *X yesterday, but you won't pick up customers today. This lie is too shabby." Fang Ling did not try to expose this girl named Lian Shun. He was not here to cause trouble in the first place. He just wanted to make friends with a few young men, which he might have the opportunity to use in the future. He was actually not busy during the day. However, Zhao Rui felt that he was losing face. There were 5 people, but one was missing, and Fang Ling was not there, which made him feel like he had lost face. However, there is no way to serve a woman who is menstruating, which is unlucky. Seeing several friends hugging the girl, the last one also hugged his golden thigh very sensibly. Only Fang Ling was left alone, and Zhao Rui felt even more sorry. But Fang Lung said, "A spring night is worth 1,000 pieces of gold. Dear brothers, please help yourself. We will talk about other things later." "Okay, let's talk about it later." Chapter 77. Save me from my heart and my master. After the 4 of them made a fool of themselves, they came out of the small room and saw Fang Ling pouring and drinking alone. He looked very cool. Zhao Rui, who had now entered the time of the sage, did not see that Fang Ling was still a boy. On the contrary, I think this is a real veteran driver. In addition, there were no arrangements for Fang Ling today, so the young master lost his card. So he naturally had to find a way to get it back. Zhao Rui suddenly said, "Brother Fang, we agreed to have fun together today, and it's our brother's fault that we didn't take good care of you. However, there will be a black market in the south of the city tomorrow, and there will probably be good stuff. Which one will Brother Fang like? Brother, buy it for you. Keep it all supreme grade." Fang Ling's face finally changed. He was not very interested in having fun or anything like that. However, it was indeed beneficial to make friends with these dandy boys. No, the news about the black market was directly delivered to his hands. Originally, Fang Ling was planning to fight. What a tough battle. He and Zhang Xing had made an appointment to inquire about the black market first and then look at the arrangements. The worst plan is, of course, to use violence to solve everything. However, if you can sneak into the black market with these young men, the road ahead may be much easier. Okay, Brother Zhao is really interesting. Rich people, we can be friends. In fact, the Zhao family is not the richest in the city, but they seem to be the richest. If Zhao Rui is not a prodigal, there is no point in making so much money. Besides, Zhao Rui has never caused trouble, but has made many friends with money, so the Zhao family does not object to him spending money lavishly. After making the decision, Fang Ling returned to the academy, but he still couldn't help but wipe the spirit sword. This is the sword given to him by Yao Guang. Fang Ling never named it, and the spirit sword only becomes effective when the owner names it. Perhaps you will be able to use it tomorrow. I have never known what name to give it. I heard that fairy swords are things that accompany you throughout your life. I don't dare to be rude. Fang Ling muttered to himself in front of the spirit sword, and then said, "There is not enough time now, but I thought of a good name. Let me call you Kongsen. Come out from the heart, stop from the heart." Fang Ling felt that he was like this. For example, what he wanted to do this time was to follow his own heart. He didn't do it for any reason, just because he wanted to do it. As Fang Ling was named, the long sword in his hand also trembled, as if there was a flash of brilliance, and then it quickly restrained itself. Kongxin Lingjun. Description: the spirit sword forged by Yao Guang, named after Fang Ling, mainly based on Fang Ling. The spirit sword can grow, but its spirituality is currently low. Now that the sword has been given a name, let's give the clothes a name too. Fang Ling stroked the white clothes. The texture was very good, and the equipment was of high quality, but it was difficult to name it. Why don't you just ask Master to save me? Fang Ling thought about it in a funny way, because this equipment has a skill that will block fatal damage, and then form an indestructible sword array to protect him. In this case, Fang Ling will definitely have no choice, and the enemy will not be able to defeat him. At this time, there is no other way except asking Master to save me. Named successfully, calling Master, save me will make the clothes visible and double the defense capability. The clothes shone with white light, then they were put on Fang Ling's body, and then disappeared. Could this be the legendary emperor's new clothes that only smart people can see? Fang Ling can't see it, but Fang Ling can feel it. This dress is on him. It's amazing. If he had known that there was this hidden function after naming it, why would he wear it and take it off at the same time? The main reason is that this dress is a bit dazzling. Fang Ling is worried that being too high profile will attract other people's attention, so he usually tries not to wear it. Now that he can hide it, he doesn't have to think so much. Now the resurrection armor is truly in my body, and I have nothing to fear. It's just that the name is a bit funny, and I don't know if Yao Guang will be angry if he finds out about it. At night, Fang Ling changed his face again, transformed into Yang Yongxin, and met Zhang Xing at the agreed place. "Hey, why are there teeth marks on your trousers? Were you bitten by a dog?" Fang Ling immediately saw the strangeness of Zhang Xing's nightclothes, and Zhang Xing also had black streaks on his head. "Damn, Fang Ling, why haven't you come and taken your dog back? My house is about to be demolished." Zhang Xing thought bitterly in his heart. If he had known that this dog liked to tear down homes so much, he should not have taken him back in the first place. But why didn't Fang Ling come to find his own dog? He was so careless. In fact, Erha's decision to demolish his home was just a helpless move. If you don't pretend to be crazy, how can you stay safe? Erha is also panicking now. He knows too much, so he can only demolish the house. I hope these people can't bear it and drive him away. That would be perfect. However, Zhang Xing's patience was much stronger than he thought. At most, he just complained in his heart. Fang Ling sneezed. It seemed that Zhang Xing's curse was still very effective. "Don't open the pot and pick up the pot. I found out about the black market today. What do you want to do tomorrow?" After all, Zhang Xing is the daughter of the prefect's family. It is not difficult to find out something. Fang Ling suddenly realized that he did not seem to need to make friends with those young men. "Okay, the day of fishing has passed. Let's not talk about it." Fang Ling said. "The black market that can be known to so many people is held in a grand manner. It can be seen that there is a lot of background behind the black market. With our current strength, it is too difficult to attack by force. We can only outsmart it." How to outsmart him? Zhang Xing now admires Fang Ling very much. At first he thought he was just an old hat, but he didn't expect that he actually has a great talent in his heart. It turns out that a person cannot be judged by his appearance. The method is simple. You save people, I'll set fire to it, cause trouble, and let people from the prefect's mansion intervene to investigate. Fang Ling found that he seemed to be addicted to setting fires. Burning things is really pleasurable, especially burning straight people. This is still not burning. After Zhang Xing received the advice, he suddenly understood and said, "Wonderful, I save people and come and go like the wind, but you can set fire easily. Oh, you even nailed the rhyme. Not bad. Eskar is a talented person." The two briefly formulated a battle plan and then dispersed. Now is the period of severe attack. As an important figure in the Heaven and Earth faction, Zhang Xing's ability to be so promiscuous is also under the spotlight. But if you can go out less, it's better to go out less. "Okay, go home and beat the dog." Fang Lang has no idea what kind of trouble his dog will encounter. Anyway, even if he knew, he would just laugh out loud. I am a devil. I have no feelings. Farewell to Zhangxing. Fang Lang slipped away to the mine and set fire to it. When the gold-eating ants at the door saw Fang Lang, they immediately used their tentacles to pass the message back. Your Majesty, the guy who set the fire yesterday is here again. Chapter 78. Ant teeth are black. When the gold-eating ant queen received the news, she was immediately angry. However, she could not be distracted from solving the problem. Let Fang Lang go. Things here were of great importance. However, that human is very annoying. Ant Yahai, go and deal with that human. Yes. The queen ant conveyed such an order with her tentacles, and immediately a named boss deep in the cave walked towards the entrance of the cave, step by step. Now outsiders will never know that the entire Purple Mountain is just an empty shell, and the underground is full of gold-eating ants' nests. They also don't know how many ant tribes are hidden in the Purple Mountain. The queen ant has been dormant here for many years, eroding the Shu State ley line day after day. After the ley line is broken, Shu State City will be easily accessible, and then the monster race can use Shu State City as its base and become a serious problem for the human race. Jingzhou City, the fortress in the south that resists the monster race, will face attacks from both sides. Therefore, this is an important strategic point, and a purpose that Monster King has been dormant for more than 10 years. Fang Lang is very happy to farm monsters now. Gold-devouring ants are low-level monsters with very low intelligence. Individual intelligence is controlled by the queen. If the queen orders them to die, they will die without any hesitation. Then Fang Lang made a fire at the entrance of the cave with the spirit stone in his hand. Spirit stones are equivalent to blue potions in other games. They restore spiritual force and have different properties. Fang Lang's attribute is fire, but after learning the 5 spirits technique, he can absorb all attributes, so he can use it with any attribute. However, the conversion efficiency of water-attributed spiritual stones will be much lower, while the conversion efficiency of fire-attributed stones will be higher. A little bit. Countless gold-eating ants attacked the fire formation, but none of them could reach Fang Lang. In the blink of an eye, Fang Lang was upgraded to level 30. It's like having a bug and spawning monsters infinitely. With the IQ of the gold-eating ant, I estimate that I can reach level 50 directly. However, just after reaching level 30, Fang Lang suddenly felt something bad. The gold-eating ants stopped their meaningless death behavior, and the system prompts also stopped. Fang Lang stopped the spiritual force output in confusion. The fire curtain disappeared, and the refined purple gold was everywhere. When Samadhi True Fire kills those gold-eating ants, it also burns away the impurities in the purple gold. The remaining purple gold is pure gold that cannot be burned. If Fang Lang's fire was left open longer, it might turn into water. Looking at the purple gold all over the ground, Fang Lang's heart didn't waver much. All his eyes were attracted by the huge thing in front of him. 50. Ant Tooth Black Gold or Earth. Solid Shell. Passive. Immune to 80% of physical damage. Heart of Spiritual Force. Passive. Ant Yahai has been in the purple gold mine all year round and has gained spiritual force resistance and is immune to 50% of spell damage. Ant Tribe Elite. Passive. Ant Yahai possesses all the advantages of the Ant Tribe and increases his attributes by 10%. Aurora Slash. Active. Ant Yahai slashes with spiritual force that cannot be caught with the naked eye, ignoring mortal level defensive armor. Earthquake. Active. Ant Yahai stomps his feet with great force, which can form an invisible shockwave underground, causing a range of damage. Flying Endless Blade. Active. Ant Yahai flies into the sky, summoning Endless Aurora Slash. Drilling into the ground. Activity. Ant Yahai can quickly create underground passages for passage. Fang Lang's scalp was numb when he discovered this bunch of skills. This is 80% physical immunity and 50% spiritual force immunity. This is a hammer. Moreover, the monster's level is 20 levels higher than Fang Lang's, and its dodge is also higher. Its resistance is already very high. Fang Lang feels that he must be careful. This wave cannot be fought. However, when Fang Lang was about to turn back, he suddenly discovered that several holes appeared behind him, from which dozens of gold-eating soldier ants flew out. What made people even more numb was the sound from the ground. Sure enough, not long after, countless gold-eating ants crawled out of the hole behind them. Only then did Fang Lang understand that these gold-eating ants were not low in IQ. What was even more frightening was that they used death to attract Fang Lang's attention, then sent troops to cut off Fang Lang's retreat, and finally sent out unrivaled, the boss came to Fang Lang. Unexpectedly, your monster race hearts are also good and bad. Fang Lang felt that he might have to change his name to Fang Liang now. It was so cold. If it is a level 49 boss, Fang Lang still has the confidence to fight it. He is now level 30. Although fighting beyond the level is difficult, it is not hopeless, but level 50 is a hurdle. By taking this step, you can get a lot of attribute bonuses. That's right, it was also set by Fang Lang himself. Since it is a transcendent realm, it must not be the same as a mortal, so Fang Lang felt his stomach hurt. Human, you deserve to die. Fang Lang sensed such a thought, which came from the ant in front of him with black teeth. Fang Lang looked around and saw that the gold-eating ants behind him did not attack him. This shows that the class nature within the ant tribe is very strict. With the boss in front, they all only dared to suppress the formation and did not dare to mess around. Fang Lang felt that he could no longer fly in the sky. On the ground, he was probably not as good as other professionals, so there was no other way but to fight head-on. At least, it would look more honorable to die this way. Fang Lang sneered at that time. Come here! Fang Lang pointed forward, and a spiritual sword appeared in his hand, which was Kongshin. Fang Lang had brought it with him. He had never had a chance to use it before, and he didn't know if it was the last time. The spirit sword has spirit. Feeling Fang Lang's determination, the sword also emits a faint shimmer. Fang Lang shouted again, Master, save me! The spiritual clothes appeared on the body. This boss is not completely unbeatable. At least, Fang Leng's equipment is not bad. When Fang Leng shouted, "Master, save me," Yao Guang, who was in the Star Building in Ice and Snow City, immediately felt it. The red thread connected her to Fang Leng, but Fang Leng had low cultivation and could not sense high-level Yao Guang, but Yao Guang could sense Fang Leng's state. There is no doubt that Fang Leng is in danger now. Yao Guang's expression changed, and Li Juri, the emperor next to him in Confucian robes, asked, "What's wrong?" His hair and beard are all white, and he has a kind smile on his face. Just by looking at him, he makes people feel very comfortable. Everyone else in the hall looked at Yao Guang after hearing this. There was only a small shadow shrouded in a black robe, which looked out of place with everyone present. This is the highest meeting of the human race, with only 7 people participating, namely Immortal Venerable from the 5 major saints Yan Ran, an Immortal Venerable Master who has not been canonized, and the Star-Reaching Building Master who has not been canonized and has a special status. Yan Ran, who was talking, was even more dissatisfied with being interrupted. She looked at Yao Guang with an unhappy expression and said, "Yao Guang, Immortal Venerable, doesn't think it's appropriate for what I proposed?" Chapter 79. Looking back, dig out. There's nothing wrong with it. It's just that I have some personal matters that need to be dealt with. Yao Guang stood up, not intending to continue the discussion of this war. Before the war started, these people were already allocating how much effort they would make and how much they would gain. Yao Guang was the weakest and had no interest in it. At this time, the little figure hidden in the black robe also said coldly, "What do you want to do? There is no need to look for me anymore. I don't care about the life and death of the human race." Yan Ran immediately laughed when he heard this and said, "This is the killer saint you canonize. How can you be canonized even if you don't take human beings seriously?" But after Yan Ran finished speaking, she felt herself locked by a pair of cold eyes. "Besides, you will know why I am called a saint." "Oh my God, are all the people in the Central Plains monsters?" She felt that Taoist saints, Buddhist saints, and literary saints were all people who could be beaten casually. But Yao Guang, the swordmaster, and the killer saint were so terrifying. The scene suddenly became a little embarrassing. Yan Ran was also a face-saving person. Although she felt the danger, she was still at the Immortal Venerable level. How could she not have the means to save her life? She couldn't let the situation slip now. "Yeah, I'm just about to see what the people from the Central Plains are capable of." As the words fell, a cold light suddenly flashed through, but the killing saint's position had not changed yet. But Yan Ran's forehead flashed with a little light. This was the effect of the protective golden silkworm, Gu, being triggered. "Why are you helping her?" The killing saint looked at the star-reaching building master with stern eyes. "Okay, stop making noise." The voice of the star-catching poster was very clear and sounded similar to that of a young woman. However, her black hair was as white as snow, but there were no wrinkles on her face, and her skin looked so smooth that it could be broken by a blow. However, the pupils of her eyes are also white, which looks particularly weird. "We are all working for the future of the human race, so why quarrel?" "Yao Guang, Immortal Venerable, you don't need to worry. I just gave a fortune to the person you care about. It's a sign of good fortune and good fortune, so you don't have to worry about it." Yao Guang was relieved when she heard this. The owner of the Star Building had indeed told fortunes just now, and the Star Building was famous for knowing destiny. So if she said it was okay, it should be fine. However, Yao Guang was still worried and wanted to go find Fang Leng, but the meeting was still going on. Yao Guang didn't know that the owner of Jiaxing Lu actually lied. However, she only told part of the lie and part of it was the truth, and she was at the same level as Yao Guang. In this case, Yao Guang could not tell whether she was telling a lie. The owner of Star Reaching did indeed give Fang Leng a fortune, but nothing came of it. She still followed Yao Guang's red line, but when she saw the end of the red line, there was only a mist. No wonder the last time we met, Yao Guang had already shown signs of being exhausted, but now he was tied to someone else, and his fate was a little unclear. It must be because of the person who had a red line with Yao Guang. The owner of Star Reaching knows what this means. That person may not be strong, but he must have a destiny, so he cannot see through the future, and it is also difficult to predict the future of the people related to him. Therefore, I don't know if he is in trouble and becomes auspicious. The owner of Jiaxing Jai would rather such a guy die. If Yao Guang saves him, he will definitely not die. This is destiny. To prevent Yao Guang from saving, this destined son may also die. No one knew the price paid by the host of Jiaxing Lu for saying those few words. When everyone saw her face suddenly turned red, she quickly calmed down again. Only the owner of Star Reaching was shocked. In one sentence, 10 years of her life were cut off. However, for those who have destiny, living is a disaster. 10 years of life can get rid of such a disaster, which is not a loss. The meeting continued, and Fang Long was already bruised, but he still had a smile on his face. He only had a little blood left, but all the skills detected by Ant Yahe had been activated. The flying endless blade was blocked by the Master Save Me sword formation. Fang Leng was not harmed at all, which made Yao Guang even more nervous. She deliberately left this sword energy to protect Fang Leng. Now the sword energy triggered, it can be seen that Fang Leng is in a very dangerous situation. However, the meeting reached a critical moment. Yao Guang wanted to get up, but was once again held back by the host of Jiaxing. With this pull, the owner of Jiaxing Jai lost another 10 years of his life. The ultimate skill of the protective clothing has been triggered, leaving only the effect of the Herb Gu King. This is the last thing Fang Leng can rely on. Now I just don't know how much HP Ant Yahe has left. Fang Leng's sword is a spiritual sword, so Ant Yahe is not immune to so much physical damage. At this time, Ant Yahe's shell is also somewhat damaged, and Fang Leng specifically picks the place where he has moved the sword to continue attacking. This causes the damage is higher. Ant Yahe suddenly stood up, and in the next moment, he suddenly appeared behind Fang Leng. This was a skill that Fang Leng had not detected, including blinking and pounce. However, this unexpected attack did not hit Fang Leng's back, but a gleaming spiritual sword. Then Fang Leng rolled and distanced himself from Ant Yahe. Fang Lang's move is called looking back and digging. Hey, feel bad. His detection is not able to detect all of the target's information, but only part of it. Fang Lang has always known this, so he has been on guard against Antia-Hai and other killing moves. When he sees something is wrong, his reaction is also very quickly. This time, the damage caused was too high. Purple blood flowed out from the ant's teeth, and when it dripped on the ground, it quickly turned into purple gold. Antia-Hai was in pain, and he threw Fang Lang away angrily. The sword in his hand remained in Antia-Hai's mouth, but the sword kept causing constant damage to Antia-Hai. Antia-Hai struggled, but his feet were not human hands and were not that flexible. He stepped on the ground frantically, and the shock waves knocked Fang Lang away several times. He vomited blood several times when he landed. However, Fang Lang did not have a dog leash yet. But the little monsters who had been watching the show finally started to move. They ran towards Antia-Hai as if they wanted to bite off the spirit sword inserted into Antia-Hai's mouth. At this time, Fang Lang refused. If you can't beat this big boss, I'll kill you little monsters easily. After reaching level 30, he learned the high-level fire spell, Burning Flames. Fang Lang quickly used the skill experience points he saved to reach the full level. He cast the instant spell in one move, almost depleting Fang Lang's spiritual force. However, the effect was very strong, and all the gold-eating ants that came close to the ant-tooth black were burned to dregs. This is a high-level spell that has enhanced the quality of fire 3 times. Can it burn you to death? This high-level spell caused limited damage to Antia-Hai. On the contrary, Fang Lang's spirit sword was stuck in his head, causing bleeding damage. As a large number of gold-eating ants charged fearlessly, Fang Lang's level rose again. Chapter 80. Seriously injured and dying, you sit up. However, in Immortal Seeking Dream, there is no setting for upgrading to restore the full state. It will only restore a small amount of physical strength, spiritual force, and other attributes. This was enough. Fang Lang upgraded 5 levels in a row, reaching level 36. At this time, all the mobs were burned clean, but the ant-tooth black was still fluttering in the flames. However, after fluttering for a while, it finally stopped moving. You killed the Antia-Hai and gained a lot of experience. Your level increases. Fang Lang watched his level soar to level 40 and suddenly felt a dreamy feeling. This was too fast. He rose to level 15 overnight. This was almost as good as the Monster King who sat to death. The Monster King. One is a bit of a pity because there is a level cap and a lot of experience is wasted. At this time, the peripheral monsters are finally cleared away, and Fang Lang is also exhausted physically and mentally. In the end, the boss stomps on the ground crazily, and the shockwave almost kills him. Just tell me, wouldn't it be nice to start using this early? You had to play something fancy for me, but it happened to be such a coincidence that the sword got stuck. Fang Lang felt that he was also lucky, so he looked back and dug out the essence. Otherwise, even after exerting the final life-saving effect of the herb goo, he would still be left in the cold. Fang Lang rested for a while before crawling to the corpse of the ant with black teeth. Now Fang Lang suffered internal injuries. It was too serious. Fang Lang felt that all the 5 internal organs in his body had been displaced. However, the herb goo king was slowly recovering from the injury. Fang Lang crawled over, grabbed the hilt of Kong Shin's sword, spit out a mouthful of blood, and said, "Thank you so much for saving my life this time." In the end, Antia-Hai didn't know how much HP he had, and the subsequent damage was completely done independently by the spirit sword. The spirit sword generation is a real hammer. Bathed in demon blood, the spiritual sword is enhanced from spirituality. Stained with the blood of the master, the spiritual sword's spirituality and affinity are improved. Fang Lang didn't pay attention, and a mouthful of his own blood sprayed onto the sword, but the effect seemed to be good. Fang Lang looked at the scars all over his body and thought, why don't all the blood be wasted and just be wiped on the sword? Also, if you pick up the purple gold here, you can buy 10 houses in Shu State City. Fang Lang was about to adjust his equipment when he suddenly heard a rustling sound that made his scalp numb. There was also a buzzing sound. I turned around and saw, holy shit, it was all a flood of gold-eating ants. Fang Lang didn't care about resting, so he quickly added a speed buff and wind spell to himself, picked up the 2 pieces of equipment that exploded from the ground, and ran away. Damn, I thought this ant-tooth black was the final boss, but I didn't expect there was a higher level one inside. It's so uncomfortable. Fortunately, the level 5 recovery after killing the boss was enough for Fang Lang to use some skills to escape. Otherwise, he would have really killed the boss and was killed by the mobs. Fang Lang really risked his life and ran away. If he was caught, it would be difficult for gods to save him. He could even feel the coolness behind him, but the exit of the mine was right in front of him. Fang Lang used up his last bit of strength and jumped out of the mine with all his strength. However, the impact of landing aggravated his injuries, and his health was really only a little bit left. I escaped with my remaining blood, so I ask you if you are angry? Fang Lang felt that his consciousness was blurred, but he still smiled. However, the gold-eating ants crawled out of the cave and continued to chase Fang Lang. Damn it, you guys are unreasonable. Did you still chase after you got out of the cave? My life is at an end. Kill 1 person in 10 steps, leave no trace for 1,000 miles, brush away your clothes when the matter is over, and hide your body and name deeply. When Fang Lang felt like he was going to coma, he suddenly heard such a poem and he suddenly felt at ease. Now he and Fang Nan are the only ones who know the skills of knights. Fang Nan must be the one who came to save him. Fang Lang's guess was correct. The person who rescued him was Fang Nan. She came to the Zijin mine with Han Yan and a team of mages from the Southern River Misty Rain Guild. Yesterday, Han Yan discovered that mages can do very high damage to gold-eating ants, especially fire mages. Therefore, people who call their guild can also spawn monsters. Although it is not as comfortable as dealing with NPCs, gold-eating ants, it gives a lot of experience, which makes killing monsters more efficient. If you come here at night, fewer people will discover them. The secrets here will be known later. and the Southern River Misty Rain Guild will be able to accumulate advantages faster. Unexpectedly, as soon as he arrived here, he saw Fang Lang being hunted. Fang Lang still uses the pseudonym Yang Yongxin, with a face that looks like an honest person. At that time, the only one who could save people was Fang Nan. Use quick movement to enter, take away the core protection target, and then let your teammates handle the rest. After rescuing a special NPC, I don't know what benefits will follow, but judging from experience, the benefits will definitely be considerable. The level of the gold-eating ants that rushed out was actually not high. Most of the ants continued to eat the earth veins, while the queen ant was working hard to give birth. The queen ant is like this. The more babies she has, the more she can fight. The people of the Southern River Misty Rain Guild quickly formed a formation because Han Yan was more experienced and knew how to fight. The gold-eating ants that rushed out were quickly eliminated, and then Han Yan continued to fight in the organization. Now that Han Yan has successfully advanced, he is still a ranger who has not joined the faction, but there is no level limit. She must stay here to fight monsters, so it is up to Fang Nan to take care of Fang Lang. Han Yan originally wanted to bring Fang Nan to gain experience together, because Fang Nan had not upgraded properly and had been looking for clues about Fang Lang in the city. But now he was dominated again. Han Yan glanced at Bing Yu, who seemed to be speaking casually, but didn't say much after all. If the NPC has a follow-up mission and gets benefits, everyone must share in it, but the experience gained after upgrading is all his own. That's the difference. However, there were a lot of people now, and Han Yan did not want to cause a stalemate over this matter, and Fang Nan had no intention of resisting. He carried Fang Lang, who was in a coma, into the hospital in the city. At this time, Fang Lang's injuries are slowly recovering. The Herb Gu King has a very strong recovery ability. Fatal injuries are guaranteed to survive and then recover quickly. Those who do not die will naturally be repaired slowly. During the repair process, Fang Lang completely lost consciousness. When he opened his eyes, he found that he was lying on a bed. He was still a little hazy. When he turned around, he saw Fang Nan sitting on a chair, with his chin tucked and dozing off. He had just woken up and couldn't figure out the situation. He instinctively thought it was at his own home. After all, this kind of scene had happened too many times in Fang Lang's mind. Whenever he was sick or slept longer, when he wakes up, he always sees Fang Nan sitting beside his bed for who knows how long. Therefore, he subconsciously shouted, "Nan Nan." After he said it, Fang Lang saw that the clothes Fang Nan was wearing were the suits of the scholar profession, and he realized that he was in the game. So if Fang Nan heard what he just said, wouldn't it be a disaster? Chapter 81. Misfortune Comes. When Fang Lang thought of this, he suddenly began to feel lucky again. This title should be blocked. It had been blocked 3 times before. Fang Lang was somewhat used to it, but this time Fang Nan opened his eyes and said in great surprise, "Nan Nan, you call me, Nan Nan, you are my brother." Fang Nan excitedly hugged the dumbfounded Fang Lang, causing Fang Lang to groan. He felt that the injury was not completely healed yet. But what is more troublesome is the situation in front of me. What should I do? It is exposed. Why has the shield disappeared? System prompt. There are only 3 chances to automatically block the secret. The host reveals information that should not be disclosed to relevant personnel, triggering doom. Fang Lang looked at Fang Nan again and found that she had an extra condition. Southern Office 12 Scholar. Misfortune is coming. The Chosen One will encounter various uncertain death events within 3 days, and he will die within 3 days. Seeing the state, Fang Lang was about to collapse. Just because he called the wrong name, would Fang Nan die? Fang Lang now regrets and hates him. What he regrets is why he is not sober enough. What he hates is that the people behind the scenes tortured him so much. If it was okay to let him die, why did he let Fang Nan die? "Brother, what's wrong with you?" Fang Nan noticed that Fang Lang was not in the right state right now. Fang Lang's eyes were red, and his whole person exuded a crazy aura, but she was not afraid and just asked nervously, "What's wrong?" Fang Lang could no longer listen to Fang Nan's words, and only those few words lingered in his mind. He will die within 3 days. System prompt. You have entered a state of madness. Your physical strength continues to decrease. Your attack power continues to increase, and your mental power continues to decrease. System prompt. If the mad state is not terminated in time and there will be no cure after the mad state. Fang Lang remained unmoved. System prompt. The first coming of misfortune only takes effect in Immortal Seeking Dream. If you continue to leak information, the doom buff will be superimposed. Information that has been leaked will not be punished repeatedly. Fang Lang. Why didn't you tell me earlier that it would only take effect in the game? You scared your dad to death. Do you understand? With just this reminder, Fang Lang instantly regained consciousness and went berserk. He was no longer in the mood to go berserk. He just wanted to know that Fang Nan would be fine. Death in the game world means just losing the level. The Chosen One and he is different. But why does he have the feeling that the system is giving in to him? This prompt has always appeared at will, appearing when Fang Lang needs something, as if it is a highly mechanical intelligence without spirituality. But now, Fang Lang feels that the things accompanying him are not necessarily without autonomous consciousness. Okay, you keep hiding it. Fang Lang felt that he had won a small step. He knew that he would not die, because the existence that used him as a pawn would not let him die. So the question is, what if I risk my life and take a wave? There was no reply from the system, and Fang Lang said silently in his heart, "Just kidding, it's impossible to commit suicide." Since it is said that the information that has been leaked will not be punished again, doesn't it mean that he can now use this identity to recognize Fang Nan? To be precise, Fang Nan has determined that he is Fang Lang. In this case, Fang Lang stopped pretending. He could finally let go of his scruples, put his hand on Fang Nan's head, and touched his hair. It still felt as real as ever. Fang Nan was like a well-behaved cat, letting Fang Lang stroke her head. She hugged Fang Lang tightly, fearing that it was all a dream, but she knew even more that this was not a dream. However, she was still worried that Fang Lang might disappear as soon as she let go. "Elder brother!" Fang Nan cried and shouted. Fang Lang's heart trembled, but he still responded, "Yes." He also knew that Fang Nan felt wronged, but seeing it in his eyes, there was nothing he could do about it. After hearing Fang Lang's response, Fang Nan could no longer control his emotions. After crying, he called out again, "Brother, what's wrong?" Fang Lang felt that Fang Nan should have something to say to him now. He had already decided that he would not reveal any more information to Fang Nan. He was right in guessing that there would definitely be things that should not be said, bad consequences. Look at that tip. The first doom coming will only take effect in the game. But what about the doom coming superimposed? Will it also work in reality? This incident has given Fang Lang a warning. He should be more careful in the future. It is best to use the identity of Yang Yongxin less often. However, to Fang Lang's expectation, Fang Nan didn't ask any questions and just said 3 words. "I love you, Fang Lang." These 3 words made Fang Lang's scalp tingle. Although his father had been dead for many years, Fang Lang's bones felt a little cold at this moment. "Well, I love you too. You are my most beloved sister." Fang Lang specially emphasized 3 words, "my dear sister." There is only the love between brother and sister, pure. There is no love between men and women. The river crab mythical beast begs to be let go. Fang Nan also burst into tears and smiled, saying, "I am also talking about the love between brother and sister." "Brother, are you overthinking it?" After being teased, Fang Lang also laughed twice. Suddenly, he saw the darkness outside the window, so he changed the subject and asked, "When is this?" "Probably around 8:30 p.m. It's the time of day in the game." "Oh, it's still so early." Fang Lang nodded and suddenly felt something was wrong. "Damn it, I have been fighting monsters for so long, and I met Zhang Xing. It was only 8:30 in the evening. Are you kidding me? Time has turned back? Don't lie to me, how long have I been asleep?" Fang Lang asked seriously, and Fang Nan continued to hold Fang Lang's arm without letting go. She didn't quite understand why Fang Lang asked this, but she just answered, "You've been sleeping all day, and it's 8:30 now. Why should I lie to you?" There was a bit of coquettishness in her words, as if she was blaming Fang Lang for not believing her. But she didn't particularly care. Fang Lang stood up immediately, feeling something bad in his heart. "Since I've slept all day, isn't today the beginning of the black market?" He made an appointment with Zhang Xing to rescue people today. What if he didn't arrive and rescue people? Although he was just a stranger, Fang Lang still felt sorry. After all, that was the person he decided to save. Thinking of the scene where Lin Gong's smile disappeared in front of him, Fang Lang could not remain indifferent. What's worse, if Zhang Xing is rescued alone without Fang Lang's support, wouldn't it be even worse if he is caught? She is the camp leader of Heaven and Earth faction, a rebel. Even the daughter of a prefect will definitely die once her identity is exposed. If such a kind and lively girl died like this because of his own mistakes, Fang Lang would not be able to bear it in his conscience. However, he also wants to take care of Fang Nan. Misfortune has come, and he will die in 3 days. How can he let go now? Chapter 82. When Fang Lang was having a headache, he suddenly thought of a good way to get Fang Nan offline. He just needs to leave for a while and deal with the things there. He should be able to get it done in one night. Then he can be with Fang Nan for the next 3 days. He really wants to see how bad this bad luck will be. Fear. Nan, I have something important to do now. I will be back here tomorrow morning at the latest. You go back and have a nap first, okay? Fang Lang said in a negotiating tone, and Fang Nan's expression suddenly changed. She had just found Fang Lang and didn't want to separate for a moment. However, she also knew that since Fang Lang said so and was unwilling to take her there must be his reasons. So she just had to agree. "Well, then we made an appointment. When I come back, you must be here. Don't lie to me," Fang Nan said with a smile. Seeing how caring and sensible she was, Fang Lang stroked her hair habitually and said dotingly, "Don't worry, I won't lie to you." Fang Nan rubbed Fang Lang's hand, then reluctantly separated, saying, "Liar is a puppy." As she spoke, her body gradually faded and disappeared. Seeing her in such a hurry, Fang Lang also burst into laughter and said to the air, "I will be back soon." Then he skillfully climbed through the window and left the inn. Not long after, a girl appeared again in the room. After Fang Nan went offline, she came back. She didn't plan to go anywhere. She just wanted to wait for Fang Lang to come back inside the inn. Fang Lang walked quickly all the way. Under the night, it was extremely quiet in the south of the city. What? Fang Lang had no one to guide him, and he didn't even know where the black market was. He could only try his luck and wander around nearby. Even if he couldn't find it, if there was turmoil somewhere, he can also discover it immediately and quickly provide support. Now that he is level 40, his combat power has skyrocketed overnight. Anyway, when he sees Zhang Xing again, he can firmly press her to the ground and rub her. Assuming they fight again. At this time, Zhang Xing had already arrived in the black market, and her teeth were itching with anger. Yang Yongxin, who had agreed to meet, actually missed the appointment. After waiting for a long time, Zhang Xing had no choice but to put on a scarf and go to the black market by himself. She was very disappointed with this Yang Yongxin. No matter how many advantages he had, Heaven and Earth faction didn't need someone who didn't keep his promises. Fortunately, for tonight's operation, she has arranged for people from Heaven and Earth faction to work together. Even if Yang Yongxin doesn't come, she can still rescue the target person, according to the plan. The black market is in a large manor, and Zhang Xing can enter even though he is wearing a hijab. This is the black market. You don't care whether your identity will be exposed, but when you enter, you will be given a mask. You can also bring your own veil. Even a young man like Zhao Rui must be given a mask when entering. Zhao Rui and the others are naturally not worried about their identities being exposed. They are just here to have fun anyway. However, for some people, it may be inconvenient for them to reveal their identities. Some people may have enemies, or they may be worried about leaving after buying good things. Don't drop it. In short, this program is a must. As for whether it is safe to enter the black market, this has nothing to do with the black market. A simple concealment formation is arranged in the manner where the black market is held. After the black market starts, the outside world cannot see what is happening inside. Only the outline of an ordinary manor can be seen, unless the detection level is very high. The manor was very large. Zhang Xing mingled with a group of people wearing masks and found a corner seat to sit down. We're told the black market is called a market, but it is actually just an auction. Anyone can come here to sell things, but the things must be sold by the organizer. You can imagine how much money the people who founded the black market made out of it. With a gust of wind, the manor's hidden magic circle was opened, which also announced the official start of the black market. The seats under the stage were all shrouded in a layer of clouds, and they could not see each other except the auction seat in the center. Zhang Xing also held a sign in her hand, which was placed on the seat. If she wanted to bid later, she would use this sign. Dear guests who don't need much respect, we won't have any polite opening ceremony. Let's go directly to the first auction item, 10 tempered spirit pills. The start price is 100 silver. Each increase in price shall not be less than 10 silver. The host is a fat man with a hammer. He looks very fierce. The black market does not need women with good figures to attract people. It only needs good things. However, this tempering spirit pill is not a good thing either. The function of tempering spirit pill is to temper spiritual roots. It sounds like a very powerful thing, but when you look at the price, you know it is not that good. This is because the spiritual root is innate, and the improvement that acquired medicine can bring is too limited. For example, if you can only cultivate to rank 2 of the mortal realm, but take hundreds of tempered spirit pills, you may be able to cultivate to rank 3 of the mortal realm. However, in the rank 3 mortal realm, you are still immortal, you are still a scumbag, and you have to take a lot of medicine. So it is unnecessary, and the spirit tempering pill becomes a tasteless thing that is a pity to throw away. Sure enough, the host called 3 times, but no one wanted it, and the photo was quickly rejected. It doesn't matter if it fails, it's just a commission anyway, and they still charge a commission. The commission is 10% of the starting price. If it is sold, it is 10% of the transaction price. The extortion in the black market can be said to be quite serious, but there is only one company in the entire Shu State City that has the strength to open this black market, so there is nothing we can do about it. The host continued to auction the next items, and people started to bid for them, one after another. They did not go unsold like the first item. Zhang Xing didn't care at all. Although some items were rare and precious, as the daughter of a prefect, she was well-informed and didn't care. Those ones. She was waiting for Lin Xin to be auctioned. After waiting for about 10 or 20 items, Zhang Xing's patience gradually disappeared before the host finally said something that cheered her up. The next auction item is a person. It's finally the main event. Zhang Xing clenched her fists. She had not planned to start robbing people yet. People from heaven and earth. Faction had already sneaked into the black market to explore. She would not take action until the situation was clear. Now she would take action herself. Buy it or remember who bought Ruby Lin. Keeping it will make that person remember it. Even if you buy it, don't even think about taking it away. Zhang Xing thought that the next auction item would be Lin Xin, but the host continued. This person is very special. She is a human-male hybrid with fox demon blood in her body. Isn't such a beauty particularly interesting? Other staff at the black market pushed a large cage over. The host lifted off the red cloth covering the cage, and there was a sudden exclamation in the audience. This asterisk, 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 a mixed race girl is so beautiful. Chapter 83. Human face and beast heart. Inside the cage, the pitiful girl was curled up in the cage. She was only wearing a leather jacket that covered her important parts. Her slender legs were as shiny as jade. Behind her, there was a furry foxtail, which added to the beauty. Somewhat charming. The girl's delicate face was now full of fear. Her eyes were shining brightly, and the 2 fox ears on her head were drooping, begging these people, hoping to let her go. However, her appearance did not bring sympathy, but instead aroused the animal nature in people's hearts. Zhang Xing was the only one who almost crushed the sign in his hand. All those men saw was the girl's delicate and charming face, and only Zhang Xing felt her prayers. Although she is a mixed blood of a human being, and not a pure human blood, the evil behavior of this kind of trading still makes Zhang Xing angry. However, the bidders were very enthusiastic. The host did not announce the starting price, but someone shouted, 3,000 taels of gold. This person is Zhao Rui, who is rich and willful. While bidding out the price, he said to his friend next to him, that guy Fang Lang actually let me go. I have to buy this beauty and then show it off to him. Originally, if he comes with me, I will give him the soup, but now I have to be greedy to death. 3,000 taels of gold is not a small amount of money, and only the prodigal Zhao Rui can tell this price without changing his expression. However, someone still competed with Zhao Rui and quoted 3,100 taels of gold. Zhao Rui was not happy when he heard it. He offered back 4,000 taels. Are you going to steal it from me? If you have money, you are so willful. The host originally thought that he could shoot more intensely, but unexpectedly he was beaten up by the wealthy Zhao Rui. The host felt that they were at a loss. Although they didn't spend much effort to catch this little beauty, she was so beautiful after all. However, no one offered a higher price than 4,000 taels of gold. The auction is still going on, and the items behind are all of higher quality. A spirit weapon. Thundergun was sold for 6,000 taels of gold, and a spirit beast Xion Lang Cub was sold for 7,000 taels of gold. But the auction Zhang Xing was waiting for has not yet arrived. Originally, she thought that after auctioning the fox girl, she would then shoot Ruby Lin. Unexpectedly, after so long, the auction was almost over and hadn't started yet. Could it be that the news is wrong? Zhang Xing is no longer calm now. The news she and Fang Ling heard that day was indeed that there would be sales today. But if it wasn't here, wouldn't it be over? Now we begin the auction of the last item, our finale item. The auction is about to end. Zhang Xing stood up and was about to leave. It might be too late to look for another place now. She was very urgent now. She couldn't waste a single second in rescuing people. But what the host said at this time made her stay again. This is a peerless beauty who was born blind. She is blind. You can do anything shameful you want. Zhang Xing looked at the fat man with a disgusting and lewd smile. She wished she could shoot him into a porcupine with a flying feather, but she had to endure it now. He must be talking about Lin Xin. Unexpectedly, Ruby Lin would become the finale. This is really unexpected because no matter how beautiful she is, can she be more beautiful than the fox girl just now? Zhang Xing didn't believe it. Other people don't have much interest. After all, women's *X is not their only pursuit. Rights, strength, and desire are their pursuits. But the host then explained the reason why Lin Xin was regarded as the finale. If she was just born blind, it would not be worth putting up for auction at this time. However, she is an innate body. If any of you buy her, we will give you a copy of the dual cultivation method. After dual cultivation with her, you can plunder the 9 yin qi in her body and build your most perfect spiritual roots and muscles. Of course, this little beauty is a disposable item. Once used up, she will die, so you should not buy it if you cherish her beauty. The host also made a little joke, and some people laughed knowingly. But Zhang Xing's eyes were burning. Disposable items? This really doesn't treat her as a human being. Another cage was pushed out, the red cloth was uncovered, and a woman in white was sitting on her knees inside the cage. Her clothes were completely intact, and she didn't reveal anything tempting. However, the white clothes, coupled with her delicate appearance, his face is also very protective. However, there was no expression on her face, and there was no trace of panic or fear. She looked more like a wooden person. The starting price is 10,000 taels of gold. This price discourages many people, but the temptation of the 9 yin body is worth the price. With perfect spiritual roots, as long as there is a way to practice, there is a chance to become a saint. And if you have money to buy this 9 yin body, how can you not have a way to practice? The temptation of transcendent is the greatest because it represents a longer life and greater power. So the question is, why don't you keep such a good thing for your own use but sell it? This is also subject to restrictions. People over 50 years old cannot do it, but they can buy it for future generations. As soon as the starting price was announced, there were enthusiastic bids. At this time, a man wearing a mask, whose figure could not distinguish between male and female, clenched his fists. Damn, why is this happening? Her voice was very low, but you could still tell it was a woman's voice. She was entrusted by someone to auction Lin Xin, but she didn't expect that Lin Xin actually had a body of 9 yens. The starting price was 10,000 taels of gold. She only had 15,000 taels of gold in total, so it was impossible to get it at auction. At this time, Lin Yue was still entangled with Lin An in the Lin family residence. Suddenly, she stopped moving and said, "Now Lin Xin should be auctioned." Lin An's movements also stopped. Even though he had been training himself for a long time, he finally couldn't help but feel a little moved at this moment. He put his hands behind his back, pinched his back, and forced himself to calm down. Now she should take the money and buy Lin Xin. After tonight, they can leave here. I said, what happens to her has nothing to do with me. When Lin Yue heard this, she smiled sweetly and said, "That's good. I thought you would ask your best friend from Hong Xiufang to help you go to the auction." Lin An was shocked, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead unconsciously. At this point, he already knew that he might not be able to hide this snake-hearted woman. "What are you talking about? Why don't I understand what you mean?" Lin An insisted at the end, and Lin Yue smiled sweetly and said in his ear, "You may not know it, but your sister is born with a 9 yen body. Do you think that such a person will appear at the auction? How much can a baby be sold for?" Chapter 84. Burning the Manor. At the Chengyan auction, Lian Chen clenched the gold ticket in her pocket and was at a loss. Now Lin Xin's price has exceeded 20,000 gold, and the price is still rising. Her money is simply not enough. What to do? Lian Chun was helpless. At this time, a voice said, 30,000 tiles. Everyone looked in that direction, but they were blocked by the effect of the concealment formation and couldn't see clearly who it was. And Zhang Xing's younger brother finally came back and gathered information. Zhang Xing's anger has reached its limit now, but at this time she calms down more. The power in her hands is not enough. In Shu State City, the Heaven and Earth faction has been suppressed. If they confront the Black Dragon Society, the Heaven and Earth faction people may suffer heavy losses, and the opponents backstage there is also a lot of power in Shu State City. Even if Heaven and Earth faction can defeat the Black Dragon Society, it will be difficult to face the defense force of Shu State City. Therefore, there can be no head-on conflict. Save people first and deal with the Black Dragon Society affairs later. Because Fang Lang did not meet Zhang Xing at the agreed time, Zhang Xing's power is weaker now. She can only save one person, but there are two people she wants to save. That fox girl and Ruby Lin. There is no such thing as having the best of both worlds. While Zhang Xing was struggling, Ruby Lin's auction was finally settled. The boss who had previously bid 30,000 yuan directly bid 40,000 yuan after someone followed. Now, no one could keep up with the price. The final transaction price was 40,000 taels of gold. After the transaction was completed, the black market was about to end. At this time, Zhang Xing finally gritted his teeth and made a decision. She also wanted to rescue the fox girl, but she had no choice but to save Lin Xin first. She asked one person to follow the person who bought the fox girl, and she led a large army to track the person who bought Lin Xin. Saving Lin Xin must be foolproof. It was also at this time that Fang Lang finally discovered this hidden manor. However, when he found it, it was already time to leave. People were leaving one after another from the black market, and Fang Ling didn't even know who bought Ruby Lin. Seeing a group of people walking out of the black market, Fang Ling didn't care anymore and started setting fire to it first. He didn't know if those people were treacherous or evil, so Fang Ling picked a target again and again. His eyesight was very strong, and he could see clearly that there was no trace of people in the house. It would be easy if the people could not be burned to death. Fang Ling threw it away casually. A small fireball passed over and ignited the room instantly. This is the terrifying thing about Samadhi True Fire. If it were a mortal fire without upgrades, Fang Ling would probably need a meteor shower to do it. "It's gone!" some people exclaimed, but the fire did not cause a commotion. The people who came here were all people who had seen the world and would not be frightened by a small fire. The customers were still leaving the store without any disturbance at all, while the people in the black market went to put out the fire. "It seems that the fire is too small, and you are not afraid at all." Fang Ling instantly threw more than 10 sparks, all targeting this manor. Anyway, it is a place where filth and people gather and practice, so it might as well be burned. Fang Ling still didn't burn anyone, but frightened more and more people and ran away hastily. The fire was not simple at first glance. Someone came to look for trouble. Those who were slightly less capable naturally ran away quickly, burning their buttocks, and naturally want to run. Who is so bold as to come here to cause trouble? Fang Ling heard a loud shout and looked for his reputation. He saw a fat man with a small wooden hammer in his hand and a ferocious look on his face. A group of men quickly gathered behind him, all wearing short gua and holding a wooden hammer in his hand. Big knife. Lin San elbow of 40. 13 Tai Bao. Lin San learned Kung Fu and his seemingly fat body has strong defense capabilities. Chaotic hammer. Lin San has experienced hundreds of battles and has discovered the skills of using a hammer in battle. There are no rules and it is impossible to guard against it. Description. One of the leaders of the Black Dragon Society who has done all kinds of evil, with a human face and a beast heart. Behind Lin San were a bunch of Black Dragon Society soldiers, each of whom was above level 20. If Fang Ling hadn't found the gold-eating ants, it might not have been easy to deal with them, but now Fang Ling's backhand was like a meteor shower. Lin San, who was very arrogant just now, was instantly submerged in the fire and rain, killing instantly without saying much. "Do you have high defense?" "Sorry, I'm so angry. All the fat on your body can only be burned into grease." Fang Ling is currently using the face of Yang Yongshan. He is naturally fearless in killing people, setting fires and so on. At worst, he can change his face, and it won't be a big problem at all. He used wind spells to keep himself in the air, not shying away from everyone's gaze. A leader of the Black Dragon Society was killed in this way, which caused chaos at the scene. At this moment, there was a sound of clattering footsteps, and the guards of Shu State City came over. Now those in the black market ran faster. Fang Ling clearly heard the leading guard say, "Someone reported an illegal gathering here. Everyone, please don't move. Violators will be killed without mercy." It would be strange not to move. My A** is on fire, and I don't know how many people here have cases against them, so run away quickly without explaining. Zhao Rui pushed the cage with rollers and ran very fast. As he ran, he said, "Run quickly. The little beauty I spent so much money on can't be wasted." In such a chaotic scene, Fang Ling heard these words very clearly. He stood high and saw far away, and immediately locked onto Zhao Rui, who was running underneath. In the cage he was pushing. This may be Lin Xin. Fang Ling used a stealth skill, jumped from the air, and blended into the running crowd. The fire he set caused chaos on the scene, and the arrival of the guards made the chaos even more chaotic. However, in such a chaotic situation, Fang Ling still kept an eye on Zhao Rui's position. He did not start fighting here rashly. The guards are now taking action to arrest all those who escaped. All the guards are in their 30s. Although Fang Ling is high level, he also has AoE spells, but this is not like the Zijin mine cave. It's so narrow inside, so the effect of his spells may not be that strong. Let's get rid of the guards first. It was not easy for Zhao Rui. He was exhausted just for a girl, because there were too many people in the black market. Although there were many guards, some of them really fought with their lives. So Zhao Rui was lucky enough to run out. He was even separated from several of his friends, but just as he was taking a breath in a dark corner, he suddenly heard a very soft voice appearing behind him. Ruined. Zhao Rui broke out in a cold sweat. He was also worried that someone would come to rob him, so he usually brought guards with him. But in the turmoil just now, the guards were scattered. What to do? He looked back and saw Fang Ling, and his scalp suddenly went numb. Isn't this the big guy who set the fire just now? Why are you following him? Is it because of this fox girl? Chapter 85. I can warm the bed, Fang Ling said coldly. Give me what's behind you. Zhao Rui. Boss, why are you so direct? Zhao Rui felt a little pain in his heart. What a beautiful little beauty. He hadn't even touched it yet. He had just picked up the product and hadn't even touched it. It felt so uncomfortable to let someone snatch her away. However, Zhao Rui immediately gave up when he saw Fang Ling already playing with a ball of fire in his hand. Boss, here you go. Enjoy it slowly and say goodbye. Zhao Rui said and ran away without looking back. He was worried that he would be killed. However, Fang Ling is not a murderer, and he is a known person anyway. Unless Zhao Rui does something that he can't stand, Fang Ling will not kill him easily. Just grab something. He stepped forward, uncovered the red cloth, and saw an unconscious girl lying in a cage. The key is, this girl has a tail. What the hell? Wrong person. Anonymous or V12. Charm passive. The talent of the Fox clan's bloodline. Every move touches people's hearts. Huigan, passive. Keen intuition. Able to detect hostility or goodwill. Description, human-male hybrid with stronger fighting power than ordinary humans and excellent talent. But it is difficult to survive in the human race or monster race. Fang Ling opened the cage and picked up the nameless person inside. Now Fang Ling has a headache. What if he grabs the wrong girl? Can he take this fox girl home and keep him? It can't be killed on the spot. After all, this one looks very pitiful. Just when Fang Leng was struggling, the fox girl woke up. When she saw Fang Leng, there was a hint of fear in her eyes, but she could feel that this man had no ill intentions toward her and no lust. Moreover, she knew this person was not the same person who bought her. She looked at her surroundings, then pulled Fang Leng's clothes and said, "Did you save me?" Fang Leng finally felt relieved when he saw that she was awake. He put her down and said, "I saved you. Now that you are awake, save yourself and leave." As Fang Leng said that, he turned around and wanted to go back to the black market manor. He didn't know if Zhang Xing had rescued Lin Xin, so he felt more at ease going to see it himself. However, Wu Mingshi held onto the corner of his clothes and said pitifully, "Please don't leave me. It will catch me again." Fang Leng. It seems to be true. There is no way for a human-male hybrid to survive in the human race or the monster race. The human race doesn't recognize it and thinks it's alien, and the same goes for monster race. Someone like Anonymous is more likely to be forcibly captured and used as a RBQ. When Fang Leng looked back, Anonymous's tears fell down drop by drop, making Fang Leng feel a little distressed. "Don't leave me. I can be your slave girl. I can warm the bed." Fang Leng. "Hey, if you didn't say this, I might as well keep you. You said you would warm the bed before keeping you. Doesn't it seem that someone on our side is too dishonest?" Fang Leng reluctantly took out the spirit sword from the heart, which frightened Wu Mingshi, and immediately let go of her hand, for fear that Fang Leng would chop her with the sword. Seeing how cautious she was, Fang Leng couldn't help but comfort her. "Don't be afraid. I'll hold the sword for you. It can protect you when you are in danger. You first go to the purple bamboo forest to the west, outside the city, to hide and wait for me to deal with it. I'll come back to you for the matters here." With that said, Fang Leng handed the sword to her. After Wu Mingshi took the sword, Fang Leng took off his large coat and put it on Wu Mingshi. He said, "Your ears will not be very obvious at night. The tail covers them. That's fine. There is turmoil in the city right now. So be careful to avoid people and wait for me to come find you." Kongjin has a spiritual connection with Fang Leng. Fang Leng can sense the position of Kongjin at all times, and the spiritual sword can help Wu Mingshi defend himself. His current status is inconvenient, and he wants to cause trouble when he goes back. It is inappropriate to take a weak woman with him. Anonymous felt Fang Leng's kindness, nodded, wrapped the coat Fang Leng gave him tightly, and ran out of the city. Fang Leng settled the matter here and quickly returned to the south of the city. The fire he set down is still burning. The Samadhi true fire is not that easy to extinguish, and the fire has a tendency to spread. The manor where the black market was held had been burned to ashes. The guards arrested many people in the black market, as well as many people from the Black Dragon Club. But when Fang Leng arrived, there was a confrontation between the two teams. On one side, it was Zhang Xing, and on the other side, it was Zhang Bin and Shu State's guards. Because a part of the guards were assigned to guard those who were captured, Zhang Bin did not have that many people besieging Zhang Xing. However, Zhang Xing's other Heaven and Earth faction members were still gradually unable to support him. Living. They are good at assassination, but when fighting head-on, they can only fight in retreat. If he wanted to run away, Zhang Xing would have run away long ago, but looking at Lin Xin sitting quietly next to Zhang Bin, Zhang Xing was unwilling to leave. She was also very angry now, so angry that she lost her mind. She could accept anyone buying Ruby Lin, but she didn't want to see that this person was her brother. But she also remembered that her brother, Zhang Bin, couldn't practice martial arts because of his broken spiritual roots, so he could only study literature. It's no wonder that her brother would spend 40,000 taels of gold to buy a 9-yen body that could reforge spiritual roots. But where did the prefect's mansion get so much money? Where does the money come from? If you ask an official, the answer is simple. Therefore, Zhang Xing was very angry. In her mind, her brother was a humble gentleman with both ability and political integrity, the best brother in the world. But now she wanted to go up and slap him. "I thought I would be lucky to get a 9-yen body, but I happened to meet the thieves from Heaven and Earth faction. They were interesting and careful, and they were all caught alive by me." Zhang Bin shook his fan with a proud look. His eyes were deep, and it was impossible to tell what he was thinking. When Zhang Xing heard this, he suddenly threw out a bunch of darts, forcing back the nearby guards, and then he broke through the siege and attacked Zhang Bin. "Sir, be careful!" the guards shouted, but Zhang Bin seemed to be frightened. After running 2 steps, Zhang Xing grabbed his throat. Fang Leng came over and saw this scene. As expected, Zhang Xing just got up. Fortunately, Zhang Bin was caught just now, otherwise the Heaven and Earth faction people would be in danger. Zhang Xing said fiercely, "Tell your people to stop." Zhang Bin quickly ordered, "Stop it." Fang Leng suddenly felt a little strange. "You, the scholar, are too good. Don't you have no skills at all?" There was nothing he could do about being directly attached to an assassin like this. However, Zhang Bin actually didn't look panic at all. He is very calm. Zhang Xing's teeth were itching with anger, and she wanted to beat Zhang Bin violently. However, although she held Zhang Bin's throat in her hands, she would not really strangle Zhang Bin to death. After all, he is her brother, and Zhang Xing has not completely lost his mind. "Give me this woman. Let us go, and I will let you go." Chapter 86. Fire at the city gate affects Qiyu. Zhang Xing discussed the terms, but Zhang Bin refused with a smile. "You can leave, but you can't take this person away. You?" The angry Zhang Xing instantly increased the strength in his hand, and Zhang Bin's face also flushed. Zhang Xing then reduced his strength, but he was still very angry. "Aren't you afraid that I will kill you?" Zhang Xing said fiercely. Naturally, she was not using her original voice, and she was afraid that Zhang Bin would recognize it. However, Zhang Bin chuckled lightly, waved his fan, and groups of soldiers appeared on the nearby roofs, all holding bows and arrows, instantly stretched into a full moon. "If you look at it now, is there any room for negotiating terms with me? You can leave, but I can't take you with me." Shenji Camp. Zhang Xing was shocked that her brother had actually mobilized the Shenji battalion. At this time, she felt that she had been targeted by several sharp eyes and that she might be shot to death at any time. Not only will she die, but everyone under her will die too. You go first. Zhang Xing had no choice but to agree to Zhang Bin's conditions and let his men leave first. The person who made the decision felt very painful in his heart, because by making this decision, he had given up rescuing Lin Xin. Maybe Lin Xin would die tonight. At this moment, a gust of wind blew, and the fire, which had not been extinguished, but had weakened, suddenly swelled, and the fire instantly spread to the roof where the Shenji battalion soldiers were standing. The soldiers who had set up their positions were all avoided by the fire, and their positions were in chaos. Zhang Bin's expression finally changed, because originally everything was under control, but now things have changed. There is naturally a reason why the fire suddenly becomes bigger, and this reason is Fang Lang. The fire took advantage of the wind, and Fang Lang added another fire. Now the fire is getting bigger and bigger. Originally only one manor was burned down, but now all the nearby houses were set on fire. When they were in disarray, Fang Lang sneaked out quietly. He can also simply sneak. He can do it as a knight, and he doesn't need to say it aloud. A figure suddenly appeared next to Lin Xin and Zhang Xing. This person was naturally Fang Lang. Fang Lang put his arm around Lin Xin with one hand and hooked Zhang Xing's waist with the other. With the last two parts, he left in an instant, and then ran away. Zhang Bin was out of danger, and the soldiers were about to pursue him, but Zhang Bin stopped him and said, "Put out the fire first." The fire that Fang Lang set again was bigger than before. Fortunately, the fighting caused the nearby residents to leave early, and no innocent people were hurt. However, the fire is getting bigger and bigger, and this fire cannot be extinguished. Zhang Bin could only watch helplessly as the fire continued to spread. The only option is to demolish the house. On the other side, Fang Lang carried Lin Xin on his back and ran away like crazy with Zhang Xing. Zhang Xing said angrily, "Why did you come just now?" Fang Lang feels that it is indeed wrong that he did not come as promised, but he should be considered worthy of saving your life. Something's been delayed. Fang Lang still explained. However, I didn't go into details about what happened. The matter of grinding monsters and upgrading myself is different from other NPCs. You can't say that I am stuck in a bug-like place and am frantically grinding for experience? Zhang Xing was still reluctant. She was just angry because of Zhang Bin's incident and needed to vent. Just in time, Fang Lang became a target. "Do you know how much risk I took and how many people I almost killed because of you?" They sensed that the pursuers were no longer pursuing them, so they could quarrel in peace. Fang Lang is also a little unhappy. "Who are you and me? Isn't this person still dead? Isn't the person rescued?" But just when Fang Lang was about to fight back, Zhang Xing suddenly let out a wow and began to cry loudly. Fang Lang was completely confused. "Damn it, you scolded me, and I haven't even scolded you yet. Hey, stop crying." Zhang Xing ignored it and continued to cry. Fang Lang put Lin Xin aside, and Lin Xin stood obediently, like a wooden person. Only then did Fang Lang realize that something was wrong with Lin Xin and said to Zhang, "Hey, stop crying. There's something going on." Zhang Xing ignored it and continued to cry. "Calm down. Why are you crying? No one is dead. You actually yelled at me." Zhang Xing cried and punched Fang Lang on the chest with her small fist. While hitting her, she cursed, "You men are all bad people, scum and beasts." Fang Lang also lost his temper. He grabbed her thrashing hands and said angrily, "You have to choose the time when you are sick. Ruby Lin seems to have a problem." Zhang Xing calmed down. She couldn't tell Fang Lang about the pain in her heart. She didn't know how to face her brother now. However, when she heard that Lin Xin had a problem, she immediately suppressed her emotions. He fell down and choked with sobs. "What's wrong?" "She has been sealed." Fang Lang's detection level is very high, which can be seen at a glance. Ruby Lin, we're 410. Description: the soul is missing, just a walking corpse. The Black Dragon must have done it. Zhang Xing gritted her teeth and wanted to kill all the people in the Black Dragon Society. However, she was equally angry towards the buyer. If there was no sale, there would be no killing. Suddenly, she remembered another important event and said to Fang Long, "There was a fox girl who was auctioned just now. My people got lost when they were following her. Go and rescue her quickly." "Are you talking about a human-male hybrid?" Fang Lang is a bit strange. What a coincidence. I happen to save one. After listening to Zhang Xing's description, Fang Lang knew that he must be the one he saved. So he comforted her. "It doesn't matter. She is safe. Let's go find her outside the city now. We will also settle down Lin Xin before we go to find trouble with the Black Dragon Society." Fang Lang talked about how he saved the nameless person by chance, and Zhang Xing felt relieved. The two of them rushed towards the purple bamboo forest outside the city. Zhang Xing also told Fang Lang that the Heaven and Earth faction had some secret strongholds. Two people can be accommodated first. Indeed, it is inconvenient for Lin Xin and Anonymous to enter Shu State City now. Working with Zhang Xing is perfect. At this moment, Fang Lang suddenly received a system prompt. "You killed the Chosen One, Yayu, watching the fireworks, and gained 14 points of energy. You killed the Chosen One and gained 12 points of energy. You killed..." A bunch of system prompts suddenly flashed across the screen. Fang Lang was stunned for a moment, and then he realized that he might have set the fire before and accidentally injured the player. How should I put it? I am still a little ashamed. I set this fire to save people. The purpose of saving people is good, but to save one person, I hurt more people. This is the wrong thing. Fortunately, players can be resurrected after death, so Fang Lang's guilt will be lighter. But at this time, a system prompt was refreshed. "You killed the Chosen One south and gained 10,000 energy points." Fang Lang was stunned. How could he killed Fang Nan? Chapter 87. "Wake up. You are single. What's wrong with you?" Zhang Xing noticed that Fang Lang's expression suddenly became strange, as if something terrible had happened, and she couldn't help but ask with concern. Fang Ling then handed Lin Xin, who was like a puppet on his back, to Zhang Xing and said, "It's too late to explain. I'm leaving first." "Hey!" Zhang Xing wanted to call Fang Ling, but it was too late. Fang Ling quickly ran toward the city, and when he came to the south of the city, he saw a large area of ruins, and some guards were dealing with things behind. The fire was finally put out. Zhang Bin asked people to demolish part of the house to stop the spread of the flames. Otherwise, the Samadhi True Fire would spread uncontrollably, and the entire Shu State city would be burned down. At this time, what Fang Ling saw was a pile of ruins, and there was no smell of smoke in the air, because Samadhi True Fire burned everything cleanly without any smoke. Fang Ling ran towards the inn. He had made an appointment with Fang Nan, and sure enough, there were only ruins left. Originally, the inn should be regarded as a safe zone, but in this game there is no absolute safe zone, only a relative safe zone. This is the reason. Fang Ling never expected that the fire he set in the black market manner would reach all the way to the inn and burn down the inn. Maybe Fang Nan happened to be in the inn at that time. Is this the effect of doom? Fang Ling came to the ruins of the inn and looked at several gray-faced NPCs. He was in a trance and looked at his hands in trance. I always feel that these hands are stained with many sins. He actually became the culprit who killed Fang Nan. Thinking of this, Fang Ling felt extremely painful. Elder brother. A crisp voice woke Fang Ling out of his self-blame. He turned around and saw Fang Nan walking towards him with a smile. Brother, you are finally back. I have been waiting for you for a long time. Fang Nan hugged Fang Ling's arm affectionately and said coquettishly, but unexpectedly Fang Ling hugged her tightly. Nanan. Huh? Fang Nan suddenly blushed and said a little shyly, "Brother, don't be here. Someone is watching." Fang Ling. Al was in a mood of excitement, as if he had done something terrible. I feel a dull pain in my kneecap. So, is it time to let go? Fang Ling was hesitating, but Fang Nan said with a doting tone, Okay. You can hug me if you want, but not for too long." Fang Ling heard this and quickly let go. After leaving Fang Ling's arms, Fang Nan felt a little sad, but still smiled and said, "Have you finished your work, brother?" Fang Ling shook his head. He was not done yet. He had left all the remaining aftermath to Zhang Xing. Because he knew the news about Fang Nan's accident, how could he have the leisure to care about others? The bad luck that befell Fang Nan is gone now, so she is just resurrected now. He did die once. Fang Ling began to be afraid of this mysterious existence. He was unwilling to be a pawn, but he had no ability to resist at all. Was Fang Nan's incident a warning given to him by the other party? Be obedient to me, or I will kill you easily. Fang Nan didn't know that Fang Ling had so many worries in her heart. Although she was burned to death once, she didn't feel bad at all. Finally, when Fang Ling died, everything was worth it. She naturally held Fang Ling's hand and said, "Then what should we do now?" Fang Ling looked at the surrounding environment and realized that it was not a good place to stay for a long time. Moreover, he had taken away 2 people in front of Zhang Bin before, and now he is still wandering around the city with this face on his face. I'm afraid it's not good. Let's go out of the city first. Okay. Fang Nan can go wherever he wants, as long as he is with Fang Ling. On the way, Fang Ling was still thinking about how he should answer if Fang Nan asked him some questions, so as to avoid saying things he shouldn't say, and reassure Fang Nan. However, after walking for a while, he could feel that Fang Nan was in a good mood, as if she was bouncing around while walking. But she didn't ask anything. Or Fang Ling couldn't help but said, "Isn't there anything you want to know?" "Yes, there is a lot I want to know, but there must be a reason why I can't tell you, so I won't ask anything," Fang Nan said seriously. She blinked her cute eyes and looked at Fang Ling. Normally, when she was like this, Fang Ling would always tell her everything. This time, Fang Ling said directly, "In this case, I won't say anything." Fang Nan. He was a fake brother, and his routine failed. However, it does not rule out that it is really impossible to say, for example, why he is now acting as an NPC instead of being a player in this game. Fang Nan didn't dare to think about anything more. Anyway, as she said, if Fang Ling didn't say anything, she wouldn't ask anything. However, she still pretended to be unhappy, snorted coquettishly, and said, "If you don't say it, don't say it. But you are not allowed to leave me again." She grabbed Fang Ling's hand seriously, looked into Fang Ling's eyes, and stood still. This meant that she was saying very seriously, and she didn't care about anything else. But she couldn't give in on this condition. However, Fang Ling considered it carefully and refused. This may not be possible. There are too many secrets in Fang Ling. If Fang Nan accidentally learns something and another wave of bad luck strikes, we don't know what will happen. Therefore, the best way is to keep a distance from Fang Nan. Don't let Fang Nan get involved in these things. Moreover, Fang Ling gradually calmed down after walking and stopping with Fang Nan. Why is the energy obtained by killing Fang Nan different from other players? Other players seem to obtain energy based on their levels. But Fang Nan directly contributed 10,000 points. She must be special. Is it because of bad luck or some other reason? Fang Ling has no way to verify it, and he doesn't want to verify it again. Fang Ling still didn't explain the reason. Fang Nan looked at Fang Ling's resolute look, even though he couldn't bear it. He felt sad in his heart. He took a breath through his nose and then smiled and said, If you don't want to accompany me, you won't accompany me. I don't care. I will go wander around with my little sisters when the time comes, leaving you at home as an empty nester." Fang Ling touched Fang Nan's head. She was so sensible that it made him feel bad, but he couldn't say anything. At this time, he could better understand the meaning of the sentence. If love lasts for a long time, how can it last forever? Fang Ling followed Fang Nan's words and said, "Well, you can go find your little sister without worries. Your brother can ask your sister-in-law to accompany him." "Brother, wake up. You are just a single person, Fang Ling. This is your biological sister, but your brother is already single. Although I am engaged in online dating." Chapter 88. Naming. Fang Ling took Fang Nan to the purple bamboo forest and found Zhang Xing, Anonymous, and Lin Xin, because the Anonymous was unwilling to go with Zhang Xing no matter what Zhang Xing said, and insisted on waiting for Fang Ling in the purple bamboo forest. So after such a delay, Fang Ling followed the induction of the spirit sword to find someone. When he came to Siju Forest, he saw Zhang Xing and Wu Mingshi staring at each other with big eyes and small eyes, and Lin Xin was acting like a wooden figure beside them. Seeing Fang Ling, Anonymous ran over happily, skillfully grabbed Fang Ling's clothes and said happily, "I have been waiting for you here, and I have not been abducted by others." Fang Ling, Fang Nan. Zhang Xing is the most angry. Am I being treated as a bad person? Do I look like a bad person? Zhang Xing was angry and wanted to argue with Anonymous, but when he thought about it carefully, he was wearing night clothes and a mask, and he really didn't look like a good person. Anonymous was so frightened that he hid behind Fang Ling, hugged Fang Ling's waist, then revealed his head and looked at Zhang Xing weakly. She also thinks that this person is not bad, but she is so vicious. Is this what it means to be poor and extremely evil? Zhang Xing felt Wu Mingshi's gaze and felt uncomfortable for no reason. Fang Nan is also very unfriendly to Anonymous, who is so close to my brother. Fang Nan, who had always been considerate, puffed up his cheeks and became very angry. Who is she? Fang Nan was very rude. She was like a food protector and was extremely hostile to Wu Mingdo. Fang Ling then introduced, "She is the girl I rescued. This is the camp leader of Heaven and Earth faction, Feising." Fang Ling turned to Zhang Xing and said, "This is my registered disciple, the chosen one from the south." He and Fang Nan made an agreement not to expose their relationship in the game, so Fang Nan became his registered disciple. Hearing this, Zhang Xing couldn't help but glance sideways at Fang Ling. "Your sect is quite interesting. Can the master hold the apprentice's hand? Are you interested in joining our Heaven and Earth faction?" Zhang Xing habitually wanted to attract Fang Nan to join the meeting, but Fang Ling refused directly on his behalf. "Don't bother with me as your disciple. After today, I don't know if your Heaven and Earth faction will still be able to establish a foothold in Shu State City." Fang Ling was telling the truth. The reason why Shu State Governor had nothing to do with Heaven and Earth faction before was because Heaven and Earth faction was well hidden and did not leave many clues when it came to trouble. However, tonight, Feizi Battalion mobilized its entire army. Zhang Bin didn't catch anyone and reveal himself, but as long as he followed the clues and pursued them, it would be enough to torment Heaven and Earth faction for a while and make them uneasy. Speaking of this, Zhang Xing fell silent. She said awkwardly, "Yeah, I can't keep a talent like you now. In this case, it's better to let it go." Fang Ling. "Girls are troublesome, and the gang will break up if they don't agree with each other." Fang Ling said helplessly, "My status is special, and it is not convenient for me to join you. However, we can help each other as like-minded partners. What do you think? Let's talk about it first. Tell us what to do with these two people. Since you are not one of ours, I can't take you to our stronghold." Zhang Xing is straightforward, but he is not afraid of Fang Ling's grudges. Fang Ling can understand that the Heaven and Earth faction needs to be hidden. If outsiders are allowed to go there rashly, the risk factor will naturally increase significantly. This has nothing to do with trust. This problem also gives Fang Ling a headache. His identity as Yang Yongxin is disguised, and Fang Ling has to teach in the city. The main reason is that it is inconvenient for Lin Xin and Anonymous to be exposed in front of others. When Anonymous heard this, she was still worried that Fang Ling would throw her away. She quickly grabbed the corners of Fang Ling's clothes and interjected, "I can warm the bed. I eat very little and won't cause you any trouble." As soon as Fang Nan heard that he was warming the bed, he immediately narrowed his eyes and looked at Fang Ling without saying a word. Zhang Xing immediately crossed his arms and stopped looking at Fang Ling. Feeling the slight chill, Fang Ling rubbed his arms silently. "But what did I do wrong?" Fang Ling said sternly, "It's okay to warm the bed, but if you can put your tail and ears away, it will be easier. I'm not strong enough to transform, and I don't know how to practice. When I was a child, my family abandoned me in the wilderness. I was raised by foxes in the mountains. Later, I learned to speak human language secretly under the mountains." When Anonymous said this, she didn't make a pitiful gesture, but hearing her talk about the past made people feel a little heartbroken for no reason. Fang Nan also had a soft-hearted temper, and his hostility suddenly became much less. Fang Ling said, "I have a way to help you find a way to practice, but until you can practice to transform, you can only stay outside the city. But with your current strength, it's difficult to survive outside the city. Now even an ordinary player can bully her, and she is so beautiful, it is really hard to make people feel at ease." But Fang Nan suddenly had an idea and had a countermeasure. "Just let her join our guild, and we can protect her. Besides, Southern River Misty Rain is all girls, so we don't have to worry about anyone being unruly to her." Fang Nan felt that this was really a great strategy. This way, this vixen who kept saying she wanted to warm her brother's bed would have no reason to follow Fang Ling. Moreover, with the protection of the people at Southern River Misty Rain, Fang Ling doesn't have to worry. When Fang Ling heard it, he thought it was okay. NPCs can also join the player's faction, but this faction needs to be officially recognized. Coincidentally, Southern River Misty Rain is currently the only officially recognized faction. This setting was left by Fang Ling so that late-stage players could recruit powerful NPCs to join the camp as a fighting force when competing for hegemony. Now it is finally convenient for him. So why did I always try to trick players in the past? Why not give them more benefits? Fang Ling didn't want to talk about the regret in his heart. Fang Nan said to Anonymous again, "What's your name? I'll ask the president to add you to our power." Anonymous shook his head. "I don't have a name. Do you want to pick one for me?" Anonymous was looking forward to it. She actually wanted to have a name because others had it, and she was envious of it. However, she felt that the name would only be truly meaningful if someone else had to give it to her, and it would not count if she chose it herself. However, she has never met anyone who can give her a name. When Fang Nan heard this, she pondered for a while. Like Fang Lang, she was from a family with difficulty in naming. Otherwise, her game ID wouldn't just have her name reversed. At this time, Fang Lang stepped in and said, "Let me get one for you." Since he was named Kong Sin and Master Save Me, Fang Lang feels that he is actually very talented in naming. This name is very spiritual, right? Chapter 89. Su Aju. When Fang Lang said he wanted to name Anonymous, Zhang Xing Fang Nan looked at Fang Lang at the same time, as if to say, "Please start your performance." Anonymous grabbed Fang Lang's clothes with a look of anticipation. Fang Nan's eyes turned to her weak and boneless hands again. "Pick a name. Just pick a name. No fuss." Fang Lang coughed and said, "It is said that the Fox clan in Monster Race has two surnames, namely the Yan family of the Qingchu Fox clan and the Su Shi of the Tushan Fox clan. The Fox clan respects these two surnames." Fang Lang quoted from classics, and the three of them had expressions like, "I don't know what you're talking about, but I think it's awesome." Fang Lang added, "Although I don't know whether your bloodline comes from Tushan or Qingchu, since you were found in Shu State City, and the character Shu and the character Tu look slightly similar. I took the Tushan Su family as my surname. Okay? The Fox clan respects the Nine Tails, so you can call me Aju. How about that? Su Aju." Anonymous's eyes lit up. He read it twice more and said happily, "It sounds good. I will call it this name from now on." System prompt. "You named Anonymous, and it was approved by Anonymous. Anonymous changed his name to Su Aju." System prompt. "You have successfully captured Su Aju and made it your pet. The master-servant bond has been automatically generated. The pet's loyalty value has dropped below trust, and the master-servant bond has been automatically released." Fang Lung. "I just gave him a name, so why did he become a pet? Moreover, such a cute humanoid girl looks a bit evil no matter how she looks like a pet." However, after Fang Lang heard the prompt, he thought of the setting of the pet system. When capturing a pet, the criterion for success is to name the pet and get its approval. "But didn't I also give Erha a name? Why wasn't there a reminder then?" System prompt. "You cannot collect non-humans with lower potential than fairy beasts as pets." Fang Lang. "Okay, Erha's potential is too low, and the system won't recognize it." The nameless person, now called Su Aju, seemed to feel the bond between herself and Fang Lang, so she happily shouted, "Master!" Fang Lang. "Oh my God, please let me go." Fang Nan and Zhang Xing both looked at him with something wrong. Zhang Xing snorted coldly and said, "Since I don't have anything to do here, I'll take my leave now. Goodbye." With that said, Zhang Xing jumped and walked away. This is the legendary Qinggong. Zhang Xing is gone, but there is still a jealous jar left here. Fang Nan said quietly, "Does my brother really like such a female slave?" Fang Lang immediately said sternly, "Aju is not a slave girl, she is a pet." Fang Nan. It seems that this explanation is even more fatal. Fang Lang quickly changed the subject and said, "Hey Nanan, why are your levels so low? You lost one level tonight, right? My brother will take you to level up." Fang Nan changed the topic very stiffly, and Fang Nan did not lose his temper with Fang Lang. Anyway, it was whatever Fang Lang said. It would be better if Su Aju was not around. Fang Lang was thinking about leveling up, and also wanted to see if he could level up with Su Aju by gaining experience. Su Aju, a half-demon bower, is 12. Attribution, Fang Lang's pet. Loyalty, dependence. Potential, divine beast. Cute fist, active skill. Su Aju waves her fist to attack the enemy, causing very low damage, and a powerful cuteness effect, which can enhance the charm. Charm, passive. Fox talent, reducing the malice of enemy units. Huigan passive. Su Aju can distinguish targets that are hostile or kind to her, affected by the level gap. Affinity, hidden passive. Wild monsters will show greater affinity towards Su Aju, will not actively harm Su Aju, and even provide help to Su Aju. Description. This is a cute pet that lacks combat power, but has a lot of room for growth. Fang Lang took a look at Su Aju's attributes and concluded that this is a cute pet who can do nothing but act cute. Just this, can he grow into a divine beast in the future? A mythical beast that can act cute would be of no use. However, Fang Lang didn't actually want to use Su Aju as a pet. It was a coincidence that he got a pet. Let's go and level up first. Fang Lang picked up Ruby Lin and went to Southern River Misty Rain Station first, an officially recognized force, and the first one, Southern River Misty Rain, got the officially allocated territory. It happened to be that although it was in Shu State City, it was much better for players to look at Lin Xin than Fang Lang with Lin Xin. When they were approaching the city gate, Fang Lang handed Lin Xin over to Fang Nan and told her to hide it. It was not convenient for Fang Lang to take Su Aju into the city, so he could only wait outside. When Fang Nan carried Lin Xin back to the Southern River Misty Rain Station, Bing Yu happened to be there, and they were sorting out the proceeds from killing monsters. Although they didn't get a lot of experience in this wave, there were purple gold everywhere in it. Just because there was too much purple gold, they changed their decision temporarily. They were originally going to kill monsters, but now of course they have to pick up money first. They collected mines for a day, and finally the Queen Ant went berserk and sent out more high-level monsters. The Southern River Misty Rain people couldn't deal with them, so they fled in despair, but it was enough to make a profit. Seeing that Fang Nan brought back an unconscious NPC, Bing Yu also wanted to complain. "Have we been specifically picking up people in the past 2 days? What's going on?" Bing Yu asked. "This is the mission that the NPC we rescued yesterday sent me. Let us protect this girl." The above is purely made up by Fang Nan. Anyway, she couldn't tell anyone that the person they rescued was her brother. This matter was so important that even Han Yan was not prepared to tell her. It's not that she doesn't trust her, but that this matter is too important. She doesn't dare to ask Fang Lang too much, let alone tell others. It was also at this time that Fang Lang, who was waiting outside the city, was also silently communicating with the system in his heart. "I said, brother, look at this. Why don't you tell me what you want to do, and I will help you do it well. You can also tell me what you can and can't say. Otherwise, you will do it again after I tell you. If I want to kill others, my mentality is easy to explode. How about we cooperate and win-win? Fang Leng has no choice. According to his temper, anyone who oppresses him will definitely resist. If he can't resist, he will have to give in. There is no way life is so difficult, and it is the same when you are messing around in society. You can either beat others to death. If you can't beat others to death, you will give in. It's a simple truth. Obviously, he knows nothing about the power of the system now, so he can only give in for a while and have a good communication. If the problem can be solved peacefully, there should be no violence. Even if the system doesn't reply, it doesn't matter. It's just a try anyway. After waiting for a long time, Fang Leng did not receive a response. He thought the communication had failed, but soon a long series of system prompts came. Chapter 90. Administrator Permissions. System prompt. The administrator requested to query hidden attributes and the request was approved. System prompt. Hide attribute display. Character, Fang Leng. Attribute, special chosen one, special resident of this world. God's blessing. Hidden. You are a human being who has been blessed by God and cannot be condemned by God. When God's condemnation is triggered, the condemnation will be automatically transferred. Secret. Hidden. If you possess a secret and reveal it to the chosen ones or residents of this world, it will trigger divine punishment. If the chosen ones or residents of this world spread the secret you leaked, it will also trigger divine punishment. Information you cannot reveal includes 1. Your true identity. 2. The future of this world. 3. The existence of the system. Information leaked to the same target will not allow you to trigger divine punishment repeatedly, and leaked information will be passed to other targets. Will trigger a stronger divine punishment. Destiny. Hidden. You have the destiny, and you can get the protection of destiny when you are in trouble, and you can turn disaster into good luck. Heaven defying. Hidden. Your destiny cannot be discovered, and you can change the destiny of the residents of this world. But for this, you need to pay an uncertain price. Manager's task, collect energy. Hidden attributes that can be queried with administrator permissions have been displayed. Fang Leng. So am I so strong? System brother, if you had told me earlier, I wouldn't have panicked at all. Sure enough, hidden attributes are the strongest. No wonder he didn't die even after falling off a cliff. And he didn't die when he encountered an ant with black teeth. He just happened to insert the spirit sword into his mouth and it got stuck. Fang Leng thought he was very good at first, but now he realized that it was his destiny. Moreover, was he originally an administrator? No wonder this system responds to requests. In this way, many problems became simpler and seemed not as scary as he thought. He doesn't dare to say too many words to Fang Nan now. Now it seems that as long as he doesn't tell her that he has a system, and he can't tell her what the world will be like in the future, it's okay. Even the information about his true identity, Fang Leng, can be told. Thinking of this, Fang Leng felt relieved. As for leaking secrets to the residents of this world, Fang Leng could completely control himself, so he just didn't say anything. Master, why are you laughing suddenly? Suiju looked at Fang Leng's sudden serious expression, and then suddenly grinned stupidly. He couldn't understand it, so he asked. Fang Leng shook his head and said, "It's nothing. It's just that I think I don't need to be afraid in the future. I can start having fun." Fang Leng's mood was really up and down tonight, but now he is still very energetic, and he can't wait to meet Fang Nan with his true self. When Fang Nan left Shu State City, what she saw was no longer Yang Yongxin's face, but Fang Leng's real appearance. The pretender can take on any appearance. Fang Leng thought about his own appearance, then added a beauty effect to himself, and then waited to give Fang Nan a surprise. When Fang Nan saw Fang Leng when she was out of the city, she was so shocked that she fell into a daze. Then she quickly understood and jumped into Fang Leng's arms. Fang Leng also smiled and opened his arms, but his smile soon became stiff. Fang Nan actually kissed her on the face. Sure enough, it's only with this face that I can speak. Fang Leng's face turned red. Is this really his sister? Why are you so bold? Hey brother, are you shy? No, don't accuse someone of their innocence out of thin air. You have it. I don't. Then I'll kiss you again. Fang Nan? After Fang Leng seriously taught Fang Nan that sisters are not allowed to have brothers, he took her to the gold-eating ant nest. The monsters here have high experience and are easy to kill. It was already 1 o'clock in the morning, but neither Fang Leng nor Fang Nan felt tired. Fang Leng was the emperor of liver, and his whole body was liver. Fang Nan had his brother by his side, so he wouldn't want to sleep unless he was holding his brother. Sleeping is pretty much the same. You can't have this idea. The holy beast of river crab is more terrifying than the punishment of heaven. After Fang Leng entered the gold-eating ant nest, the gold-eating ants immediately rushed over. Recently, the vigilance of gold-eating ants has become very strong. There are a bunch of gold-eating soldier ants at the door. Players can no longer attack this place. There are no level 20 mages yet. Even if there are level 20 mages, they won't have the spell effects of Fang Leng's high level. If they can't kill instantly, they will be easily overwhelmed by monsters. Fang Leng is easier. His backhand is a wave of meteors and fire. Now that Fang Leng is level 40, the damage is higher. If he throws a meteor and fire, the gold-eating ants that rush towards him will be instantly killed. Then they quickly pass back a message. The king is in trouble. The guy who set the fire changed his vest and came to the door again. The ants judge by their tentacles, but because they are a monster race, they also have eyes. When they first saw Fang Leng, they didn't react yet, but when they saw the familiar flames and felt the familiar smell, they knew immediately that it was this same person, gold-devouring Ant Queen. He has accelerated his production speed and eaten up the earth veins, but at least it will take a day and a night before the earth veins will be destroyed. Therefore, he must be stopped and he must not be allowed to enter the earth veins. Aunt Huabei, tell the Lonely King, what should we do? Ant Flowerback is the right-hand man of the Queen Ant. Because of the beautiful purple and gold patterns on his back, He is called Ant Flowerback. The ants are all named according to their physical characteristics. For example, the ant killed by Fang Long last night had black teeth because his teeth were particularly black. Ant Huabei thought for a while and said, "This person seems to be much stronger than before, and he has also brought helpers. Ant Yahong and the others need to destroy the defenses of the Earthline and cannot be dispatched to deal with him. However, this person seems to be right. I'm very interested in killing those little gold-eating ants. So why don't you send the little gold-eating ants over in small waves all the time to delay time? Okay, Ant Flowerback, you are indeed the smartest." Fang Lang was originally worried that a big boss would appear again, which would be difficult to fight. So while slaying monsters, he also paid attention to the positions of himself, Fang Nan, and Suaju. If there was another boss, he would run away quickly. You still have time. However, there is no boss. There are just waves of mobs. There was one wave and then another, but it was not as dense as before, as if it was about to engulf him. Fang Lang didn't think much about it. He just felt that these gold-eating ants had learned to be smart and realized that there was no point in swarming them. In this case, the efficiency of gaining experience is slightly lower. At this time, in the deepest part of the cave, a huge queen ant was eating a dragon-shaped shadow. Surrounding the queen, there were countless gold-eating ants, which were bigger than the gold-eating ants outside. Not only that, the tail of the queen ant is constantly laying eggs. From each egg, a gold-eating ant will soon pop out and then rush to the battlefield. Chapter 91. The Incomplete Earthline Spirit. Fang Lang's current level improvement is very slow because his level is already relatively high, and he has teamed up with Fang Nan, so he doesn't get much experience at all. However, the levels of Fang Nan and Suaju are increasing rapidly, and they will soon be reached level 15. Moreover, they didn't have to do anything, just sit and watch the show. It was fine at first, but as time went by, both of them became a little bored. "Master, come and do something more interesting with Aju," Suaju said in a delicate tone. Fang Lang's scalp was numb, and Fang Nan stamped her feet bitterly. She was indeed a shameless vixen. In addition to being cute, she was also provocative. Damn it! As she stamped her foot, the ground suddenly trembled and Fang Lang shook a little. Suaju even threw herself into Fang Lang's arms. She seemed to have hit her nose, and she let out a cry of pain, with tears in her eyes. Fang Nan. Is this still possible? Why did she have to stand on her own? Thinking of this, Fang Nan, who was already standing firmly, shook again, then pretended to be unsteady, fell towards Fang Lang, and hugged his arm. What's wrong? There seemed to be aftershocks just now. Fang Lang. What the hell are you answering? He had no choice but to explain. I mean, why it suddenly shook just now. Only then did Fang Nan realize that his answer just now seemed to have revealed something. He blushed and said, "How do I know? I can't just dodge a kick and make the ground shake." As if to prove it, Fang Nan stepped on the ground hard again. This time, there was indeed no shaking on the ground, but Fang Lang discovered that the gold-eating ants had not appeared since the ground shook just now. What's the situation? Fang Lang decided to continue exploring. Along the way, he also picked up the purple gold and put it into his luggage. For him, this place is really a treasure. Even if he doesn't have that much experience, he can make a lot of money just from the purple gold in this place. Fang Lang suddenly remembered that after killing the ant Yahai that day, he picked up two things without knowing what they were. While picking up the purple gold, Fang Lang checked in the grid of his parcel and found two things that were not there originally. Boots of Earth. Spirit, Supreme Grade LMR 40. Earth Escape Technique. Active, you can escape underground and move. When moving underground, the movement speed increases by 5%. Earth Spirit. Passive. The effect of using Earth spells is increased by 10%, and the spiritual force recovery speed is increased by 10%. Purple Gold Goggles. Supreme Grade. Eye Protection. Only passive. You will not be blinded by strong light. Night Vision. Passive. Darkness cannot cover your eyes. The little Supreme Grade shoes have grade requirements, and Fang Lang can wear them now. But when he looked down, he saw that the little fox girl, Suaju, was still barefoot, so he simply gave her shoes to wear. When Fang Lang makes game settings, he strives to be close to reality, so shoes, clothes, and a lot of equipment can be worn by everyone. However, some equipment has level requirements, or occupation requirements and gender requirements. However, there is no problem wearing it, but it just cannot play the role of the equipment. It can. For example, men can also dress as women, that's why. To be precise, even if Suaju puts on these shoes, he can't use the skills that come with the shoes. It's okay to just wear them as shoes. The Earth Spirit boots were a pair of purple shoes with some golden patterns. They looked quite beautiful. Ajo put on the shoes and happily jumped on the spot twice. She said sweetly, "Thank you, master." Suaju's loyalty increases from trust to attachment. "Did a pair of shoes buy you off? This pet is so easy to keep." Sunan gritted his teeth silently. "It is impossible to be jealous, not even in this life. Stop jumping around. If there is a hole in the ground and you fall down, you will be in trouble." Fang Nan looked sideways at the restless little rabbit on Suaju's chest and couldn't help but remind him. "Damn little fox girl. I must buy her some better clothes when I return to the city. Otherwise, this murder weapon will always be so shaky. What if I can't hold it?" When Suaju heard this, he didn't care and just said, "Don't worry, I'm safe here, but the place where you stand seems a bit dangerous." Fang Nan was immediately unconvinced and jumped a little like Suaju. Well, he felt that there was no fluctuation in his chest, and he always felt like he had lost. Just when he thought this, Fang Nan suddenly felt his feet go soft, and the original soil suddenly turned into sand. Fang Nan just screamed and fell down. "Nan Nan!" A bottomless hole appeared in front of Fang Lang's eyes. He didn't know how deep the hole was. He blessed himself with a light body buff. He was just about to jump when he saw Suaju on the side. He didn't say much and hugged him. Then she jumped down. Worried that he would step on Fang Nan if he jumped, Fang Lang kept using wind spells to keep his speed from being too fast. He didn't know how long he had been falling. Fang Leng thought that Fang Nan might have fallen to his death and returned to the city when a khaki light suddenly appeared in front of his eyes. In this ball of light, there was a small dragon-shaped shadow, and Fang Leng was more concerned about Fang Nan standing in front of the dragon-shaped shadow. She appeared uninjured. "Young man, I finally waited for you." Fang Leng heard an old voice and looked around, but it could only be the dragon-shaped shadow in front of him. Incomplete earthline spirit. Description: the accompanying spirit of the Earth's veins cannot leave the Earth's veins. It has a certain sense of divinity and takes the protection of the human race as its own responsibility. "Are you talking?" Fang Leng asked, and the dragon-shaped shadow nodded. He didn't open his mouth, but he could still hear the voice. "I don't have enough time anymore, so I have to use the Earth Spirit Pearl to force you to meet me. The little girl is not injured, so you can rest assured." Fang Leng looked at Fang Nan, and Fang Nan nodded, indicating that it was okay. Fang Leng then continued, "What do you want me to do?" "Let's talk about the conditions straight to the point, without any fancy polite words." The spirit of the Earth vein continued. "The hinterland of the Purple Mountain is occupied by a group of ants. They are eating the Earth veins of Shu State. Fortunately, I have the help of the Earth Spirit beads to escape a trace of the remaining soul. But I cannot leave the Earth veins too far. So I have been waiting here, and I can only hope that the destined person will find this place. Young man, the important task of saving Shu State City can only be entrusted to you. I can sense that the Earth's veins are about to collapse. Maybe there is only one day left. I will soon dissipate. The human race of Shu State City is about to fall into dire straits." Fang Leng: "Does this mean you want me to save the world?" Fang Leng said that he is under a lot of pressure. He has been under pressure that an NPC of this age should not bear. "I am so tired." Chapter 92. Earth Spirit Pearl. Tell me what the opponent's strength is. I'll set fire to them all. Since Fang Leng saw his hidden attributes, he has become very inflated and has the idea of going out to have some fun. "Anyway, I have destiny, and I will definitely not die." Hearing the words, the spirit of the Earthline said, "It is rare for a young hero to have such ambition, but monsters should not be underestimated. The one entrenched among them is a queen ant, a great monster of king level. Under the queen ant, there are countless 10 demon commanders, hundreds of demon generals, and countless demon soldiers." Fang Leng: Excuse me, pretend I didn't say it." Frightened for a second. "Monster King is level 70 or above. Monster Commander is above level 60. Monster General is above level 50. This is a chicken fight. Hurry up and run away." So now the question is, how can you give up more dignity? Fang Leng thought and had the answer. "I'm thinking about killing the enemy. Although I have the courage of an ordinary man, it is not something a wise man would do. Why don't I go back to Shu State City and inform the prefect so that they can take precautions?" Earthline Spirit: "Okay, whatever you say is right." The spirit of the Earth Vein sighed and said, "Today the collapse of the Earth Vein is irreversible, and the destruction of Shu State City is also a foregone conclusion. You are right, I will send you away now." As he said that, a bead emitting earthy yellow light suddenly appeared in front of the Earthline Spirit. "This Earth Spirit bead is given to you. If it weren't for the Earth Spirit bead, I wouldn't have been born with consciousness, and I wouldn't be able to persist under the gnawing of the ants until now. But I will die soon. If you take the Earth Spirit Pearl away, it will inevitably fall into the hands of monster race." Fang Leng became excited when he heard this. This was the Earth Spirit Pearl, one of the apex-level treasures. He didn't expect to get it so easily. He just listened to the spirit of the Earth Vein talking about the Earth Spirit bead and thought that the Earth Spirit bead might be under the Earth Vein, but he did not expect that his remnant soul would be brought out. Fang Leng's eyes were shining as he took the Earth Spirit bead into his hand. The Earth Spirit bead is only the size of a pong ball, with a warm texture like a round piece of jade, but in yellow. Tulu Lingzhou, 5 elements treasure. Source of Earth Spirit, provides unlimited Earth spiritual force, the root of the Earth's veins. Where the Earth's veins exist, you can be teleported to any location in the area in a safe state. Description: one of the 5 element spiritual beads. It contains powerful power. Only a small part is used by people. By gathering the 5 element spiritual beads, you can understand its secrets. The Earth Spirit Pearl is not an equipment, but a prop. It cannot be equipped, but it can be used. Using the Earth Spirit bead, Fang Leng and the others can instantly return to Shu State City. This is equivalent to an infinite teleportation tool and an infinite replenishment demon tool. Of course, it can use Earth attributes. The Earth Spirit spells mastered by Fang Leng are generally defensive and not offensive, but this Earth Spirit bead is still of great use. Fang Leng was not polite at all. He took the beads and took Su Ju and Fang Nan outside the city. Here, Fang Leng once again changed his appearance. This time, he became the appearance that Fang Leng used when walking in Shu State City. Fang Nan already knew that Fang Leng had the ability to change clothes, but she didn't expect that he was actually the teacher, Fang Leng. "Bad brother, it's really you." When Fang Nan saw him like this, she lost her composure. She punched Fang Leng on the chest a few times to vent her resentment, but suddenly Fang Nan's face turned red again. She thought of her original after talking to Fang Leng. He was immediately at a loss. "Did you deliberately not tell me and then laugh at my jokes?" Fang Nan became angry and slapped Fang Leng's chest with her small fists. Fang Leng had no choice but to grab her small hand and said, "I didn't know a lot of things at that time, but now I know some things, so can I keep it from you? I will definitely not hide this from you." How could Fang Nan not know this truth? But thinking about how she told Fang Leng that she loved him, she wanted to snatch the Earth Spirit bead away, then find a hole in the ground to get in, and she wouldn't come out. Fang Leng didn't think so much. He thought Fang Nan was really angry, but he didn't know that she was more shy. He had to use the old trick, touch Fang Nan's head and said, "Okay, be good. Stop making trouble. We don't have much time now. If you are really angry, how about I apologize to you? Stop touching my hair." Fang Nan moved her head away unhappily. touching her head to kill or something like that. She didn't like it. Go and do your business, huh, stupid brother? According to the agreement, Fang Nan took Suiju to leave first. Fang Lang wanted to find the prefect. The two of them split into two groups. Moreover, the news that there was a problem in Shu State City was also urgent. Fang Lang looked at Fang Nan's back and shook his head fondly. He felt that the older this girl got, the more she liked to act coquettishly. It really seems like he hasn't grown up. Fang Lang didn't know how dissolute his smile was. He walked to the city by himself, taking advantage of others and doing things for them. Shu State City should be impossible to defend. I heard from the spirit of the earth that the opponent has a monster king, several demon commanders, and demon generals. But the strongest combat power of Shu State City should be the prefect, and the prefect is only level 50 is not the same level at all. Why are there so many high-level monsters in maps below level 50? Fang Lang thought about it carefully, and he seemed to have to shoulder half of the blame. According to the original setting, the human-monster war, the two sides fight at the border, and the chosen one develops in Shu State City, the second level, and gradually develops familiar skills before participating in the war. Then, according to the needs of the plot, something will happen in Shu State City. At this time, the players are probably around level 20. Herring, the setting is like this. The destruction of Shu State City is a plot killer. Who knows? This plot has tricked me again. I feel so uncomfortable. Fang Lang didn't think about Shu State City's destruction at first. After all, there hasn't been a war between humans and monsters yet. Even if the city is to be broken, it will have to wait until the fighting breaks out. Who knows it will come so suddenly? However, since he accepted the idea that his plan was to deceive himself, Fang Lang's heart has not been much disturbed. He will get used to it in the future. Passing by the notice board at the west gate, Fang Lang found that a lot of things had been updated. Last night, a madman set fire to the south of the city and burned down a large number of houses. Fortunately, when the fire broke out, the governor's son was on hand to take command and fought hard to put out the fire. After several hours of rescue efforts, the fire was extinguished, and fortunately, there were no casualties. Seeing this notice, Fang Lang finally felt at ease. Fortunately, it only burned some players to death. Players will be resurrected after death, and there are no NPC casualties. That's fine. As for those burned down houses, there is nothing we can do, and we cannot afford to pay for them. Chapter 93. The dark side of the game world. Fang Lang was not the only one looking at the notice board. There were also some ordinary NPCs and city residents around him. Fang Lang heard them discussing this matter. Some were scolding the one who set the fire, but more people were praising the son of the prefect for being well-educated and caring for the people. In short, Zhang Bin has achieved a wave of fame. But after last night's battle, Fang Lang also knew that this person was definitely not as gentle and harmless as he seemed on the surface. The more harmless a person looked, the scarier he actually was. In addition to the wanted arsonist, there is also other news released. That is, the guards smashed a black market last night and captured many fugitive prisoners. This is another great achievement, and it just so happens that Zhang Bin did it. Fang Lang took a look and left here. Only then did he realize that the NPCs in this world have very complicated hearts. However, no matter what kind of person Zhang Bin is, now that he wants to seek help, he can only pretend that he knows nothing. Along the way, Fang Lang was not walking very fast. He was thinking about what method he could use to win the trust of the people in the prefecture without implicating himself. It's definitely not possible to go directly. Should we start with Jiangxing? Fang Lang was thinking when he suddenly heard a loud noise, accompanied by the sound of fists and kicks hitting flesh. Hit me hard! Fang Lang turned around and saw a richly dressed young man, waving his fan and directing his men to punch and kick a man lying on the ground. This must be the evil old society, which bullies others with power, does not take others seriously in broad daylight, and even pedestrians passing by look fearful on their faces. What are you looking at? Will you believe it if I beat you too? Before Fang Lang took action, when the young man saw Fang Lang, he started to find trouble. What are you looking at? What are you looking at? Fang Lang asked. Come and try? Naturally, the young master couldn't bear this kind of provocation, but their information was clearly seen in Fang Lang's eyes. The young master's name was Lin Chen, and he was only at the 15th level. The servants were at a slightly higher level, only at the 2nd level. Ranging from level 10 to level 25, Fang Lang could deal with this kind of scum with just one hand. There is no need to draw the sword, but Lin Chen didn't know Fang Lang's strength. Looking at him alone, he wasn't particularly well dressed. He looked like a poor boy. So what if he was beaten? Suddenly, more than a dozen servants swarmed forward. After a burst of fists and feet clashing, these servants fell to the ground and could not get up. Fang Lang clenched his fist, showed a smile to Lin Chen and said, I just want to ask, who else is there? Lin Chen was so frightened that he took 2 steps back and said with a stern expression, Boy, you are dead. Do you know who my father is? Is your father Lin Gang? Your surname is Li, which doesn't matter. While talking, Fang Lang rushed forward and kicked Lin Chen several meters away. Fang Lang didn't kill anyone. It was just a fight. Not to mention, this kind of fist-to-flesh fighting is even better than snapping your fingers and setting fire to it. There's no one who can hit me. In the trembling eyes of passers-by, Fang Lang helped the man on the ground. He was already bruised and swollen, but Fang Lang recognized him at first glance. Isn't this Lin An? It's you? Fang Lang suddenly regretted saving him. This kind of person who abandoned his sister was not worth saving. If Lin An showed up to save Lin Xin after the incident, Fang Lang would change his opinion of him, but he never showed up. Now he didn't care why he was beaten for whatever reason. It had nothing to do with him anyway. After helping Lin An up, Fang Lang let go easily. He didn't want to talk to Lin An, but he still heard Lin An's angry words. Thank you. Do you know thank you now? You didn't react at all when I spoke to you last time? Fang Lang walked forward without looking back, and his feet were unexpectedly hugged. Looking down, it turned out that the person holding his feet was Lin An. What are you doing? Fang Lang didn't look good. Lin An coughed twice and spit out a mouthful of blood, saying, "Please, help me. Save Lian Chun." As soon as Fang Leng's foot exerted force, he broke away from Lin An's hand. He was so angry that he wanted to kick him. His sister didn't want to save her. Now that she was in such a miserable condition, she was still thinking about a brothel girl. She was really looking for a beating. However, seeing how pitiful he looked, Fang Leng was unable to do anything. He just turned around and walked away, saying coldly, "Your life and death have nothing to do with me." Lin An, who had no strength to stand up, suddenly jumped forward and hugged Fang Leng's feet again, still saying the same words. "Please, save Lian Chun." Fang Leng lowered his head and looked at Lin An's pleading eyes. Fang Leng clenched and loosened his fist and said, "You and I are not relatives, but we have only met each other a few times. Why do you ask me for help?" Lin An's eyes dimmed a lot, but he still held Fang Leng's feet. The skin on his hands was somewhat damaged, and some scarlet wounds could be seen. His originally handsome and delicate face was now looking embarrassed, and it was hard to tell. "Personal kind," he said with difficulty. "I have no qualifications and no way, but I can only try to beg you and try to move you. Otherwise, she will definitely die." Fang Long sighed, but he still relented and said, "Tell me what's going on and where to go to save him." "The Lin family? It's too late to explain." After Lin An finished speaking, he lowered his head and passed out. Fang Leng's scalp suddenly became numb. "Are you playing rogue with me? You want to trick me into saving people without giving any reason? Am I so holy?" "There really is." Fang Leng silently complained to himself, then helped Lin An up and jumped onto the roof of the building. Being a gentleman in broad daylight was courageous enough. However, it doesn't matter if you make a wave. You won't die. Fang Leng headed all the way towards the Lin family's house. He found a place to casually place Lin An on the way. Lin An was seriously injured. Fang Leng cast a healing spell on him and left first. As long as you don't die, nothing else matters. After leaving, Fang Leng changed his appearance again. Regardless of whether it can be found out later, there is no need to use Fang Leng's identity now. It was not easy to sneak around during the day. Fang Leng felt that he must have lost his mind before agreeing to Lin An to rescue people. Something was going to happen in Shu State City, and he was still doing these things. It was really a matter of priority. However, if he just left it alone, Fang Leng really felt a little uncomfortable. Not long after, Fang Leng arrived outside the Lin family's courtyard wall. As soon as he arrived, Fang Leng heard a woman's screams coming from the courtyard. Fang Leng took a closer look and saw that it was the tortured Lian Chun. Fang Leng covered his eyes and scolded her. TND himself would be scolded by this woman every time. Chapter 94. Literary Chi becomes an arrow. Flying sand and flying rocks. Fang Leng used a skill on the roof. It was a combination of wind spells and earth spells. The effect was literally flying sand and rocks, covering the eyes of a group of people. Fang Leng rushed into the crowd, punching and kicking them away. He picked up the people around Lian Chun, picked her up, and left with a few jumps. It comes and goes quickly. Fang Leng doesn't want to cause trouble. Otherwise, according to his violent temper, his backhand will be a meteor and fire rain. I don't know why. You can't afford to offend the fire great demon mage. Lian Chun's body was bruised and purple, and there was no hair on her body. Fang Leng ran while taking out the spare clothes from the grid and wrapping them in Lian Chun's body. Seeing that Lian Chun didn't respond, Fang Leng gave her another healing technique. "It's over. We rescued another wooden man," Fang Leng complained. These words made Lian Chun react a little. Her tears slowly flowed out, but she did not cry out. Even for a brothel girl, it is extremely cruel to be treated like that. Fang Leng also sighed. No matter what kind of person Lin An is, saving Lian Chun this time is not in vain. Fang Leng is not someone whose mission is to save the world, but he will do whatever he can see in front of him to help others. This is the kindness of an ordinary person. Taking Lian Chun to Lin An, Lian Chun finally had some reaction when he saw Lin An, who was unconscious. "Lin Lang." Lian Chun wiped her tears and looked at Fang Leng. Fang Leng said, "There is nothing serious about him. He can't die. He won't die, and his physical injuries are quite serious. If Fang Leng doesn't give him a few treatments, he may still die." Hearing this, Lian Chun said gratefully, "Thank you so much. I can't repay you for saving my life." Lian Chun: "Even if I work as a cow or a horse in the next life, I must repay the kindness of the young master." Fang Leng: "Although I didn't expect you to commit yourself to me, your lines made someone on our side have some doubts about his appearance. This is not what he looks like in person, but after disguising himself, Fang Leng still feels handsome. I don't need you to be a cow or a horse anymore. If I'm still here, say goodbye." Fang Leng didn't say a word, and he didn't want to know what the tragic story behind it was. "In short, let's just say goodbye." Lian Chun kowtowed 3 times in the direction Fang Leng left, then gritted his teeth, straightened his clothes a little, and carried Lin An on his back. Fang Leng touched the outside of the prefect's mansion, tore off a piece of cloth, cut his little finger, and wrote a few words on the piece of cloth. "The Shu State ley line is eroded by monster race and will collapse soon. Monster race may invade in a big way. Take precautions early." This is what Fang Leng came up with while rescuing people. He knew that no matter who told the news, it would arouse suspicion, so he might as well not tell it in person, but use flying arrows to spread the message and then secretly observe whether the other party would care. Moreover, this is a blood letter, so it should attract attention. After Fang Leng finished writing, he realized that he seemed to have no arrows. This is so G, embarrassing. How to fix this? At this time, I can only read one poem. When you draw your bow, you should use it as a strong one. And when you use arrows, you should use a long one. When shooting a man, shoot a horse first. And when catching a thief, capture the king first. After reciting a poem, Fang Leng literary chi turned into an arrow, threw out the piece of cloth with the blood book, and shot out another arrow. With a whoosh, literary chi's arrow turned into an arrow and took the blood book with it and rushed into the prefect's mansion. At this time, the prefect just walked out of the yard. Zhang Bin was following him and was saying something. At this time, the prefect heard the sound of breaking through the air, stretched out 2 fingers with his backhand, and clamped the arrow transformed by literary chi. Soon, literary chi dissipated, leaving only a piece of cloth. Zhang Taishu originally thought that someone was plotting against him, but now the guards became nervous and prepared for battle. But when Zhang Taishu saw the piece of cloth, he suddenly showed a solemn expression. Zhang Bin also noticed it and expressed his opinion. This person, literary chi, can turn arrows into arrows. I think he is either an easy person, or he doesn't know whether the news is true or false. If it is false, he may have a big agenda, but if it is true, Shu State is in danger. The news sent by Fang Lang really made Zhang Bin's brain hurt, but the matter was so important that he couldn't take it lightly. Fang Lang didn't care about these things. Anyway, the troublesome things now have been passed on to Zhang Bin and Prefect Zhang. The destruction of Shu State City is inevitable. There is no way to change it because of the plot. Fang Lang doesn't want to change it. If he must change it, he can change it. The attributes of a defiant person can change his destiny, but he has to pay an unknown price. The price. Who knows what he has to pay, so Shu State City should be destroyed. Only then did Fang Lang realize that he had finished his work in a hurry and didn't seem to know what to do now. How about continuing to send a few tasks to the players? You can still have this and return to your original appearance. Just when Fang Lang was about to go back, he heard a barking sound. It turned out that Erha had arrived. Erha wore a collar around his neck and a chain behind it, which was held in Zhang Xing's hand. However, Zhang Xing didn't have much energy right now, so Erha didn't dare to run too fast. Until he saw Fang Lang, Erha felt like he was seeing a relative. "Oh, come and take me home." This was what Erha thought. The prefect's mansion was too dangerous. Everyone had their own secrets. He knew too much, so when he saw Fang Lang, he ran over with Zhang Xing and hugged him. "Stay at Fang Lang's trousers, Fang Lang. Is it not appropriate to go out today or something? Why do people and dogs like to hug his legs? It's you. Are you here to take Erha back? Here you go." Zhang Xing's speech no longer has the spirit of the past. It can be seen that she is in a bad mood and is hiding something. Fang Lang happened to know what she was thinking, but he didn't say anything. He just took the chain that Zhang Xing gave him and said, "Thank you for taking care of her. If you like it, let her stay with you more." When Erha heard this, he barked angrily and then shook his head wildly. If it were Zhang Xing on ordinary days, seeing Erha like this, he would definitely be so angry that he would have a quarrel with him. "Oh, but now," she calmly said to Fang Lang, "if you feel sorry for me, just pay for it. In the past 2 days, Erha has bitten 3 of my stools, 2 pieces of clothing, broken 3 vases, and he killed 5 people, and killed my father's favorite tree in the garden." Fang Lang, "I don't want this B***** anymore. I'll give it to you." Fang Lang's scalp is numb and he can't afford to pay for it. "How about we study some ways to make dog meat hot pot, Erha? I am a wolf and the meat is not delicious. Please don't get me wrong." Zhang Xing looked at Fang Lang coldly and said, "Are you men so heartless?" Fang Lang, "Meow, meow, meow. What happened to me?" Chapter 95. Starting a business and becoming a boss. Fang Lang didn't know what caused Zhang Xing's sudden resentment, but he didn't take the blame anyway. "I said, Miss Zhang, what's wrong with you?" Zhang Xing sighed and said, "It's nothing. I don't want to say more. Erha will return it to you. I was just talking about the compensation thing for fun. Don't take it to heart. It's my fault." When Erha heard this, he immediately relaxed a lot. It was great. He didn't have to be stewed anymore. Fang Lang was a little worried about Zhang Xing's mental state. There was something wrong with this girl. She originally had the same personality as Erha, but suddenly she became as gentle as Sister Lin. This change was too big, and she was obviously very stimulated. Although I was stimulated by meeting Zhang Bin last night, I shouldn't complain that men are big pigs. However, Zhang Xing didn't want to say that Fang Lang didn't have a close relationship with her on the surface, so it was difficult to ask, so he had to lead the dog and prepare to leave. When he was about to leave, he saw Zhang Bin leaving from the prefect's mansion. When he came out, there was a group of guards following him. He was in a hurry as if he was going to do something. When he saw Zhang Xing and Fang Lang together, Zhang Bin was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, "Brother Xian, this are you walking the dog with Xinger?" Fang Lang could clearly feel the tone in it, which seemed to contain murderous intent. Could it be that this orthopedic patient thought that someone from our side was in love with the hot-tempered girl, Zhang Xing? Fang Lang's guess was correct. That's what Zhang Bin thought. "I regard you as a brother, but you actually have thoughts about my sister? That won't work. This brother has nothing to do." Fang Lang was about to say that it was just a chance encounter, but Zhang Xing said angrily, "It doesn't matter if I walk the dog with him. You should take care of yourself first." Zhang Bin ignored his smile and returned to the prefect's mansion alone, leaving Fang Lang and Zhang Bin looking at each other. But soon Zhang Bin showed a gentle smile again and said, "Xinger must have been troubled by something in the past 2 days. Don't be offended, dear brother. This is the smiling tiger." Fang Lang has become more vigilant towards Zhang Bin. This kind of man who can always contain his true emotions with a gentle smile. It is best to be careful. But when it comes to acting, Fang Lang is actually not bad at all. He talks about people and ghosts. He also smiled and said, "My sister has a pure personality. There is nothing strange about her." Fang Lang said the same lines as the perfunctory compliment that day, but Zhang Bin felt that something was wrong. Does this kid really like my sister? It was only because Fang Lang already had a family that he felt comfortable recommending him. Could it be? Zhang Bin couldn't help but ask, "By the way, dear brother, I haven't seen Miss Tang for a long time since I said goodbye last time. Could it be that you and your wife live in 2 places? When Fang Lang heard this, he suddenly felt bad. "Damn it, I thought you wanted to get me to join the gang, but I didn't expect you to have a crush on my wife." Sure enough, how could there be such a familiar person? Fang Lang has already made up an emoticon in his mind. From the moment I met your wife, I have made you my friend. Fang Lang was already holding back a fireball, and then showed a bright smile and said, my wife follows her master and practices in the Miao border. She usually does not come to the Central Plains area. Fang Lang was already hinting to Zhang Bin. People in Miaojiang have rules and are monogamous, and women are particularly loyal to their husbands. Of course, if a husband is unfaithful to his wife, he will die miserably. Miaojiang people. There is a love poison in every woman's body. Once one of the couple changes their heart, both of them will die together. That's how strong it is. Fang Lang is hinting that he should not use any crooked ideas. If Zhang Bin still doesn't listen to the advice, then don't say much. If you have the ability, you can resist me with a fireball technique. Then I will give you a bunch of fireballs with my backhand. I can't burn you to death. Zhang Bin thought to himself. Sure enough, the men outside are all big pigs. His wife is not around, so he has thoughts about his sister, right? Although this is normal, after all, his sister is naturally beautiful and has a cute personality. However, a man like Fang Lang must be killed. In the future, prevent fire and theft, and prevent Fang Lang. With this thought in his mind, Zhang Bin's expression still didn't change much. This was just a move between the two actors. It didn't look like much on the surface, but it was actually an undercurrent. Afterwards, the two said goodbye in a friendly manner, with smiles on their faces. When they turned around, the smiles gradually disappeared. Fang Lang returned to Sanwei Academy. He was absent from work yesterday, but he was still able to rush to work today. Today is also a day full of hope. Players came to him one after another to learn skills. Fang Lang sent some small characters along the way and collected some of them. Energy. The speed of energy harvesting is still a little slow. You can only earn a small amount of dead wages from part-time work. If you want to make a fortune, you still have to start a business. How to start a business? Suaju taught the chosen one Riverside Immortal the skill of being cute, and you gained a little energy. Hey, Fang Lang. Don't complain about being cute or anything like that. This system prompt really comes at the right time. I've just been thinking about how to start a business. Does this mean I will be assigned employees? The system really loves him. Fang Lang suddenly had an immature idea. Suaju was so good at being cute, so she should be more suitable to send out tasks than him. From now on, let her send out 100 tasks every day and teach 100 people skills. That would be 200 tasks per day. Energy comes in. If there were 100 employees like Suaju and they worked well, wouldn't my evil boss, Fang, someone sitting at home, earn over 10,000 a day? So now that I have the opportunity to start a business, what else can I do to work? I just quit and resign. It just so happened that Shu State City was about to be destroyed. The next step should be to move to the next stop, Qingzhou City, or to the stronghold in the wild of Shu State City, and to recover Shu State with some NPC organizations of the human race. After the Earth line is damaged, Shu State City's governor's order is useless, and there is no way to activate Shu State City's city defense. So once Monster Race attacks, it will definitely not be able to defend it. Not to mention the news revealed by the Earthline spirit, that there is a monster king leading so many handsome men and generals. This is exactly in line with the main line set by Fang Lang. After Monster Race occupied Shu State, the human race began to fall into a difficult battle. Many people established strongholds near Shu State City and harassed Shu State City from time to time. Just like the guerrillas, this is also the small-scale battle that players mainly do in the early stage, and some monster races can also trick players into betraying the human camp. Fang Lang returned to the room and began to pack his things to leave. In fact, there was nothing to pack. He had all the useful things on him, and he also had a pair of erha in his hand. The next plot is almost like starting with a dog, and all the equipment depends on fighting. However, Fang Lang still had some minor matters to deal with before leaving, and Lin Xin's soul had to be found for her. The Buddha has to be sent to the west, and there is not much time left for Fang Lang. Chapter 96. Sneaking into the Lin Mansion. Fang Lang had just walked out of Sanwei bookstore when he happened to meet Zhao Rui. Zhao Rui actually came to see him specially. When he saw Fang Lang, he complained, "Brother Fang, why couldn't I find your person last night?" Fang Lang then said perfunctorily, "There were some personal matters last night." "What happened?" "Hey, you're such a boring person. I promised to find a good deal for you, but it's a pity that I bought them all at auction last night. But they were snatched away by a thief." Fang Lang. "Sorry, that's right." Zhao Rui sighed freely and said, "Forget it. Let's not talk about this." Brother Zhang came to the door just now and said that there has been some chaos in Shu State City recently. He asked his father to prepare to pack up and go to Qingzhou to avoid trouble first. I thought to myself, Brother Zhang has probably told you. I wonder if Brother Fang is willing to travel with us so that we can have someone to look after us on the way. Fang Lang's heart moved and he thought, could it be that the Taishu mansion was already taking action, but there was no notice? Maybe the Taishu mansion only notified some aristocratic families in the city, but not some ordinary people? However, Zhang Bin did not tell him, and Zhao Rui thought that Zhang Bin and Fang Lang had a good relationship, so there was no reason why he did not tell him. Well, the superficial brothers are convinced. Fang Lang didn't know what the governor's mansion meant. In short, he was a little touched by Zhao Rui's intention. After all, the two of them didn't have a close relationship. It seemed that although Zhao Rui was a dandy, he was really loyal. After all, Fang Lang's superficial identity is just a teacher with no background. How can he take care of a large Zhao family? Zhao Rui said this because he actually wanted to give Fang Lang a ride. Fang Lang can be a lone ranger, but since he has a free ride, it might as well be along the way. In that case, thank you very much, Brother Zhao. Zhao Rui waved his hand to tell Fang Lang not to be polite and said, there is no need to be so outspoken. We will gather at the North City Gate tomorrow at midnight. We have prepared the carriages and horses. Brother Fang can go and clean up now. You may not believe it, but I am holding a dog now, just ready to run away. There is nothing left to deal with. After Zhao Rui finished speaking, he left. He probably didn't have any extra time to chat with Fang Lang. Fang Lang knelt down and said to Erha, I know you are a smart dog. Now you go outside, Beicheng. Wait for me, and I will take you away tomorrow. Erha barked several times with disbelief in his eyes. Fang Leng has no trust in him anymore. This bad old man is so bad. But as soon as Fang Leng kicked his eyes, Erha became more obedient, whined a few times, and consciously walked north. What Fang Leng wants to do is to go to Lin Mansion. Looking for a dark corner, Fang Leng changed his face again. This time he did not pursue handsomeness, but changed to an ordinary look. It is very simple for Fang Leng to sneak into the Lin Mansion. With his hands that can change appearance at will, he can even walk in from the Lin Mansion head-on. In fact, this is what he did. There were 2 doormen in front of the Lin Mansion. Fang Leng walked up to one of them with a sneaky look. Master, I have a secret that I want to tell Master Lin. Can it be convenient? Gung Gun, can you see the eldest master whenever you want? The boy looked bossy, while the other boy looked coldly and mockingly. Fang Leng was not annoyed. He just showed the boy the purple gold in his hand, which was as big as a goose egg. Fang Leng could grab it with one hand, no more. The boy's eyes widened on the spot, but the other person, because Fang Leng's back was turned to him, didn't know what happened. You. Come on, come on. Let's talk here. There are too many people, and there are many eyes. As Fang Leng spoke, he put away the large piece of purple gold, stuffed a small piece of purple gold into it, and pressed the boy's hand. He immediately understood. What? This is beneficial. So he believed Fang Leng's evil deeds and followed Fang Leng to the corner. Although the other boy looked around curiously, he did not neglect his duty. He looked for a while and saw nothing. After a while, he saw, until my partner comes back. One look at this appearance, and you can tell that it has quite a few benefits. But he didn't know what the benefits were. Are Fang's benefits so easy to get? Not only was Zijin gone, but Fang Leng had stripped off his clothes, and even the person was thrown into a nearby tree and hung up. What happened? It's nothing. Just watch here while I go find the master. Fang Leng has a unique voice-changing skill, which he learned when he was idle and bored. He can speak in several different tones, and it is a piece of cake to simply imitate the voice of the boy just now. So, in this way, Fang Leng successfully entered the Lin family mansion. He and Zhang Xing had seen it on the roof that day, and Fang Leng also knew the general layout of the Lin family. At least he remembered where Lin Yue's house was. For what? There were servants patrolling the Lin family. A small team came over and saw Fang Leng. They immediately stopped him and asked him. Fang Leng immediately replied, just now someone said that he wanted to find master. Let me pass the message on his behalf. Then you're going in the wrong direction. That's the master's yard over there, and this is my aunt's yard. Oh, thank you very much, brother. Fang Leng had no choice but to turn around and leave, but was unexpectedly stopped again. Stop as a concierge, you don't know where the master's yard is? Are you a fake? Fang Leng. Brother, why do you think you are so smart? Doesn't this implicate a bunch of friends? After a while, all the patrolling servants of the small team fell down. Fang Leng didn't kill them, he just knocked them unconscious. Although killing is relatively straightforward, Fang Leng is still more cautious about killing, especially NPCs who only have one life. The more real this world feels to him, the less he can kill at will with a game mentality. Fang Leng continued walking in the original direction, but this time he changed his appearance. The face he used was no longer the face of the concierge, but the face of the patrol captain just now. It's probably more convenient to walk this way. This was indeed the case. With him like this, he met 2 more teams of servants on the road, and he was not asked what he was going to do. Not long after, he arrived in front of Lin Yue's yard. While still outside, I heard Lin Yue's scolding voice. You're a bunch of trash. Whoever snatched that B**** away hasn't been found yet. I asked you to catch scholar named Fang, but you can't bring back Ali. What's the use of you? I'll chop them all up and feed them. Dog. No, aunt. Fang Leng felt a chill when he heard this. This man is truly a model of cruelty and cruelty. If you want to survive, bring those 2 B*** back to me before sunset tonight. Otherwise, my Kang Yu will have a big meal again. Ouch. A wolf howl came from the yard. Chapter 97. This woman is poisonous. A group of messy footsteps sounded, and Fang Leng immediately retreated a lot, lightly and without any sound. When someone came out, he just pretended to be passing by. These hurried people were not in the mood to pay attention to him, and quickly left. Fang Leng heard Lin Yue talking to himself again. Someone actually dares to touch members of my Lin family in Shu State City. I want to see what the scholar named Fang is capable of. Yo, want to do something to me? Fang Leng sneered. When he saved people before, he didn't have time to change his appearance. Therefore, the Lin family is so powerful that it is not difficult to find him as a scholar. However, when the Lin family acted, they happened to avoid Fang Leng perfectly. It was also very difficult. What a coincidence. Otherwise, Fang Leng will cause a lot of murders in his hands. Amitabha, I don't want to be a killer who doesn't deserve feelings. Fang Leng thought that Lin Yue's defense in the house should be empty now, which was a good time to take action. So he thought about walking inside. Unexpectedly, Lin Yue was also walking outside, and the two almost bumped into each other. As soon as Fang Leng's nerves collapsed, he was ready to take action. When Lin Yue saw Fang Leng, she suddenly smiled charmingly, stretched out her hand to touch Fang Leng's chest, and said softly, "My enemy, you finally came to see me." Fang Leng suddenly felt goosebumps and his scalp was numb. Before Lin Yue reached out to touch him, he pushed Lin Yue away with his backhand. Lin Yue was not careful about Fang Leng's move and was pushed by Fang Leng. He staggered and fell down, on the ground. Fang Leng was ready to strike hard, but Lin Yue didn't seem to be angry. Instead, she raised her hips coquettishly and said, "Damn you, you are still so rough. I like it when you treat me like this." Fang Leng, "I'm so disgusted by you." But then Fang Leng realized that it was because he was pretending to be the patrol leader that he was treated like this. Fang Leng, who knows the truth, is extremely complicated in his heart. He just wants to say that your circle is really chaotic. Lin Yue was still lying on the ground, showing off the curves of her body. Seeing that Fang Lang was still in a daze, she immediately urged dissatisfiedly, "Enemies, come quickly! ITM!" Fang Lang couldn't take it anymore and slapped Lin Yue on the back of the head with his backhand, knocking her out instantly. As for whether this slap will knock someone stupid, Fang Lang is not responsible. When no one was paying attention, he picked up Lin Yue's neck and dragged her into the yard. Fang Lang would not hold this kind of woman in his arms because he disliked her very much. As soon as he entered the courtyard, Fang Lang felt a strong sound of wind. In a hurry, Fang Lang put the sword energy on his fingertips, looked back, took out the sword, then threw Lin Yue to the ground, jumped away, and looked back, only to see a snow-white wolf. Kang Yue, Le 40 Wolf Demon. Wolf howl. Make a very intimidating wolf howl, causing fear and shock to enemies within the range. Pounce. The original offensive technique of the wolves, simple, extremely high damage. Bite. The original offensive skill of the wolves, simple, extremely high damage. Stealth. Kang Yue can perfectly blend into the environment, making it invisible to others, launching a surprise attack from behind, doubling the damage. Cannibal desire. Passive. Kang Yue has eaten humans and has a great pursuit of the deliciousness of human flesh. When fighting humans, she has a strong desire to fight, and her combat effectiveness is greatly improved. Description. Lin Yue's pet, extremely offensive. Seeing this information, Fang Lang's eyes turned cold. It seemed that Lin Yue was not joking about feeding people to dogs. He must have done the same thing before. The Lin family was indeed a place harboring filth and evil, and Lin Yue had a right to die. At this time, Kang Yue's front paws were already dripping with blood, and the blow she had just given to Kang Lang was much easier for her. Chi Sword Fingers is a skill in extreme clear sword art. After upgrading to level 40, Fang Lang unlocked a new skill. Chi Sword. Fingers does not require a sword, but it can also emit sword energy, although the damage is not as great as holding a sword. It is taller, but it will look more handsome this way. And with the sword energy in hand, the defense power of the hand will be much higher. Kang Yue growled at Fang Lang, took a few steps, and then disappeared. It seems that he is sneaking, but Fang Lang is very calm. As a swordsman and mage, he is anti-stealth and sprinkles water. Fang Lang doesn't need to do too many fancy operations. He can face the strong wind with just one move. Several hurricanes blew up the wind and sand, but only one place was different. Sneak had not disappeared. He was still there, but could not be seen by the naked eye. However, where the wind blew, you could still see the difference. Fang Lang Retraction is an earth grip. Grasp of the earth. Earth attribute middle-level spell. Consume 30 points of spiritual force. Stretch out a big hand from the ground. Imprison the target within the range for 2 seconds, and cause a small amount of damage. Thunder and fire spells are mostly damage skills, while earth and wind spells are functional skills, such as control and defense, while water spells are comprehensive, including damage, control, defense, and treatment. But Fang Lang is fire. Attributes, water spells are no longer planned to be learned, because the effect will be halved when used, which is unnecessary. Kang Yue's heart almost collapsed. What kind of enemy is this? Full-time mage? During the 2 seconds of imprisonment, Fang Lang took out his heart and cut off Kang Yue's wolf head with a sword. Damn it, he can also use a sword. This was Kang Yue's last thought. Your level increases. Fang Lang has been upgraded to level 41. However, this Kang Yue does not have explosive equipment. Could it be because he is domesticated? The fight between Fang Lang and Kang Yue was actually not very exciting, and because Lin Yue often had fun in her own yard, others would not come here to seek death when there was nothing wrong. This also made Fang Lang after killing Kang Yue. The Lin family doesn't know yet. Moreover, Lin Yue drove away everyone in the yard just now. This was simply cooperating with Fang Lang's actions. So, Fang Lang found a rope and tied up Lin Yue Wuhuada, and then poured a glass of water to wake Lin Yue up. When Lin Yue woke up and saw that she was tied up, she thought Fang Lang was having fun with her, so she couldn't help but said angrily, "Damn it, you still know how to play." Fang Lang was already covering his head and didn't want to speak. He really wanted to cut open this woman's brain and see if there was only yellow inside. Be serious, it's robbery. Fang Lang casually picked up the whip and whipped it. Speaking of which, Lin Yue had a lot of strange props in this room. It felt like this whip. Forget it, no need. Fang Lang just thought of this and threw away the whip. He also thought that the woman in front of him might be mentally retarded. He simply activated the pretender mask and turned himself into Yang Yongshan. Do you understand your situation now? Be honest and answer whatever I ask you. Lin Yue watched her mistress change her face. How could she not understand? However, she did not take away her flattery, but instead gave Fang Lang a wink. Lin Yue activated the skill charm on you, but your heart showed no fluctuation, and you even felt like vomiting. Fang Lang. System student, your speech is really excellent. Chapter 98. Your death date has not come yet. Fang Lang really doesn't like this, unless Suiju uses charm on him, and Fang Lang won't lose his mind. At most, he thinks she is very cute, and killing her with a slap on the head is enough. As for Lin Yue, Fang Lang really wanted to complain. You don't even look at what you look like. Charming should at least look at your own face. It seems like you need to be tortured a bit before you become honest. Fang Lang snapped his fingers and a bolt of thunder flashed through. Lin Yue's hair suddenly curled up, and there was a burning smell. Some people just need to be shocked before they become honest. Tell me, were you the one who tampered with Lin Xin? The spiritual force used by Fang Lang is very small and will not hurt anyone. It just makes her suffer. Lin Yue still pretended to be stupid and said, Lin Xin? I don't know this person. Snapped. There was another Billy electric spark. I'm giving you a chance to reframe your language. I really don't know him. Snapped. 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 Lin Yue's room was filled with the loudest sounds in daily life. But Lin Yue's feelings were completely different. Although they were all numb, everyone knew the taste of the electric shock. I said, Lin Yue's face turned black from the electric shock, and Fang Lang still smelled of barbecue in some places. The damage of 1 or 2 blows is not high, and if a few more hits are given, Lin Yue will be electrocuted to death. Ruby Lin is a little maid in my possession. It has been auctioned off. I heard that she was robbed. I don't know what happened next. Hearing this, Fang Lang cast a healing spell on her. Lin Yue felt relieved, but immediately there was another thunderbolt. Fang Lang learned this technique from Yan Ran. Treat him first, don't kill him. Lin Yue was so wrong that she almost cried. You are a devil. I've already answered. Why do I still get hacked? I'm asking what you did to Ruby Lin. Why don't you answer? Do you want to be shocked? I really didn't do anything. Those who can afford such an excellent furnace are all big shots. How dare I do anything? Lin Yue was so wrong that she wanted to cry. Fang Lang nodded when he heard this. He believed the sentence. Then, there was another snap of the fingers on the backhand. Lin Yue. When she saw Fang Lang nodding, she thought she didn't have to be shocked anymore. But Fang Lang shook his hand and did it again. I didn't lie. Why did you still shock me? Oh, I'm not attacking you because you lie or not, but because what I hate the most in my life is human traffickers. So since you have no use value, you might as well die. Fang Lang's eyes flashed with cold light, a look with determined, murderous intent. Lin Yue knew that this was not a joke on her. Fang Lang's parents were both police officers. In a major human trafficking case, they fought with traffickers and both died on the job. They are great people and the people Fang Lang respects the most. Human traffickers are the people Fang Lang hates the most. The law will not easily sentence such people to death, but in Fang Lang's heart, such people deserve to die. In the real world, Fang Lang can't do much, but in the game, people like Lin Yue and those under her deserve to die. Fang Lang rolled a fireball and threw it towards Lin Yue, but Lin Yue suddenly flashed a light. He completely blocked Fang Lang's fireball and wrapped Lin Yue in it. Buddha's Light Asylum disposable props. Description: a treasure blessed by Buddhist gate monks. It is triggered when receiving fatal damage. It will block this Shanghai and form a Buddhist light shield with a shield value of 10,000 points. Lin Yue then smiled and said, haha, it's okay if you don't want to kill me. If you want to kill me, you really think I don't have anything to protect you. Now everyone in the Lin family knows that I am in danger. If you can, don't leave. This person is a bit arrogant. Fang Lang listened to the wind, and there was indeed a sound of footsteps coming. It seemed that the people in the Lin family were indeed alarmed. Lin Yue was not lying. However, Fang Lang was not willing to let her go. Fang Lang took out his spiritual sword from the heart and used his strongest sword to attack the Shangqing Poyan sword. This sword move is specially designed to break shields. It does very high damage and doubles the damage to shields. However, the movement is a bit loud, but since it has been exposed, you are not afraid of movement. 3 giant sword shadows were inserted from the sky, instantly breaking the Buddha's light shield, and also depleting Fang Lang's sword energy. This move consumed too much. However, what pained Fang Lang was that another Buddha's light lit up. I saw a string of Buddhist beads on Lin Yue's arm, and one of them suddenly broke into pieces. Fang Lang's head suddenly got big. It couldn't be that one Buddhist bead made him invincible. What a slap in the face, the same as the Shangqing Poyan sword. If Yao Guang is here, no matter how much Buddha's light is used, the Buddha's light cannot stop Saint's sword. To deal with enemies of this level, Yao Guang will not use this trick. Outside the yard, people were gathering closer and closer. Fang Lang put away his sword and ran away. Just run away after the fight. It's impossible to make waves. We'll talk about it later. He doesn't want to die here. However, he suddenly had an idea. I can't kill you with my sword. What about the punishment from heaven? Fang Lang ran out of the yard but ran back and said, don't you know my identity? Let me tell you, I am actually a chosen one, not a real NPC. After saying that, Fang Lang ran away again. Now the people outside had seen Fang Lang. The leader snorted and made Fang Lang move slightly slower. This was the suppression of the aura. Fang Lang turned to look at the person who snorted, and it turned out to be Lin Yue's brother, Lin Ri. Lin Ri, LAV 55. Swordsmanship. There are many mysteries in the Lin family sword skills. The success rate of blocking with a sword is plus 10%. Lin family sword technique. Sword chi slash. Use sword chi to injure the enemy, causing a lot of damage. Lin family sword technique. Air breaking. Slash. Rush skill. Instantly stab around the enemy, causing critical damage. Description. The head of the Lin family is wealthy and powerful, but he seems to have some connection with monster race. The information Fang Lang saw was not that much. The higher the level and the stronger the target, the fewer skills Fang Lang could see. This is a master, even more powerful than Ant Yahai. Fang Lang felt that he should be unbeatable, but even if he wanted to run away, he would not be left alone so easily. Stop humming, old man. Your death date has not come yet. After saying that, Fang Lang dodged and disappeared. A knight with legendary skills. Even Lin Ri didn't have legendary skills. Fang Lang had all of them, and he ran away in the blink of an eye. Lin Ri didn't let anyone chase him. He just went into the room to see his sister. Fang Lang, on the other hand, breathed a sigh of relief after running far away. It seemed that he was safe and sound, but in fact, he was panicking. He struggled to defeat level 50 monsters, but fighting humans was even more difficult. Humans were more intelligent and difficult to deal with. So just run away. As for Lin Yue, her death is really not far away. Chapter 99. The crow is coming. You passed on information that should not be leaked to Lin Yue, triggering the arrival of bad luck, and you will die within 3 days. The system detects that you have maliciously triggered divine punishment and will fix this vulnerability. The bug has been updated. Malicious triggering of divine punishment will result in loss of good fortune. When the good fortune is less than 100, God's blessing will be lost. Fang Lang originally thought that when he encountered enemies that he couldn't deal with in the future, he would just backhand them and send them a divine punishment. Unexpectedly, he just came up with this idea. After using it once, the system fixed the bug. Luck is also a hidden attribute. No one knows how much luck they have, but it does exist, so some people are European emperors, and some are non-chiefs. People like Fang Lang are undoubtedly European emperors, but if maliciousness triggers too much divine punishment, one may become a non-chief. Therefore, this trick will not be used in the future. After Fang Lang left, Lin Ri quickly untied the rope tied to Lin Yue and called someone to treat Lin Yue's injuries. Lin Yue's consciousness was still very clear. She said bitterly, "Brother, you must help me find him. I will torture him to death and turn him into a scum." Lin Ri said coldly, "Don't worry, he won't survive tonight. It's daytime now, so I can't take action. But I have left a mark on him. You only need to wait a few more hours." Lin Yue then revealed a ferocious smile. She was already imagining how she would ravage Fang Lang in order to avenge today. At this time, a dark crow suddenly landed in the yard and croaked twice, which sent chills down people's backs. Crow is an unlucky symbol. Lin Yue instinctively felt that she was not restrained. After being helped up, she said sternly, "Go and drive this broken bird away." As soon as she finished speaking, the crow crowed 3 more times, seemingly mocking Lin Yue, and then said in human words, "Your death is coming soon. What kind of monster dares to cause trouble here?" Lin Ri waved his sword energy and passed by, but the crow flew to the eaves very nimbly and said again, "Lin An and Lian Chun are going to Daduku. Their death is coming soon." After saying this, the crow flew away quickly. Lin Yue was shocked and confused. On the one hand, the crow came to announce her death, but it also told her the news about Lin An and Lian Chun. She didn't know whether it was true or false. "Brother, send someone to Daduku. I won't allow anyone to betray me, and I can still leave alive." Lin Yue decided that regardless of whether it was true or false, she would go to Daduku to stop it first. However, Lin An and Lian Chun were not in Daduku at this time. They were in a tunnel under Shu State City. Lin An spent 5 years digging this tunnel day after day. 5 years of hard work are just a way of escape today. Lin An knew very well what a vicious heart was hidden under Lin Yue's skin. In order to save Lin Xin and then send Lin Xin away, Lin An had been making preparations after using Lin Yue to leave the Devil's Cave. Unfortunately, his plan was very careful, but he didn't expect Lin Yue to be much more sinister and cunning than he imagined. After failing to save Lin Xin, Lin An had to leave. At least, he wanted to send Lian Chun away and not let her be hurt again. "Are you thinking of returning to Shu State after I leave?" While Lian Chun was helping Lin An stagger forward in the tunnel, he suddenly asked such a question. Lin An was silent. He and Lian Chun knew each other and knew that he could not hide it from her. "Let's leave here first. We'll talk about the rest later. This tunnel is not top secret. The Lin family's wealth is so powerful that we will find it sooner or later. If we don't leave, we will have no chance." Lin An thought about fooling him first, but Lian Chun did not stop but said softly, "How could I not know the reason why you are still alive in this world? And the only thing left is to save Lin Xin. Now that you have left, what else can you do? He will definitely come back and die, so why should we leave?" Lin An was silent for a moment and retorted, "You are wrong. The reason for my life is not only Lin Xin, but also you. This is the most touching love story I have ever heard from you, but my reasons are the same as yours." Lian Chun looked at Lin An affectionately. In the dim underground, they could not see each other's faces clearly, but they could feel each other's heavy affection. "If there could be an afterlife, I really want to meet you again, and then let you be the happiest woman in the world, free from bullying, free from the pain of displacement, and let you be my wife and grow old together." Lin An staggered. He felt that there was still a dull pain in his heart. As he talked about his expectations for the next life, his face became wet. Lian Chun smiled and said, "There is no need to wait for the next life. In this life, I am already the happiest person." Quack, quack, quack. A crow's cry suddenly sounded, which was extremely strange in this quiet underground. Where did the crows come from in this place? Lian Chun was a little scared. The crow's cry was eerie. Lin An held her hand tightly and said, "Maybe it flew in accidentally from some hole. Don't be afraid. I'm here." The two supported each other and walked forward, with the goal still being the ferry. Behind them, there were only 2 red lights, which were clearly the eyes of crows. After Fang Lang left the Lin mansion, his next target was the prefect's mansion. If Lin Yue did not take action against Lin Xin, then the only person with the greatest suspicion is Zhang Bin, because he was the one who auctioned off Lin Xin. Lin Yue is right. They are in the black market and they are also doing business. Business is all about credibility. If customers are cheated, the black market will not be able to open and prosper. Therefore, the only suspect left is Zhang Bin. Thinking about it, Zhang Bin might have come prepared that night. Since he spent a lot of money to buy Lin Xin, it was normal to do some tricks on her. I just didn't expect that Zhang Bin seemed to be a humble gentleman, but I didn't expect that he was also a sanctimonious person. There is no conclusive evidence yet, and Fang Lang has not concluded that Zhang Bin did it. He still needs to verify it. However, it is much harder to cause trouble for Zhang Bin than for Lin Yue. When Zhang Bin travels, there are many guards following him. Fang Lang can deal with those guards, but he cannot do it quietly. When the time comes, more people will be alarmed. Fang Lang's current strength is not enough to fight with him. The strength of a city is correct. Therefore, this matter can only be done wisely, not forcefully. It would be best to lure Zhang Bin away from the guards and then deal with him alone. But being able to do this without making him suspicious, Fang Lang only had one person in mind. It seems that we must go to Jiangxing for help. The sun has gradually tilted towards the west. At this time, it is almost time to tell. Fang Lang put on Yang Yongxin's face and sneaked into the prefect's mansion. Chapter 1. 100 Xiaohei just showed his sharp horns. Strangely enough, the security at the prefecture was not tight today, so Fang Lang quickly strolled into Jiangxing's small courtyard almost unimpeded. When he arrived at Zhang Xing's house, Fang Lang certainly didn't knock on the door to get in. Instead, he gently pushed the door open and then closed it gently. However, Zhang Xing was more skilled than him in sneaking around. She could hear the slightest movement. After Fang Lang entered the door, she turned her head and said, "Is it Xiaolan?" Xiaolan is Zhang Xing's maid. Zhang Xing thought that the only one who would come to her room at this time would be Xiaolan. She never thought that a little thief would dare to break into the heavily guarded prefect's mansion, let alone many people in the Taishu mansion went to do business today, and the defense just happened to be empty, allowing Fang Lang to sneak in. When their eyes met, Zhang Xing couldn't help but scream loudly. The reason is simple. She is naked now. Fang Lang also had a look of astonishment on his face. Damn it, is this the treatment of the European emperor who has more than 100 blessings? But then he was frightened by Zhang Xing's ear-piercing voice, which could be used to sing opera. It was too late, but it was too soon. Fang Lang sprinted over almost instinctively, trying to cover Zhang Xing's mouth and stop screaming. If he screamed again, something would happen. But when Zhang Xing saw Fang Lang rushing over, she subconsciously resisted. However, she was now sitting in the tub, taking a flower petal bath. She had no weapons on her body and could only splash in the water. Logically speaking, Fang Lang couldn't see anything when she was in the tub, but she was so excited that Fang Lang saw what he couldn't see. Then Fang Lang only thought of a poem. The little lotus shows its sharp corners. Fang Lang was soaked by the water. Seeing that Zhang Xing was still screaming, he quickly said, "I can't see you when you're sitting in the water." Zhang Xing realized something when he heard this, folded his arms across his chest, and then buried himself up to his neck in the water, leaving only his head above the water. Just now, Fang Lang said that she couldn't see anything when she was sitting in the water. Then when she wasn't sitting in the water, she couldn't see everything. Thinking of this, Zhang Xing felt sad and shed tears. Fang Lang was about to comfort her when he suddenly heard footsteps approaching from outside, and a woman's anxious voice said, "Miss, what's wrong?" Seeing that the situation was not good, Fang Lang quickly looked around and said, "I have something to ask you. I'll talk to you later." Fang Lang jumped into the rafter, which was just above Zhang Xing's bathtub. This was so embarrassing. Fang Lang lowered his head and met Zhang Xing's scum-like eyes. Fang Lang didn't bow his head again, didn't look at anything inappropriate, and apologized properly after a while. Not long after, a maid rushed in. Zhang Xing said quickly, "Close the door. Just let the maid come in, but the guards can't come in." The guards also knew the rules and did not have the courage to rush into the young lady's boudoir, otherwise they would be skinned by the young master. Xiaolan closed the door and asked with concern, "Miss, what's wrong?" "It's nothing. I was just scared when I saw a big mouse." Why is there a mouse in the ladies' room?" "The devil knows, okay? Don't ask. Who knows where this mouse came from?" Fang Lang heard clearly from the beam that Zhang Xing was clearly calling him a mouse. However, just scold him. He should be responsible for his own fault. There is no reason to fight back, even if he is beaten. Not long after, Fang Lang heard that Zhang Xing had sent away the maid, and the guards outside had also walked away. He still did not act rashly, but just said, "Put your clothes on, I won't watch." Fang Lang didn't get a reply. He wanted to see if something would happen to Zhang Xing, but he was also worried that he would see something he shouldn't see. So he still looked at the roof and did not dare to speak loudly for fear. Someone outside heard it. At this time, he suddenly heard a sound breaking through the air. Fang Lang quickly rolled over, and a flying star landed on the roof, knocking away a tile. Fang Lang rolled and fell from the beam. He saw Zhang Xing, who was already fully armed, and faced 2 more darts. "Hey, I have something to say. I really didn't mean it." Fang Lang waved forward a wind barrier, blocking the darts in front. Wind wall is a wind defense skill that can restrain some long-range skills. However, some long-range skills with wall-breaking effects cannot be blocked. Zhang Xing saw Fang Lang blocking him, but he still didn't give up. He fired darts randomly and said coldly, "Who are you? Why did you come to me? How do you know my identity? This is a secret, but I really have no ill intentions towards you." Zhang Xing could recognize Yang Yongxin's face. If he hadn't recognized it, he wouldn't have sent Xiaolan away just now. And no, but the appearance of Fang Lang also made her feel dangerous. She had always hidden her identity. How could she be found? Will she be threatened? Although she felt that Yang Yongxin was not that kind of person after spending the past 2 days together, but who let him see her body? Therefore, the angry woman has no reason to vent her anger. But the darts were all thrown away, but they didn't hurt Fang Lang at all, which made Zhang Xing even more angry. "Don't hide. Stand still and let me hit you a few times." Zhang Xing stated his request very directly. Fang Lang felt a pain in his balls. If he didn't hide, he would be beaten to death by your darts. However, continuing like this is not an option. He came to Zhang Xing for discussion, not for a fight. At his current level, it would be okay to take 1 or 2 darts. And, therefore, although he was afraid of pain, he still removed the wind wall. Without the defense of the wind wall, 2 darts came straight towards Fang Lang's chest. Zhang Xing was startled. She just said angry words, but she didn't expect it. Fang Lang was so obedient, and when he saw that the dart was about to hit Fang Lang's heart, Zhang Xing Kai quickly threw a flying star. Before the dart hit Fang Lang, the second one arrived first and opened the dart. "If I ask you to be beaten, you will be beaten." "Are you stupid? Fang Lang, you women are still unreasonable." However, despite being so arrogant and unreasonable, Fang Lang had a very kind heart. Fang Lang didn't want to anger her anymore, so he had to follow her words and said, Yes, I am stupid. I shouldn't stand still and get beaten." "Do you think I'm being unreasonable?" "Fang Lang, what do you want from me? What do you want?" Girls and all that are really troublesome, especially angry girls. So Fang Lang gave in decisively and said, "How can you make trouble without reason when you are obviously a gentle, considerate, well-educated, and kind-hearted good girl?" As Fang Lang spoke, he touched his chest. Well, his conscience was aching. Zhang Xing still snorted unhappily and said, "Slick and full of lies. I don't know how many girls I've deceived. Having said that, Zhengxing is no longer as angry as he was just now and wants to kill someone. This is a woman. She knows it is a lie, but she is still secretly happy in her heart.